I was carrying my takeaway and had just walked out of the elevator when I heard a conversation that shook my worldview. I saw a man and a woman standing at the door of 501. The woman had messy hair and mottled makeup on her face, and it was obvious that she had just been through a fierce battle. Although this conversation was speechless, I have to say that this woman was pretty. Just then, a row of strange messages suddenly appeared in front of me. Name, Lu Qiuling. Appearance rating, 80. Overall rating, -90. Bonds, congenital cheating, congenital lying, unclean relationships, has had numerous relationships with men. What the hell is this? I was stunned. Master, this is the function of this book. As long as you include her in the illustrated book, you and she will have these bond abilities together. Of course, you can control whether she has them or not. To improve the bond ability, you only need to include a certain number of women with the same bond. It's easy to understand, but what the hell are you? No, me. I have a system. I was full of doubts. Maybe the master was too serious about eating melons just now. I will say it again. There are still 5 hours before the end of the world. Due to the master's profession, the mortality rate during the initial outbreak is extremely high. Now I have awakened in advance and the novice gift packs are distributed in advance. Please arrange these 5 hours reasonably. Newcomer gift pack, classic Desert Eagle, silenced version with unlimited bullets, body enhancer. After taking it, the body will be immediately strengthened to the limit of ordinary people. System space, 1 cubic meter. The melon lost its fragrance instantly, and all my attention was focused on the 2 words, end of the world. The corners of my mouth rose unconsciously, and my body trembled slightly with excitement. The end of the world is here. The cheats are here. My daydream is finally going to come true. I've had enough of this hard life of running around every day, but I have to grit my teeth and persevere for the sake of life. But in 5 hours, everything will change. What does it take to be included? I asked myself. Make the other party willing to be eaten by you. You know what I mean. The system replied. Yo. I like it. Which kind of apocalypse? I continued to ask. After all, there are many types of apocalypse, and the things to be prepared are also different. Zombies. The system answered concisely. Classic. What kind of zombies? The Walking Dead or Train to Busan? Or the ones in American TV series that can fly and teleport? I didn't give up. Master, I have no right to answer these questions because they require actual exploration on your part. Instead of wasting time asking questions whose answers you will know in 5 hours, you should prepare your supplies and find a safe place to wait for the end of the world, said the system. That's right, I thought to myself. 5 hours, not too short, not too long either. I glanced at the takeaway in my hand, raised my lips slightly, and walked a few steps to the couple. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Yang? This is the baby-breaking pill you ordered. Oh no, the contraceptive pill. As soon as I said this, the couple's faces changed drastically. The woman glared at me fiercely, and the man couldn't help but say, didn't you tell him to wear it? Then why did he buy it for you? Baby, listen to my explanation. He is halfway through. I had no interest in listening to the conversation that followed. I put down the medicine, turned around, got into the elevator and left. I have been delivering food for almost a year, and I have seen this kind of situation many times. In the elevator, I thought that the end of the world would come in 5 hours. Should I inform my close friends? My college classmate? Forget it. We haven't been in touch for a year since graduation. We are not familiar with each other. Her? Yes, her. Of course it's my girlfriend. Although we are currently separated, it is the end of the world now. Stock up. The first step to stock up is to open the app and place an order. Save time and effort. Rice, let's get 100 bags of 10 kilograms first. Damn, the rice sold at takeout is really expensive. The cheapest 10 kilograms costs more than 50 yuan. Good, more than 5,000 is gone. Drinking water is 5 liters per bucket, 10 yuan per bucket. Let's get a few hundred buckets first. I ordered dozens of takeouts that I usually couldn't afford to eat. When I ran out of money, I went to major platforms to apply for loans and used up all my credit limits. Tomsy, a system space of 1 cubic meter is a bit too abstract. Can you expand it for me? Not too much, 1,000,000 cubic meters is enough. In Tomato's novel, the Doomsday system space of tens of billions of cubic meters is too small. I requested the system. The system ignored me and the silence was deafening. It doesn't matter, small ones are also cute. I ordered rice and water from different merchants, and there are many stores on the platform. I ordered a lot of meat from the butcher shop and took it home, and filled the refrigerator with vegetables. Looking at the refrigerator, I smiled. When Enyu chose this house, he was attracted by this big refrigerator, saying that he would not starve to death even if the world ended. It was a divine prophecy. The power will definitely go out, but it shouldn't be that fast. A few days before the apocalypse, I can still eat fresh vegetables. At the same time, the things I ordered arrived at home one after another. After a few hours, the 2 empty rooms were filled to the brim. Looking at these supplies, I couldn't tell how satisfied I was. After eating and drinking, I packed up my favorite dishes and took them home. I couldn't stay outside any longer as there were only 20 minutes left before the apocalypse. Wait. Wait. Just as the elevator door was about to close, a pleasant shout came. I pressed the door opening button enthusiastically, as I still had plenty of time and didn't need a few seconds. This person is so lucky to be home at this time. When the owner of the voice came into view, I was stunned. She was so beautiful. She was wearing a standard stewardess uniform and pulling a suitcase. It was obvious that she had just got off the plane and didn't even have time to change her clothes. She has a perfect figure, golden proportions, eye-catching long legs, delicate features, and a face that is top-notch among stewardesses. Her skin is white and shiny, and she exudes a faint fragrance. She thanked me politely first, then continued to call, "Okay, don't rush me, I'll be home soon, I'm already in the elevator, I'll turn on the phone and log in soon, you're rushing me as soon as I get off the plane, when did you become so addicted to the internet?" I looked at her bond. Name, Jiang Shiyu. Identity, stewardess. Appearance score, 96. Overall score, 99. Special ability, space, SSS, not awakened. Note, after becoming a member of the Illustrated Guide, the owner will share their talents. Bonds, top-notch stewardess, innate silk stocking saint body, gourmet, bodybuilder, virgin. My breathing quickened. Space ability. Classic. I didn't expect that she lived right across from me. And such a beautiful woman was still a virgin. It was so rare. Okay, I'm already at my doorstep. The door is open and I can get on the bus soon. Really, I didn't even have time to eat after getting off the plane. I walked into my home with a smile. This kind of high-quality woman usually pays attention to her own management, eats fresh and small amounts, and there must not be much food in her home. When she gets hungry, she will naturally ask me for help. This is what is written in novels. I am so evil. In order to avoid being bored in the end times, I downloaded a lot of TV shows and movies, so many that I couldn't finish watching them even if I counted them all in a year. Perfect, everything is ready. View properties. Master, Lin Bei. Level, human limit. System space, 1 cubic meter. Speed, 10. Strength, 10. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 10. Refers to the strength of muscles, bones, internal organs, recovery, endurance, etc. Strength evaluation, possessing good psychological quality and judgment, as long as he does not get carried away, the Desert Eagle with unlimited bullets is enough to survive in this chaotic world. Members included in the illustrated book, none. Bond benefits, none. 4:59 minutes and 59 seconds. 5 o'clock. I stood on the balcony and looked down. Everything was as usual, except that there was a subtle element in the air. At 5:01, I saw a man fall to the ground without any warning, followed by countless others. Are you crazy? Why are you biting me? Do you have rabies? Someone's dead. Wife, what's wrong with you? Ah! Zombies. It's a zombie. People quickly associate it with plots from zombie movies and novels. ZZ. Bang. Drip. Are you crazy? Do you want to die? Get out of here right now. The sounds of sudden brakes, collisions, horns, insults, and urging were intertwined. The originally peaceful and orderly streets suddenly became chaotic. People fled frantically and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Order is gone. Get lost. Don't come over here. Wife, run away, leave me alone. Some people pushed others to block the disaster, some people sacrificed their lives to save others, some people held children, some people turned a blind eye, some people helped the elderly, and some people pulled young girls and young women to do improper things. The beauty and ugliness of human nature were fully revealed at this moment. At this moment, they do not need to be responsible for their actions because there are no more constraints, and if there are any, it is only their inner bottom line. What's going on? Next door, Jiang Shiyu, who had just ordered takeout and was playing online games, heard the noise and came to the window to check, looking confused. At the same time, she also noticed me. Handsome guy, what's going on down there? I don't know, maybe the zombie crisis broke out. I said without turning my head. The zombie crisis broke out. Even though Jiang Shiyu had never seen related movies or novels, she had heard of zombies. The bloody scene below made her legs go weak and she sat down on the ground. Screams came from all directions, and the zombie crisis broke out. How could this happen? Why did he suddenly become like this? Jiang Shiyu slumped on the balcony, her eyes filled with fear, helplessness, and confusion. From her position on the 13th floor, she could clearly see the disgusting details below. We saw a fat man being knocked down by zombies, his belly ripped open, his intestines and organs taken out and eaten, which made our stomachs churn. Jiang Shiyu retched on the spot. Luckily she didn't eat anything and didn't vomit anything, but she didn't have any food at home. I suppressed my nausea and continued watching, because this would be the norm in the future, and I had to adapt even if I didn't want to. I moved a chair and took some snacks to eat while watching. Jiang Shiyu had already left the balcony. Next door. Yu, what's going on over there? Everyone on my street is going crazy. My neighbor next door said that a zombie crisis has broken out. Is that true? Jiang Shiyu's body was shaking as she made the call. The scene outside made her worldview collapse. She could even hear noises upstairs. Wife, are you crazy? Why are you biting me? That's our child. Are you really crazy? No, wife. Even so, she still didn't want to believe that the zombie apocalypse was coming. She held out hope that maybe the people in her area were just infected with some unknown virus, and she just needed to stay home and wait for rescue. She urgently needed a reply from her bestie. Xiaoyu, although it's hard to believe, I have to tell you that the zombie crisis may have really broken out. The people here have gone crazy and are biting people everywhere. The police didn't feel anything when their bullets hit them. They are exactly like the zombies in the movies. The sky is falling. Jiang Shiyu curled up on the sofa in despair. Her best friend's home was thousands of kilometers away and the same thing happened there. One could only say that the end of the world had really come. The woman on the other end of the phone knew that Jiang Shiyu was frightened at the moment, and hurriedly said, Xiaoyu, listen to me, don't panic, the apocalypse has just happened, the water source has not been polluted yet, even if it is polluted, it has not spread to your home, quickly fill up everything in your home that can hold water, and to be on the safe side, boil it before drinking it later. Oh. Jiang Shiyu did as she was told. She filled all basins and bowls of all sizes, anything that could hold water. Xiaoyu, do you have any food at home? Even if you have water, you won't last long. Jiang Shiyu took out all the edible things in the house, placed them on the coffee table, and reported to her bestie, 2 packs of hawthorn strips and stomach-strengthening and digestion-promoting tablets. No more. That's all. Yu, tell me, how long can I live relying on these? Jiang Shiyu asked weakly. Personally, I think if you don't eat these, you might live longer. No, even if you only go home a few times a month, your family won't have only these foods. Jiang Shiyu had a bitter face. I can't control myself. As long as there is something to eat at home, I can't help but want to eat it, so I just don't buy anything. By the way, I just ordered a takeaway, maybe the takeaway guy has already entered the elevator." As soon as these words came out, there was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. "Sister, it's the end of the world, and you're still expecting your takeaway to be delivered on time. What if he is dedicated to his job?" Jiang Shiyu held a glimmer of hope. "Sisters, listen to me, don't have any expectations. Even if your takeaway arrives, don't go out to get it, unless the delivery person is a woman. If it's a man, don't ever open the door to get it. Just now, I saw a lot of men on the street pulling women into alleys and probably having sex with them. You're so pretty, you'll just give it to them if you open the door. Remember one thing, in the apocalypse, what's scarier than zombies is the human heart." You, how do you know so much? And I feel like you are not afraid at all. They are both women in the same age, but their mental qualities are so different. I feel like it's actually okay. Maybe it's because I watch zombie movies all the time. Jiang Shiyu suddenly realized. Everyone has different hobbies. She never watched these heavy-tasting movies before. She sighed deeply and said, "You, if the world is really ruled by zombies in the future, I think I will choose to jump off the building." Don't be so pessimistic. I just saw on the forum that someone has awakened a special ability. What if you have one too? Xiaoyu, I have a call coming in. I'll talk to you later. Remember, don't be pessimistic. If your takeaway arrives and the other party is a man, don't open the door. No matter what he says, even if he leaves it at the door and leaves, don't open the door to take it. Be careful that he rushes in when you open the door. New. Jiang Shiyu hung up the phone. After hearing what her best friend said, she became interested and started browsing forums and videos. Someone actually awakened superpowers. It was such an outrageous thing. Well, the zombie crisis has broken out, so what else is impossible? At the moment. This is her only way to understand the situation in the outside world. Watched several videos. Like all over the country, zombies were everywhere. The streets, shops, and shopping malls were in chaos. 99% of people fled everywhere in fear, but 1% picked up the weapons around them and fought back. She saw a sturdy man holding a baseball bat, who shot a zombie in the head with one blow. To be honest, she admired these people very much for daring to face these monsters head-on. If it were her, she would have been scared to the ground and unable to move. Next video. The way to eliminate fear is to face it. Family, there is really nothing to be afraid of zombies. They have no brains at all and are not as aggressive as a dog. A new era has arrived. Woohoo, 10 consecutive kills. Family, I suspect I have a very serious tendency towards violence. I just blew a zombie's head off, and not only was I not scared at all, I actually felt a little excited. It felt really good. How dare these people? Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Hello, your takeaway has arrived, is anyone home? Hello, your takeaway has arrived, is anyone home? The knock on the door attracted Jiang Shiyu's attention from where she was curled up on the sofa and watching videos. After talking to her best friend on the phone, her fear was relieved for a long time, and the feeling of hunger came back again. The takeaway has arrived. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. There was nothing to eat at home, and this takeaway meal could at least keep her going for a few more days. At the same time, my cell phone also rang, and it showed a food delivery call. I answered it without thinking. Hello, your takeaway has arrived, please open the door and take it. Takeout. I'm at the company and not at home. You can just leave the takeout on the floor at the door. She felt that there was nothing wrong with what she said. Good. The phone hung up. Soon. She received a picture on the app. Her takeaway was placed behind the door. She could get it as long as she went out. Looking at the takeaway, her hunger became even stronger. Barefoot, he walked cautiously to the door. I looked out through the peephole for more than a minute, but didn't see anyone. The deliveryman must have left. Hold the door handle lightly. What my best friend once said suddenly flashed through my mind, but she said she was not at home, so the delivery guy shouldn't be at the door. Probably not here anymore. She hinted to herself in her heart. thinking about. She yanked on the door handle. Then he recovered quickly, within 0.1 seconds, opened and closed the door, and then leaned in front of the peephole to check. It's better to be safe than sorry. What if the delivery guy was still outside? She doesn't want to be played with. Next second, her pupils suddenly shrank, and she saw a figure standing up. She was so scared that she quickly stepped back. Oh my God! He's hiding under the cat's eye. Fortunately, she tried it just now, otherwise she, as a beautiful and high-quality woman living alone, would be in danger. Miss Jiang, I know you are at home. Please open the door and let me in to hide. It's too dangerous outside. There are man-eating monsters everywhere. The young man outside began to knock on the door frantically and beg. He knew Jiang Shiyu was at home. As someone who often delivers takeout, he knows that many people would say they are not at home and just ask him to leave the takeout at the door. Moreover, the chaos outside is known to everyone, but she still asked him to leave the takeout at the door, which means she is at home. Miss Jiang, please open the door. There are too many monsters outside. Please let me go in and hide for a while. I will leave as soon as it is safe outside. Please. Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang. Jiang Shiyu did not reply. If it were normal, she might help the people outside, but now it was the end of the world and she could not put herself in danger. I'm sorry. May you all the best. Her silence was deafening. Jiang Shiyu, can't you hear me when I ask you to open the door? Open the door for me. How can someone like you be so reckless and not help someone in need? The guy outside was anxious, kicking the door again and again. Jiang Shiyu was so scared that she quickly stepped back, looking for a weapon to defend herself. Suddenly she remembered something, ran into the kitchen, grabbed a fruit knife, held it tightly in her hand, and swallowed hard as she looked at the shaking door. She had read some books on women's self-defense. Even with a knife in hand, she was still very scared and did nothing. Her breathing became more and more rapid. She was afraid that her self-defense skills would make the other party more and more excited. Open the door for me. If you let me in, I will kill you. The force of the kick on the door increased. What to do? What to do? What to do? Just when she was at a loss as to what to do, the sound of kicking the door outside suddenly stopped and the sound of a conversation was heard. Are you an idiot? You're making such a big noise. What if there are zombies in the fire escape and they are attracted by you? She had just heard this voice. The neighbor across the street. Brother, I don't want to be like this either. It's too scary outside. The lady here doesn't want me to hide inside. I'll give you her takeout. Please let me hide inside. Family members, who understands? Bring it on. I knock. You didn't refuse. My takeaway. Jiang Shiyu saw through the peephole that the delivery guy carried his takeaway food to the house opposite. The danger is over. But, there is no takeout either. Hungry. So hungry. Baby wants to eat. She had already imagined the two men across the street devouring the steak and broccoli she ordered. Woo woo woo. Hungry. Opposite door. Lin Bei stared at the delivery boy who entered his house, with a hint of pity and cruelty in his eyes. Kindness. No. Tempering. Yes. In the end times, in addition to adapting to heavy-tasting images, strong smell of blood and stench, what you should also adapt to is facing zombies. Suddenly, he noticed a deep teeth mark on the delivery boy's arm and smiled with relief. This saves him from having to do it himself. Good. Were you bitten? The guy who put down the takeaway looked very flustered when he heard this. He put his hand with the tooth marks behind his back and said, I was bitten by a lunatic. It's okay. I shouldn't be infected with their virus. Yeah. Lin Bei stared at him with interest. Him at this moment. All of his attributes have reached the peak of human capabilities, not to mention a desert eagle with unlimited bullets. Is there any need to be afraid of a zombie? He is waiting. Wait for him to change. Seeing that Lin Bei had no intention of chasing him away, the young man breathed a sigh of relief, then shook his head. I feel a little dizzy, probably because I ran too fast just now. The young man comforted himself. But he shook his head more and more frequently, his vision became darker and darker, his consciousness became more and more blurred, and then everything went black in front of his eyes, and he fell to the ground with a plop. Lin Bei smiled. Very good. At the same time, Jiang Shiyu, who lived next door, put her ear to the door. This was not a high-end residential area. The distance between the two gates was only 10 meters. She could hear the conversation on the other side clearly. Naturally, I also knew about the young man being bitten. She was very concerned about whether anything happened to her neighbors, because she knew that she would have to ask them for help in the future. Apart from water, she really had nothing to eat. Hawthorn sticks. Please. The more you eat that thing, the hungrier you get. She uses it to lose weight. Ah. Soon. She heard a low roar and she knew that it was the delivery boy who turned into a zombie. Opposite door. Lin Bei looked at the young man who stood up. At this moment, his face was pale with bulging veins, his eyes were gray as if he had late-stage cataracts, and he opened his mouth wide and pounced on him like a wild beast. Lin Bei kicked him away. The enormous force made him fly out, and he clearly felt that the kick broke several of his ribs, but the young man felt nothing and got up again and continued to pounce on him. Another kick. This happened several times in a row. Human machine. Lin Bei took out the fruit knife that he had prepared long ago and stabbed it deep into its brain from its temple. Easy. No pressure. Call out. To ensure safety, he took out his pistol and shot him in the head several times before picking up his body and throwing it out of the window. No feeling. After finishing all this, Lin Bei felt that he was not satisfied. He knew that this was a change in mentality. All the fear came from insufficient firepower. Not to mention physical fitness, just the Desert Eagle with unlimited bullets, this zombie was destined to be like a machine in front of him. What's going on? Were you bitten? Jiang Shiyu, who was listening against the door, was very nervous. Suddenly, there was no movement, the roars of zombies and the sounds of fighting were gone. She seemed to vaguely hear a few strange noises, but she didn't care too much. She just wanted to know whether her neighbor was safe. Forget it, let's just throw it away. Looking at the takeaway that the young man brought in, Lin Bei thought about it and threw it out of the window. Who knows if it will not be contaminated? After all, it is the end of the world. Then he looked down the aisle through the peephole. Very good. The sound of the young man kicking the door just now did not attract any zombies. The corridor was safe, so Jiang Shiyu, who lives next door, would come to find him when she was at her wit's end. Lin Bei was lying on the sofa watching videos. Suddenly someone tagged him. The owner's group of Building 30. Owner of 1302, Building 30, addressed to the owner of 1301, Building 30, handsome guy, I just heard a fight in your room, are you okay? Lin Bei, it's okay, it's solved. Jiang Shiyu, awesome. Jiang Shiyu, handsome guy, just now the guy brought my takeaway into your room. If it's convenient, can you return it to me? Lin Bei. You should have said so earlier. I was afraid that the thing would be contaminated, so I threw it out of the window just now. How about this, I will transfer $100 to you as my apology. The main thing is politeness. Lin Bei directly sent a red envelope to Jiang Shiyu in the group, and had some fun while there was still internet. Jiang Shiyu's face turned dark on the spot. Wow. This person is so disgusting. What is the use of money at this time? The poet holds a ruler. 1201 owner, NB, man, it's already the end of the world, and you actually threw the food out, aren't you afraid of starving to death? 1001 owner, if anyone has extra food and water, I will buy it at a high price. I will buy as much as you can get. 202 owner, I also offer a high price. Jiang Shiyu, I also offer a high price. 1201 owner, I just went to the supermarket today. In addition to 2 bags of rice, there are a lot of vegetables and meat. I live alone and can afford to feed one more person. If you need, please come to my house. Only women are allowed. Please add me as a friend and send me a selfie before you come. 1601 Owner, how could there be such a disgusting person like you in our building? We should unite and wait for rescue. Aren't you afraid of being liquidated in the future by your current behavior? 1201 Owner, sister, are you kidding me? Waiting for rescue. You don't think this zombie crisis is limited to our area, do you? This is a nationwide crisis. I have a friend studying abroad, and there is also an outbreak there. Do you still want to wait for rescue? Just wait. I still say the same thing. If you need it, add me as a friend and send a selfie. There is only one spot available. Lin Bei smiled. I didn't expect that everyone would realize the importance of food so quickly. A normal family would have a lot of stock at home, except for some people who only go home a few times a month, or those who are used to ordering takeout, or those who have just run out of food and haven't had time to replenish it. Hunger can crush a person. He'd experienced this before. It's okay if you don't eat for one day, but your body will send you a signal on the second day and you will crave carbohydrates and protein. On the third day, the signal will become stronger and stronger, so strong that you will look for food everywhere. You will do almost anything to get a bite of food. 1201 Owner, pictures, pictures, pictures. To prove strength. He posted several photos in a row, all of which were of various stocks. In addition to normal food, there were also many vegetarian items, several boxes of instant noodles in various flavors, whole boxes of Snickers, and meat floss muffins. Lin Bei smiled and shook his head. This brother is kind of stupid. Don't you understand the principle of not showing off your wealth? In the end times, food is wealth. Either he is a fool, or he has the capital to show off like this and is not afraid of being noticed by people in this building. No matter which one it is, it has nothing to do with him because he only has eyes for Jiang Shiyu next door. And Jiang Shiyu at this moment. She had just drunk some boiled water and was now lying peacefully on the bed listening to music. She was learning the still posture of a turtle to reduce body consumption. As long as she moved less, she could live one more day. The second day after the apocalypse. Early morning. When the July wind blew and the sun shone through the window panes, Lin Bei woke up from his sleep, talked on the phone with his girlfriend after a long time, hung up, and got up. Good day. I got up, fried 2 eggs, made a cup of black coffee, fried a steak, made a chicken burger, and cooked a pack of instant noodles. I brought them to the balcony and enjoyed them happily while watching the zombies below. Adaptation starts with the little things in daily life. After the most chaotic and darkest day yesterday, there were no screams today. Instead, there was silence, an eerie silence. The zombies below wandered aimlessly without making any noise, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and a disgusting stench. Master, only when you take the initiative can there be a story. Don't you want to unlock the bond and gain power? It's the second day of the apocalypse. Why don't you go and flirt with the beauty next door? Lin Bei slowly and methodically cut a piece of steak and put it into his mouth. Tongzi. You know what? This year of delivering food has taught me a lesson. If you lick someone's boots, you'll end up with nothing. I, Lin Bei, will never be a bootlicker. I won't take the initiative. But this morning, you were the one who took the initiative to call Bai Enyu and reminded her of various matters. Notice. She and I were willing to be together. We just had to separate temporarily. Besides, didn't she call me last night and said she was afraid of falling asleep to my voice? Tisk. Master, Bai Enyu was your partner before the system awakened. Even though you and she had -20 centimeters of contact, and even though you were the only man she had, you were unable to activate the illustrated guide. You didn't kill zombies, and you didn't pick up new girls. Aren't you in a hurry to improve your strength? Listen to my advice. While there is still internet, learn from the owner of 1201, take a photo of your supplies and post it in the group. There will definitely be many women who will chat with you privately. Lin Bei shook his head. Quality is more important than quantity. I don't like ordinary women. Tisk. I am still picky about food. This is not a matter of being picky about food. Real high-quality women will not easily compromise and become dogs for a bite of food. When they are out of ammunition and food and their bodies have reached their limits, they will choose to commit suicide. Next door. Jiang Shiyu also woke up from her sleep. After groaning a few times, she ordered breakfast as usual, got up and went to the balcony to enjoy the morning sunshine. Of course, she enjoyed her vacation. She had a nightmare last night. I actually dreamed about the end of the world. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Etc. The end of the world. It doesn't seem like a dream. She sat up suddenly and looked down, only to see densely packed figures wandering around. Upon closer inspection, she saw that they were all zombies with terrifying faces. Gurgle. At the same time, her stomach growled, and the extreme hunger brought her back to reality. Calculating the time, she realized that she hadn't eaten for nearly 20 hours. This might not be a big deal for an ordinary person, but she usually only ate until she was 30% to 50% full, so she was now feeling very hungry. Glancing next door. I knock. The poet holds the ruler. Eating so much so early in the morning. Steak. Fried egg. Instant noodles. Hamburger. Jiang Shiyu swallowed her saliva wildly in a very shameless manner. She seldom ate instant noodles once a year, which was unhealthy. But now it was different. Even if she was only allowed to drink the soup, she would make sure to lick the bowl clean. She sniffed the air. I seem to have smelled the tempting aroma of instant noodles. No. Whose apocalyptic breakfast is like this? What are the conditions? To be honest, she didn't believe Lin Bei when he said he threw away her takeaway yesterday. But now after seeing breakfast, she believed it. Lin Bei looked about the same age as her and was very handsome. It was impossible for him to be so stupid as to not plan for his future consumption. It can only mean one thing. His food reserves are very abundant. Or this is his last indulgence. No, you can't watch it. Jiang Shiyu quickly closed his eyes and muttered to himself, he was eating shit, he was eating shit, he was eating shit. Only in this way can you achieve psychological balance. But even if it is shit, she wants to eat it. Jiang Shiyu. I'm so hungry. Noon. Lin Bei's lunch was braised spare ribs, sweet and sour fish, black fish soup, and some shredded cabbage. After his body was strengthened, he was extremely hungry for meat. He ate 2 full bowls of rice, and then lay on the balcony for a nap. And next door. Jiang Shiyu, who was absorbing sunlight in the form of a turtle, felt her stomach growling again and again. Although her eyes were closed, she squinted them a little and stared at the remaining food on Lin Bei's small dining table. Wow. Why is this person so wasteful? Why doesn't he clean the ribs? What is he doing? Hey, there's still meat on it. Are you going to pour it out of the window? Leave it for me to chew. The bones can be boiled into pork rib soup with some water. Why is this man so wasteful? Does he know how to live? Woo woo woo. Why? We are all human beings, so why can some people eat until they are full while she can only learn from turtles to live longer? This is only the second day of the apocalypse. She felt like she couldn't hold on any longer. Although she had water to drink, it could not replace the satisfaction of food. Her whole body was sending out signals, telling her to find food to replenish her consumption. Strictly speaking, now is the first day of the apocalypse, because it only broke out at 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon, not even 24 hours have passed. Take out your cell phone and call your bestie. She can't bear it any longer. There is news in the group. 1201 owner, picture.jpg, picture.jpg, picture.jpg. I made braised pork today. Are there any beautiful ladies who want to come and try it? You can have a meal and just be my girlfriend for an hour. It's a good deal. 1502, disgusting. Where is the group owner? Is he here? Kick this person out immediately. He is a disgrace to our building 30. 1201 owner, I really like your stubbornness. I hope you won't be the first person to come to me in a few days. I'm going to start enjoying my lunch. Look at the pictures that person sent. Jiang Shiyu swallowed hard and couldn't help licking her tongue greedily. She had never even looked at the fat braised pork before, but now she felt that the meat must be very tender. If it was paired with a mouthful of rice and topped with some of the braised pork broth, it would be full of calories. The meat is stinky. The rice is rotten. Jiang Shiyu couldn't help but shed tears and called her best friend, Yu, I'm so hungry. I'm almost dying of hunger. It's so hard. I really want to jump off the building. There was a hint of breakdown in the voice. This kind of hunger is different. In the past, although she would go hungry when managing her figure, she could always replenish food. But now she will continue to be hungry. Not only that, she also has to worry about the zombies outside breaking in. Xiaoyu, if it really doesn't work, go ask your neighbor next door to borrow some food. Jiang Shiyu's voice was filled with fear. Didn't you say that in the end times, men are the ones we should be most careful of? My neighbor is a man about my age. Although he looks handsome, who knows if he will burst into animal rage and pounce on me on the bed. I'm scared just thinking about it. Xiaoyu, it's good to be careful of men, but the premise is that you have to survive. You have been alone all this time. In fact, sometimes it is not a bad thing to have someone to rely on. If you can say that he is a handsome man, your neighbor must be very handsome. Have you ever thought about becoming his woman? His woman? Jiang Shiyu was stunned for a moment. She never expected her best friend to say such a thing, but then she thought, if she became his woman, she could sit next to him and enjoy the food. She swore. She would definitely eat all the ribs clean and then use the bones to make a pot of soup. But I only know that he is handsome. I don't know what his personality is like, whether he will commit domestic violence, or whether he will resort to cold violence. What if he is not a good person? What if he is a playboy? What if he is a playboy? Her best friend was silent. After a long while, he spoke faintly, Sister, you came here to survive, not to be an ancestor. Now is the end of the world. He is not only your boyfriend but also your meal ticket and amulet. To be precise, he is your ancestor. Yes. Also, I hope he's a bad guy. In this era, only bad people live long. As long as he doesn't use you as a bargaining chip, you can stay by his side forever. But there's a prerequisite. You have to make sure he can provide you with food and security, and you also have to confirm whether he has the ability to survive for a long time in the apocalypse. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. It's better to be alive than dead. You're so young and beautiful. There are still many things in this world that you haven't seen, many things that you haven't tried, and many places that you haven't been to. Are you really willing to die like this? Thank you, Yu, you really care about me. You are really my best friend. It's great to know you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would really choose to jump off the building in a few days. Of course, you are my best sister. I hope we can live forever until the day we meet again. Hang up the phone. Jiang Shiyu now had a goal and motivation to live. She tilted her head slightly and squinted at the man next to her. The sunlight shone on him, making him look very handsome. Let's be honest. His appearance is very much in line with her aesthetic taste, and she is also very satisfied with his figure and height. And judging from the fact that he can deal with zombies alone, he has the ability to survive in the apocalypse. I just don't know what he is like as a person. Think again. She felt that she could hold on a little longer, in case someone from above sent someone to rescue them. Deep down in her heart, she still held a glimmer of hope. Flash. 5 o'clock in the afternoon on the third day. It had been a full 48 hours since the apocalypse broke out. Apart from water, she hadn't eaten carbohydrates or protein for more than 50 hours. She felt that her body was about to reach its limit. Outside, it was business as usual. Zombies still filled the streets and neighborhoods, and occasionally a few shrill screams could be heard. Hee hee. I didn't expect that I would reach this point today. Jiang Shiyu laughed at herself. She had always believed that she was independent and strong enough, but after the apocalypse, she was so fragile that she had to sacrifice herself for a bite to eat. Sad. Sadly. Pitiful. She went to the bathroom and put on light makeup. Her facial features and skin looked very beautiful even with light makeup. She took out a fruit knife from the kitchen and quietly put it into her clothes. If the other party is too disgusting, too eager, and starts to touch her right away, wants to get her body right away, and wants to occupy everything of her right away, she will have no choice but to choose another way. Come on. Jiang Shiyu, you can do it. Jiang Shiyu looked at herself in the mirror with great satisfaction. She looked extremely pure and lovely in her white short-sleeved shirt and dark blue jeans. Come on. Come to the door. She first looked out through the peephole, and after making sure there were no zombies in the corridor, she opened the door carefully, trying not to make any noise, went outside, and closed and locked the door to the fire escape. Don't be afraid of anything else. She was afraid that a zombie would come out from the fire escape when she knocked on the door. She had made all kinds of mental preparations in the past few dozen hours, not wanting to be bitten because of this small negligence. Dong dong dong. Hello, Lin Bei, can you hear me? I'm Jiang Shiyu, who lives across from you. Jiang Shiyu knocked gently on Lin Bei's door, while paying attention to the door of the fire escape. With a creak, the door opened. Lin Bei looked at the charming Jiang Shiyu at the door with a little surprise. He was a very patient man and he had long been prepared for a protracted war. He just wanted to wait for Jiang Shiyu to come to him and beg him, but he never expected that she would come on the third day of the apocalypse. Is the stock in her house so small? As soon as the door opened, a rich fragrance hit. Jiang Shiyu inhaled the air greedily, the smell of fish, the smell of meat, every cell in her body was enjoying these aromas. What's the matter? Jiang Shiyu lowered her head shyly and gently put her hair behind her ears. Well, I have no food at home. I have been hungry for several days. Is it convenient for you to let me have a meal? Come in first. After coming in, Jiang Shiyu looked around his living room. It was very clean and simple, without any unnecessary things. Since the house was so clean, she guessed that he must be a good person too. I heard the delivery guy who came into your house turned into a zombie a few days ago. Where is his body? I threw it out of the window. Lin Bei said as he brought the freshly stewed pork rib soup from the kitchen to the small dining table on the balcony. When he passed by Jiang Shiyu, her eyes widened and tears flowed from the corners of her mouth again. Pork ribs corn soup. My favorite. Meat. So much meat. Not those dry little spare ribs, but big spare ribs with lots of meat, and even some chopped green onions sprinkled on top. Next came a sweet and sour fish. Then comes the braised pork. Scrambled eggs with leeks. Finally, a plate of cold cucumber was served. The rice in the bowl is pressed firmly. Oh my God. 3 dishes, 1 soup and a cold dish, is this really the food we should have in the end times? His refrigerator. How much inventory do you have? Jiang Shiyu stood there waiting for Lin Bei's invitation, because she saw 2 bowls of rice on the table. She was very excited. As long as Lin Bei said a word, she would immediately rush to the dinner table. In her imagination, she and Lin Bei would get along slowly, be attracted to each other, and then naturally be together, and she would leave everything to him. This is a normal way of getting along. Get dinner ready. Lin Bei stretched and looked at Jiang Shiyu. Her outfit today was less seductive but more youthful, making her look like an extremely pure female college student. He has even thought of a title. A pure and long-legged girl spends a night at the delivery man's house. MP4. Want to eat? Lin Bei asked while sitting on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, leaning lazily on the cushion. Jiang Shiyu stood in front of the coffee table with her head lowered obediently. Have you decided what to exchange it for? Lin Bei's calm voice broke Jiang Shiyu's beautiful fantasy. I can do the housework. I can help you cook. I can exchange my physical strength. Jiang Shiyu answered with a slightly ugly expression but still forced a smile. She knew what Lin Bei really wanted. She knew it a long time ago. But she didn't expect him to be so straightforward, which made her feel very uncomfortable. After all, she was an inexperienced girl. Although she had prepared herself before coming, she really didn't want to use her first time for a transaction. I know everything you said. Your existence is meaningless and will only waste my food reserves. I only eat a little is enough, and I only eat for one meal, just one meal is enough. You eat so much, you can eat a little more, please do so for the sake of being neighbors. Jiang Shiyu made a gesture and smiled ingratiatingly. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. I really don't mind that, but why should I give you food for no reason? We are neighbors, but we have no connection at all. There is no favor between us. It's an equal exchange. If you want to eat, you can exchange it for something of equal value. Listening to Lin Bei's emotionless words, Jiang Shiyu's heart that had a glimmer of beautiful fantasy was completely dead. She took off an exquisite necklace from her fair neck, forced a smile and said, "This is a birthday gift from my best friend. I spent tens of thousands of dollars on it. I think it should be okay to exchange it for a meal with you." Lin Bei smiled. He laughed somewhat mockingly. "Miss Jiang, it might have been valuable before the end of the world, but now it is the end of the world. Do you think its value is as high as a bowl of instant noodles?" Jiang Shiyu looked a little ugly. He glanced at the boxes of fast food placed beside the living room and said, "Then I'll use it to exchange for a pack of instant noodles and a sausage. How about that? This should be fine. It's just a drop in the bucket for you." Lin Bei smiled even more. "Miss Jiang, I'm just making an analogy. You're really trying to climb up the ladder. What do you think you can get if you take this necklace to the owner's house at 12:01? So what do you want? Don't you know what I want? When you decided to knock on a man's door and beg for food, weren't you mentally prepared? You are bargaining like this now, just to keep the last bottom line, because you don't want to pay the most precious thing for a meal, but the hunger of the body still makes you make this decision. You are imagining that I am a person who is easy to talk to, or maybe you are imagining that I am a bootlicker, and I will let you eat if you pretend to be pitiful and smile, right?" As soon as these words came out, Jiang Shiyu's face became even uglier. Lin Bei's words were exactly her truest thoughts. Before the end of the world, with her great looks, figure, and temperament, countless people wanted to invite her to dinner. She had rejected many invitations from wealthy second-generation men. She knew that the real purpose of those people was just to sleep with her. But those people all had a superficial reserve. But Lin Bei's words were so explicit that she wanted to turn around and leave immediately. It hurt her little pride and self-esteem. She wished that Lin Bei would turn into a beast and pounce on her right now, because then she could stab him with a knife without any psychological burden. "Why are you silent?" Lin Bei stood up and walked towards her step by step. "Do you think I'm very straightforward? Do you think I'm disgusting? Don't come over here." Seeing him coming, Jiang Shiyu stepped back in fear, leaning her back against the door, looking very pitiful and helpless. Her frightened eyes and expression made people excited. She quietly put one hand behind her back, tightly grasping the hilt of the knife hidden at her waist. "Come over. Come here quickly." Inwardly, she was expecting this disgusting man to pounce on her. Only if he was close enough could he kill her with one blow. She was well aware of the difference in strength between men and women. He stopped when he was only half a meter away from Jiang Shiyu. He actually wanted to try the feeling of transforming into a beast, but the requirement for inclusion in the illustration book was that the other party was voluntary. There are many kinds of volunteering. He knew that as long as he invited her to dinner a few more times, spent some time with her in intimacy in the apocalyptic environment, and with his handsome looks, he would be able to make her take off her clothes willingly in a few days. But why is this so? And it's too slow. He has patience when fishing, but once he catches a fish, he doesn't have the patience to keep it, because right now, he urgently needs to improve himself. He had another choice, which was to crush her pride and self-esteem, and let her understand that if she wanted to continue living, she could only be his woman. Then, if he gave her some sweetness, she would naturally listen to him. By then, she will think that everything she has is given by herself, not what she deserves. Isn't it wonderful that she will do whatever you ask her to do? Too tight. It will only backfire. Looking at Jiang Shiyu with one hand behind her back, he smiled. "Why, you brought a knife with you. Are you thinking that if I pounce on you, you can kill me without any psychological burden? Then you can inherit my food and survive in this apocalypse." Jiang Shiyu was stunned. She never expected that this man could actually tell that she was carrying a knife. His hand holding the knife tightened again and again. She felt like she was naked in front of him. He knew everything she was thinking. His face looked very ugly. He knew he had a knife. Could he still kill him? Do you think you can really survive in this apocalypse even if you kill me? Jiang Shiyu was stunned again. Can I? Have no idea. Do you think you have the mental strength to overcome your fear of zombies by yourself? Or would you rather die than live a miserable life and never go out until all the food is consumed? Jiang Shiyu was silent. With your looks and figure, there must be people in this building who are interested in you. How many do you think you can fend off by yourself? Have you ever thought about opening your eyes in the middle of the night and seeing a strange man standing next to you and staring at you? I couldn't help but clench my fists. When a group of men break through your door and rush towards you with a grin on their faces, do you think you have the courage to face them with a knife? By then, do you think you have the courage to point the knife at yourself? Even if you have the courage, you won't die on the spot. Before you die, you will still be able to clearly feel what is happening to your body. Every word. Her face became even uglier. What do you think? Enough, stop talking. Jiang Shiyu almost yelled, and suddenly pulled out the fruit knife from her waist, standing between her and Lin Bei. Tears welled up in my eyes. Everything Lin Bei said was what she was afraid of. Is it so hard for me to just live? How did the world become like this? If you hadn't thrown away my takeaway, I wouldn't have come running to you. Do you know how hungry I am? Do you know how it feels to be woken up by hunger in the middle of the night and force yourself to sleep? Do you know how it feels to have nothing to eat and can only rely on water to fill your hunger? You have so much food, what's wrong with sharing some with me? Do I have to take off all my clothes and kneel down to beg you? So you came to my house with a knife. I don't want this either, but I'm a woman, shouldn't I protect myself? I don't know whether you underestimate men or overestimate yourself. Putting aside your physical condition after being hungry for a few days, you don't think that even if I get wild with my bestiality, I won't check your body, do you? You don't naively think that you can successfully kill me with a knife, do you? Speaking of. Lin Bei reached out and snatched the fruit knife from her hand, which made Jiang Shiyu, who was already devastated, even more devastated. She even lost the only thing she had to defend herself. Woo woo woo. I have been enduring hunger and fear every day these days. The emotions that have been suppressed for a long time could no longer be held back, and I squatted on the ground and cried. She was desperate. Bring it on. Ravage her. Men are all disgusting. After being ravaged, she jumped from the building. She was really fed up with this kind of life. There was no hope at all. When she raised her head again, there were 2 packs of steak, a broccoli, and 2 eggs in front of her. Lin Bei, who was sitting on the sofa playing with his phone, saw her stop crying and said, "You said I threw away your takeaway and that's why you came to my house. Now I'm paying you back double. If you think you can survive with these, take them and go. I won't stop you." Jiang Shiyu was stunned. Is it fake? She was extremely surprised. He is quite nice. She never expected to get these without paying anything. With these, she can last for several more days. But what to do in a few days? She thought about this. She didn't want to endure that feeling anymore. His gaze turned to Lin Bei again. You might say he is disgusting, but he is not that disgusting actually. At least he did not forcefully possess her when she had no power to resist. There was no intersection between them. Helping is a favor, and not helping is a reason. What's more, what he said was not alarmist, but something that he had to face in reality. He is just very realistic. Every time I go home. She could feel the hot gazes of the male neighbors in the same building in the elevator. These days, she had to endure not only the fear of zombies breaking into her home, but also the evil-minded people trying to pry open her door while she was asleep. Now is the end of the world. There are no restrictions at all. You can say you can do whatever you want. At the same time, she recalled her best friend's advice about the things to pay attention to when choosing a man, and the Lin Bei in front of her actually met all of the requirements: realistic, smart, strong, and most importantly, handsome. She met the owner of 1201 by chance. A standard fat house. She stared at the food in front of her and fell into deep thought. After a while of crying, the suppressed emotions of the past few days were relieved. The food crisis was solved, and what she was thinking about now was the future. Look at the dining table on the balcony. She wants to eat that. But she was afraid. She was afraid that once she opened her mouth, Lin Bei would break through her only remaining self-esteem. That would be no different from pinning her to the ground and humiliating her. She couldn't accept it. She would rather die than that. Jump down from the 13th floor. Head on the ground. No pain, and relief. Hesitated for a long time. She stared at the dining table on the balcony and said, I want to eat that. After saying this, I felt very nervous. The two pink and white fists were clenched tightly. Lin Bei put down his phone and sat down at the dining table on the balcony, put those in the refrigerator, and then come over to eat. Good. Jiang Shiyu was overjoyed. He didn't mention it. He didn't mention it. When she made this request, she implied that she was willing to exchange everything for it. She had already abandoned all her pride and most of her self-esteem. She knew that Lin Bei also knew that this was to preserve the last bit of her self-esteem. Thanks. 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 She excitedly put the food in front of her into the refrigerator. When she opened the refrigerator door, she was stunned. No wonder he ate so much for every meal. The stock was too much. Swallowed hard. She carefully came to sit down next to him, turned her head and saw that next to him was the recliner where she enjoyed the sunshine and slept. Finally, she got her wish and sat down here. Pick up the rice bowl and pick up the chopsticks. It could be said to be a very ordinary meal, but at this moment it made every cell in her body excited and her hands tremble uncontrollably. I ate it. Eat it. After getting a positive answer, Jiang Shiyu picked up a piece of corn with trembling hands, put it on the rice and took a big sip. The sweet and delicious soup went down her throat into her stomach, and she felt her whole body sublimated. Tears of shame fell. She finally got something to eat. Mom. Dad. My daughter has made great progress. She ate a piece of corn and took 2 big mouthfuls of rice. After the carbohydrates went down her stomach, her whole body was trembling slightly. She felt satisfied, very satisfied. Meat. She wants to eat meat. Her eyes were fixed on a piece of pork ribs with a lot of meat on it. When she picked up the ribs with her chopsticks, she remembered something and glanced at Lin Bei carefully. She was afraid that if she ate this piece of pork ribs, he would be angry. It's good enough to have rice to eat. Lin Bei was very satisfied. This is exactly the effect he wanted. He smiled and said, eat it. Eat as much as you can. Good. Jiang Shiyu put it into the bowl without hesitation and took a bite. It was soft, tender, and fragrant. At that moment, she felt like she was in heaven. A moan of satisfaction could not help but come from my throat. Cool. So cool. I never thought a meal could be so satisfying. Real. She had never thought that she could eat so much. After finishing a bowl of rice, she asked Lin Bei if she could eat more. After getting a positive answer, she actually filled another bowl. At this moment, the only thing left in her mind was dry rice. Body management. Laugh. I'm almost starving to death. Woo woo woo. It was delicious. Super satisfying. Finally, she drank a big bowl of pork rib soup and ended the dinner reluctantly. Putting aside the fact that she was too hungry, Lin Bei's cooking skills were so good and the food was so delicious. The shriveled belly is round. I'll go wash the dishes. Seeing that Lin Bei had finished eating, Jiang Shiyu took the initiative to say this very considerately. She is alive. She enjoyed the meal very much. She almost finished the whole bowl of ribs by herself. At the end of the meal, she would observe Lin Bei's expression every time she took a piece of ribs, but he didn't seem displeased at all, which moved her deeply. She was allowed to eat such precious meat at will. Real. Before coming here, she had thought of the worst possible scenario, that she would lose her virginity and could only eat his leftovers. She didn't expect that she could eat whatever she wanted, until she was full, until she vomited. I just finished my meal. Let's take a rest first. There's no rush. Lin Bei lay down and narrowed his eyes slightly. As a man with a system, he had to learn to restrain himself. He knew that Jiang Shiyu would not refuse if he pounced on her now. But he knows the difference between a full meal and a full meal. He didn't want her to be unable to sleep peacefully at night. Excessive pressure would only make her rebellious. Only the right amount would make her more submissive and obedient. Yeah. Jiang Shiyu followed his example and lay down. Her stomach full of food made her very happy. She even wondered whether she should lie in his arms and let him touch her to make her feel comfortable. Although I was hungry for a few days. But not much flesh has been lost, so it must feel very comfortable to touch. It's good to be uninvolved. But she also knew that men like to touch women, and this was the only value she could provide him. The more she looked at him, the more satisfied she was. Besides being nervous and afraid, she was also full of anticipation for what was about to happen to her. If I get this treatment every day. Real. She wished she could get down to business with him right now. She didn't ask for anything else, just that he wouldn't abandon her or use her as a bargaining chip. Tongzi, I have a question. If I collect her and she dies, will my awakened bond disappear? Lin Bei asked. Return to the master. As long as both the dependence and favorability reach 90%, it can be permanently unlocked. 90%. Fine. Just like an exam, it is difficult to get 100 points, but 90 points is still easy. Rested for a full hour. Lin Bei got up and went to the sofa to turn on the TV. He wanted to enjoy the electricity and internet for a while longer. When Jiang Shiyu saw him get up, she washed the dishes with the water in the basin as instructed. After brushing, she returned to the living room. After hesitating for a while, she sat down next to Lin Bei, her round thighs pressed tightly against his thighs, her shoulders also pressed tightly against his, watching the zombie movie on TV, and whispered, I have no experience, I don't know what to do. Before coming here, I had just taken a shower. Her fair little face turned red with embarrassment. She had eaten her fill, and it was time for him to eat his fill too. He had just left her with the last bit of self-respect, and she had to be tactful. She had to pay what she should pay, and this was a mutual thing. Sit in front of me. Lin Bei moved back and spread his legs, making it seem like he was riding an electric bike and sitting behind her. He put his arms around her soft waist and rested his chin on her shoulder while watching the drama. The refreshing fragrance filled his nose. Her body was very stiff. It soon softened. Included successfully. Successfully collected beauties with a comprehensive score of more than 90, and received a beautiful gift, 10 rejuvenation pills, first class, below the second level, can restore all consumed spirit and strength as well as the energy of LV1 supernatural power, and the system space storage is increased to 10 cubic meters. Open the unbounded and get a small exquisite gift, 10 steaks carefully prepared by SSS-level chefs. Open the bond of the best stewardess, your temperament and image will be doubled. Open the gourmet bond, and the food or drinks you and Jiang Shiyu consume will be returned double. Open the bodybuilder bond, and the strength of you and Jiang Shiyu will be doubled. It has been detected that Jiang Shiyu has spatial abilities, and this ability has been copied to the owner. The big one is coming. These 3 days of waiting were totally worth it. Property. Master, Lin Bei. Level, human limit. System space, 10 cubic meters. Superpower, space, SSS level, LV1, passive ability, space backpack. Capacity, 1000 cubic meters. Speed, 10. Strength, 10, times 200%. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 10. Items, rebound pills x10, SSS grade steaks x10. Strength evaluation, possessing good psychological quality and judgment, as long as he does not get carried away, the Desert Eagle with unlimited bullets is enough to help Jiang Shiyu survive in this chaotic world without worries. Members included in the illustrated guide, Jiang Shiyu, space, not awakened. Bonus benefits, temperament times 2, strength times 2, double return of food supplies. Bond has been activated. Top-notch stewardess, 1, temperament and image are doubled. Innate silk stockings sacred body, 1, double the effect of members wearing silk stockings. Gourmet, 1, food supplies returned double. Fitness enthusiasts, 1, strength doubled. Unexperienced, 1. Double the power, so cool. This kind of increase is the most exaggerated, which is equivalent to getting a low-level strength ability for free, and finding a few more people with the bodybuilding bond in the future. 10. 20. 100. He didn't dare to imagine how exaggerated the power would be. Lin Bei carried her to bed. Then he started to study the space ability alone. Unlike Jiang Shiyu, his ability had been awakened. The passive space backpack alone was 100 times larger than the system space. 1,000 cubic meters sounds like a lot. But it's actually okay. 10 by 10 by 10, but this is enough to store all your supplies, and there is still a lot of extra space. The time of the space backpack is still there. A cup of boiled water put in it will still be boiled water when you take it out 1 year later. There is no need to worry about deterioration. Collect them all. Lin Bei ate a sausage. Eat 1 corn sausage and get 2 back. Take off. Take off and fly. From this moment on, he no longer had to worry about food. All he had to worry about was whether there were enough varieties of food. Tongzi, I forgot to ask, what is the basis for identifying her as a gourmet and a bodybuilder? He was very curious about this. Fitness people, those who do fitness for a long time have very beautiful lines and figures. Foodies, have tasted the specialties of at least 10 cities, and the food must be made by locals. Innate silk stockings holy body, the appearance must be above 90, the body proportions are extremely harmonious, and the legs are long and round. Top-notch stewardess, her various indicators are among the best among stewardesses. Several wealthy men have offered her millions to have dinner with them, but she has refused them all. She is the best among the best. According to what you mean, the best flight attendant is because of her profession, then nurses, doctors, teachers, they also have the best bond. That's right. But according to the population of this world, the probability of a top-quality bond appearing is 1 in a million. You are lucky to encounter one. To be honest, don't think about getting a high-level card for free. Do you understand the protagonist's destiny? Lin Bei continued to try to develop his spatial ability, but perhaps because its level was too low, it had no other use except storing and retrieving items. Flip your hand. A bean that looks like marshmallows appears. It is the rejuvenation pill just rewarded by the system. I wonder if I can double my gains after eating it. Put it into your mouth. The moment it entered the stomach, it turned into a warm current that flowed to every part of the body, replenishing the energy consumed in the battle with Jiang Shiyu just now, as if the battle just now had never happened. Nice one. Take 1 rejuvenation pill, grade 1, and you will receive 2 pills back. Lin Bei smiled. He laughed very wantonly. To be honest, even if the system disappeared from now on, his current abilities would be enough for him to do whatever he wanted in this apocalypse. It was really outrageous. On the first day of getting superpowers, be careful of Superman. A week after getting superpowers, happy Superman. After I got superpowers, I won't eat beef. Back in the bedroom, he stuffed a Huili pill into Jiang Shiyu's mouth. As the old saying goes, without XX, how can there be a spark of love? In addition to making her bow down in front of him forever, he also wanted her to completely fall under his strength. The next day. The 5th day of the apocalypse. 12 o'clock noon. Feeling the warmth in her arms, Lin Bei's mouth curled up slightly. He stroked her smooth and delicate back and opened his eyes. Yesterday, he and Jiang Shiyu copied a lot of Huili pills, and the number increased from 10 to 200. It's time to get down to business. Kill zombies. No. That was just a side thing. The most urgent task was to find the best bonder. It happened that someone in the group organized an item exchange on the rooftop. Some people were short of water and some were short of rice, so they made an equal exchange. There are quite a lot of people here. 1601 owner, dear brothers and sisters in Building 30, the zombies in the fire escape have been cleared by my two brothers, and the door downstairs has been closed. You can go to the rooftop to exchange the food you need. Owners who see this, please reply in the group to receive it. Those who do not reply will be assumed to be alone and will be searched for supplies, X99+. Scrolled up to read the news. 5 days have passed since the apocalypse broke out, and some people who have long since overcome their fear are beginning to show their talents. Jiang Shiyu, who was lying on his chest, opened her eyes sleepily. Seeing the content on his phone, she said lazily, "Hubby, we don't lack food and drink, so there's no need to go for this kind of transaction. Go take a look, maybe there's something I want. Okay, come back early. If you have any problems, send me a message and I won't go with you. I'm afraid I'll cause you trouble." Jiang Shiyu rubbed her delicate little face against his chest muscles. After just over a day of contact, she found herself falling in love with him. She really didn't expect it to be so comfortable. She felt so comfortable that she forgot it was the end of the world. The most important thing was that these 2 nights were the 2 nights she slept the most soundly. She didn't have to worry about food or someone breaking into her house in the middle of the night. She felt so safe. And I don't know why. Suddenly I feel that he is more handsome and more elegant. Is this the filter that women in love have? She felt that she couldn't leave him anymore. After lunch, Lin Bei went out. Jiang Shiyu stayed at home alone. After Lin Bei left, she began to sort out his strengths. 1. Space. 2. A magical medicine that can instantly restore physical strength. 3. Almost unlimited access to water and food. 4. Strong psychological quality and a cool head. First, Lin Bei once took out a bottle of water out of thin air in front of her. She asked about it, and Lin Bei said that he had awakened the ability of space and had a space backpack. The second point is that these 2 days have been really crazy. She was exhausted and weak many times. Lin Bei gave her a small pill and she instantly regained all her strength. Magical, amazing. Third point. Now is the end of the world. The 2 of them had at least 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish and a pot of soup for every meal. The soup was either fish soup, chicken soup or pork rib soup. They ate every meal cleanly without any restraint. She once mentioned using the pork ribs after eating the meat to make soup, but he just smiled and shook his head. This was enough to show that he had an extremely large food reserve. Point 4. No need to say more. She didn't think much more about it. It doesn't make sense. She only knew one thing. Lin Bei can not only survive for a long time in the apocalypse, but also live a very comfortable life. In contrast, she is nothing more than a vase with beautiful looks and a good figure. She is also a very timid and fearful vase who even has suicidal thoughts. Let's be honest. She thinks she is very beautiful. Good figure. But in the whole country, she is just one of the many beautiful women. With someone like Lin Bei, there are countless beautiful girls who want to throw themselves into his arms. He is ugly, so others might hesitate. The key is that he is very handsome. She doesn't want to be abandoned. Or rather, she was afraid of being abandoned, and she didn't want to live in constant fear as before. She has to work hard. She wants to demonstrate value. It is detected that Jiang Shiyu's dependence on you and favorability have both reached more than 90%. The bond opened because of her is permanently unlocked. Is this permanently unlocked? Lin Bei, who was climbing the stairs while gnawing on a New Orleans chicken leg, was stunned. He never expected it to happen so quickly. To be honest, to be a little bit inhumane and realistic, Jiang Shiyu no longer played any key role to him. But, after all, he is not a veteran who has experienced the end of the world. He is also a rookie, but a rookie with cheats. Jiang Shiyu's innate spatial ability is very powerful, and if the power and the internet are cut off in the future, he will become mentally ill if he is alone for a long time. It's good to keep her. She is very smart. Very tactful too. He likes it very much. Eat 1 New Orleans-style chicken drumstick and get 2 back. It's so annoying. I can't finish it. I can't finish it at all. Lin Bei took out another one and started eating. It tastes good, you love it, why not eat it? It's not like I can't afford it. The 16th floor is the top floor. Lin Bei felt a little strange. He had been delivering takeout for a year and had delivered to this building more or less. He vaguely remembered that the residents on the 16th floor were a mother and daughter. How come they became two men? He shouldn't remember it wrong. There must be a story behind this, but it is none of his business. He came here just to see if there is anyone with a top-notch bond. Hello, please register first. Come to the rooftop. A tall and burly man holding a baseball bat stopped him, and Lin Bei wrote his information in the notebook. What a pity. He cannot see the talent and level of a man. These days, there are too many people who pretend to be pigs and eat the tigers. The owner of 1301, Lin Bei. I looked up a few times and saw quite a lot of people. After registering, I came to the trading circle on the rooftop. There were many small vendors similar to roadside stalls. I took a quick look at more than a dozen of them and saw exchange information clearly marked with prices. 1 bucket of pure water, 1.5 L, exchange it for 1 kilogram of rice. 1 bucket of purified water, 1.5 L, exchange it for 1 pound of noodles. 1 steak in exchange for rice. A piece of steak, exchange for vegetables and fruits. A piece of chicken breast, exchange for rice and purified water. 1 cucumber in exchange for rice. Enjoy 10 pieces of silky chocolate and exchange them for rice, noodles, instant noodles, and any vegetarian food. 1 pack of vacuum-packed chicken legs can be exchanged for rice, noodles, or instant noodles. They are all very common foods. You can see it. Everyone looked very haggard, and their eyes revealed deep fatigue. 1,000 grams of gold, exchange for any food. Gold in troubled times. It does not represent the gold of the apocalypse. Basically, there are people stopping to chat at every stall, except the one that exchanges gold for food. What's the use of having gold in the apocalypse? Extreme contrast benefits, 1. I knock. Female bodhisattva. I really didn't expect that there was such a thing in this building, and the things in front of her were also very intriguing. Many men stopped for a moment, and even Lin Bei couldn't help but take a few more glances. White knee-high socks. White cotton socks. Tights in various colors. There are various styles of seductive, sexy, pure, and cute little fat guys. Without exception, these things have obvious signs of being worn. Looking at her face, she looks pretty good. Be reasonable. Nowadays, the standard appearance of women is very high, and there are a wide variety of skincare products. As the saying goes, a white complexion can hide 3 kinds of ugliness. As long as you are white enough and have normal facial features, you will look good. Handsome, would you like one? A pack of instant noodles. You can choose any 3 of these items, and I promise they are all mine. Name, Chen Jia. My identity before the end of the world, human hardware softening engineer. Appearance score, 88. Comprehensive score, -79. Bond. Extreme contrast welfare extreme, 1. After the bond is opened, the potential contrast between you and the members of the illustrated book will increase by 100%. Female bodhisattva, 1. After the bond is opened, you and the members of the illustrated book will have a lower rejection rate when facing requests from others, and the probability of liking to share yourself will increase, 1. 50%, /2. 100%. Gourmet, 1. After the bond is opened, you and the illustrated member will get double the amount when you eat a certain food or drink. 1. Double, /2, triple, /3, quadruple, /4, quintuple, /5, sixfold. Innate cheating body, 1. After the bond is activated, the probability of being cheated on increases, 1. 50%, /3, 70%, /5, 100%. Innate liar body, 1. After the bond is activated, the probability of being deceived increases, 1. 10%, /2, 50%, /3, 100%. Unclean intercourse, 1. After the bond is activated, the probability of getting sick during intercourse increases, 1. 50%, /2, 100%. Slept with countless men, 1. had sex with at least 10 men, after the bond is opened, you will get a high-quality and fashionable green hat. 6. 66. 666. Tongzi, C. This is the protagonist's luck. Just by strolling around, you can meet a top-notch bonder. Tisk. If you have the ability, can you include it in the illustrated book? You don't understand this, right? The female bodhisattva belongs to everyone, not just me. I am not worthy of her. Just getting ready to leave. The soft voice of the female bodhisattva came. Handsome guy, if it's you, you can leave your address after the exchange. Jia will come to your house later and can help you with anything. As she said this, she winked at him playfully. No need. Lin Bei left in a hurry, and after walking a few steps, he stopped, staring straight at the stall owner, unable to take his eyes away. Tongzi, what do you think? This is not scientific. Not to mention the same community, even in the same district, it is rare to have two top-level positive bonds. There are actually two in the same building. The probability is lower than winning the lottery. This shouldn't happen. It's strange. There must be something wrong. You don't understand this, right? In all the online novels since ancient times, who is not the protagonist of the awakening system? The luck of the protagonist is not something that ordinary people can achieve. A bag of spicy lemon boneless chicken feet can be exchanged for rice, noodles, or any high-calorie carbohydrate food. Name, Hyun. My identity before the end of the world, a sports student. Appearance score, 93. Overall score, 91. Level, human limit. Superpower, strength, S, awakened, LV1, double. Bond. Superb pure girl, 1, after the bond is opened, the pure style of the illustrated member will be doubled. Innate silk stockings sacred body, 1, after the bond is activated, the members of the illustration wear silk stockings to double their original effects. 1, double, /2, triple, /3, quadruple, /4, quintuple, /5, sixfold, and so on. Gourmet, 1, after the bond is opened, you and the illustrated member will get double the return when you eat a certain food or drink. 1, double, /2, triple, /3, quadruple, /4, quintuple, /5, sixfold, and so on. Fitness person, 1, after the bond is activated, you and the members of the illustrated book will have double strength, 1, double, /2, triple, /3, quadruple, and so on. Uninvolved, 1, after the bond is opened, you will receive a random small gift, and one more small gift for each additional person. I knock. Sports student. Female gymnast. This girl is quite clever. Lin Bei stared at her face for a few seconds and was impressed by her skills. Makeup can turn an ugly girl into a beautiful one, but it can also turn a beautiful girl into an ugly one. Know how to hide yourself. Clever. Lin Bei squatted down and took out a pack of instant noodles from his backpack. Would you like to exchange the instant noodles for your boneless chicken feet? Hyun was stunned. She never thought that someone would actually exchange food for snacks. She just came to the rooftop to bask in the sun, replenish calcium, and try her luck. It seems that the handsome guy in front of her has no shortage of food. Handsome guy, my boneless chicken feet come in a big bag. Isn't a packet of instant noodles a bit too much? She was not very good at bargaining, and she had never bargained for anything before, but in the current situation, she had to get more food. Nothing else. Since the start of her evolution, her demand for carbohydrates and proteins has increased, and the food reserves at home can't last for a few days. Is this enough? Lin Bei took out another pack of instant noodles from his backpack, plus a corn-flavored sausage. Hyun's eyes widened. Sweet corn sausage, her favorite. I couldn't help licking my lips. Handsome guy, my spicy boneless lemon chicken. Miss, it would be rude to continue talking like that. Hyun's face turned red. Indeed, she was too greedy. 2 packets of instant noodles plus a sausage were more than enough to exchange for her chicken feet. Change. Hyun handed him the boneless chicken feet and stretched out her dark little hand to ask for instant noodles and sausage. Lin Bei exchanged with her. This scene made the female bodhisattva next to him jealous. She said it so bluntly. Not only could he exchange a pack of instant noodles for her 3 pairs of original flavor, but he could also possess her once. But he didn't want it. Instead, he exchanged 2 packs of instant noodles for a bag of chicken feet and an extra sausage. Are chicken feet more attractive than her? Etc. Is he a straight man? Didn't you understand what I meant? It's possible. Chen Jie stood up and squatted next to him. Little brother, what's delicious about chicken feet? Do you want to eat something better? As she said this, she pulled at her collar. She couldn't believe that even after all this handsome guy still didn't understand. With her beauty, it was impossible for her to remain indifferent. Lin Bei tilted his head. The first thing I saw was the bottomless Mariana Trench, and then I glanced at her suggestive eyes. Sorry, can't bear it. Don't dare to eat it. I admit that I was scared. Beauty, you should find someone else. I'm not interested in women. You can't do that. You can sleep with me for just a pack of instant noodles. If you miss this great opportunity, it will be gone. Lin Bei. Saying I can't do it. Was it possible that I fought for 24 hours straight yesterday? But after glancing at her bonds, he said, Miss, I'm really not interested in women. Are you still a man? Lin Bei sighed. Provocation method. It's useless. Dare not move. I really don't dare to move. He's so handsome, but it's not possible. Chen Jie left cursing. She didn't react to such stimulation, so she must be not possible, or she likes men. Many people heard their conversation. A little fat boy ran up to Chen Jie and said, Sister, is it true that I can sleep with you once with just 1 packet of instant noodles? Can I give you 2 packets for the whole night? Chen Jie glanced at him. Brother, if you want to book for the whole night, it will cost you 20 packets. Then I'd better try it once. Is it your house or mine? The little fat boy gave up decisively when he heard that it would take 20 packets. 20 packets of instant noodles can last for nearly a month if you eat them sparingly. Okay, 5 packs. What? Wasn't it 1 pack? Why are there 5 packs now? The little fat boy opened his mouth wide. If you're as handsome as him, half a bag is not a bad idea, but... The fat guy got very angry when he heard this, and looked at Lin Bei. He was not that handsome, just a little taller, with a better figure, and a better-looking face, and resembled Yan Zuyu Yan. There was nothing else special about him. Miss, how many packets of instant noodles do you think I need? At this time, the person in charge of registration standing at the entrance of the rooftop walked up to her and asked. Chen Jie's eyes lit up. She smiled faintly and said charmingly, Brother, if it's you, it's free. This is a thigh. Hold on tight. Ha ha ha, take your things and follow me. The man laughed roughly. Yes. In the end times, as a woman, it is not enough to have food alone, you need to have thighs to hold on to. Only with thighs can you have a constant supply of food, otherwise there will always be a day when it will be eaten up. Lin Bei glanced and looked away. He sat down next to He-yun, unwrapped the lemony and spicy boneless chicken feet he had just exchanged and started eating. Cool. Spicy and sour delicious. Great, another food item is permanently unlocked. Because time was tight, he only bought some food he could think of, and he didn't have many delicious foods. Gurgle. Seeing how happily he was eating, He-yun swallowed her throat reluctantly. This was her favorite snack. If it wasn't for the sake of living a few more days, she would not have been willing to exchange it. At the same time, she understood. This person definitely has no shortage of food, otherwise he wouldn't be so indulgent and finish a whole bag of chicken feet in just 1 or 2 minutes. Little brother, I still have some chocolate bars here. Can I exchange them for a pack of instant noodles? He-yun took out a box of snacks from his bag. Lin Bei glanced at it and looked away. I don't like this thing, okay, let's change it. He changed his tone halfway through the conversation. Nothing else. He suddenly remembered that his Yu loved to eat this thing and never let it go when watching TV series. He-yun happily put the instant noodles carefully into her backpack. She didn't expect to earn 3 packs of instant noodles on this trip. She didn't think that the handsome guy next to her was stupid and had a lot of food. He was so generous, which only meant that he had too much instant noodles. It couldn't possibly be because she was beautiful. Before going out, she put on makeup specially. Her originally fair skin turned dark, with many pockmarks and moles on her face. She looked like a typical ugly girl. What a pity. She only had these 2 snacks, as she had bought the rest before the end of the world. She had originally planned to go to the supermarket to buy some in the evening, but she ran out of food at 5 o'clock. She really didn't have much left, otherwise she wouldn't have come to try her luck. What are you doing? You want to steal my things? It's a robbery. Is there anyone who can do something about it? You have nothing to eat, so you steal my things. At this time, the quarrel not far away attracted everyone's attention. Lin Bei looked over and saw a young man about 1.8 meters tall snatching a fat man's backpack. As the struggle continued, several packets of instant noodles and bread fell out of the bag. The little fat boy wanted to pick it up. He was kicked away by the young man, and seeing this, no one came forward to help. Please. It's the end of the world, it's already good enough that no one rushed up to grab the food. Many people's eyes were fixed on the food on the ground. The reason why no one rushed up to grab it was because the man was holding a kitchen knife in his hand. The little fat boy originally wanted to go up and grab it. Seeing Sidao sitting obediently on the ground, food is important, but life is more important. The young man pointed the kitchen knife at the fat boy, squatted down, picked up the small bread on the ground, tore it open and started eating. He ate 4 or 5 pieces in a row, and drank a big sip of the fat boy's water. He showed a very satisfied expression and twisted his neck. Oh my God, I'm finally alive. Immediately following, holding a kitchen knife, he glanced at everyone present. He picked up the fat boy's backpack containing food, held a kitchen knife, and walked up to a middle-aged man. Put your things in here for me. Young man, don't be like this, my husband and I. Before he could finish his words, the young man waved the kitchen knife in his hand, and the middle-aged man had no choice but to give the food to him in order to save his life. That's why no one ran. This was because there was also a man holding a kitchen knife standing at the door of the rooftop, and everyone on the rooftop became fish at the mercy of others. If everyone rushed forward, these 2 men would be unstoppable, but no one could ensure that the others would not follow after they did. The most important thing. No one wants to be the first to stand out. One robbery after another. Brother, my wife hasn't eaten for several days and is dying. I bought this with water. Please be kind and give my wife a chance to live. Bring it here. Brother, this is the life-saving rations for my wife, you can't take it away. The man snatched the instant noodles from the other man's hand, and when he saw him pestering him, he kicked him hard. I have no business caring about your wife's life or death. She's not my wife, and I haven't slept with her. How can it be so disgusting? He muttered softly and tightened her backpack. These 3 packs of instant noodles were her food reserves, and she didn't want them to be taken away like that. But if she resisted, she was not sure whether she would be hurt by the kitchen knife. She had no weapons with her. She did not think about this when she went out. She just thought that if she became ugly, no one would pay attention to her. Still not cautious enough. Is there anything that can be used? Hyun looked around for something handy. She didn't allow others to take her food away. But when she turned around, she saw Lin Bei beside her, who had taken out a handful of melon seeds and was cracking them while watching. Would you like some? Seeing her look, he even asked her if she wanted it. Oh my God. This guy's brain. Got it. Hyun narrowed her eyes slightly. As a school athlete, she often went out to participate in competitions and met many awesome people. This situation and this behavior could only mean that she didn't take the man seriously. Can you subdue him? Hyun asked in a low voice. No. Hyun was stunned. Then you are not afraid. Why should you be afraid? Lin Bei asked curiously. Why aren't you afraid? I'm not afraid. He wants food, so just give it to him. There's nothing in my bag anyway. Good job. Feelings you have eaten it all. No wonder you are so calm. She was convinced. She thought the man next to her was a hidden boss, but it turned out to be a loser. Depend on. Soon. The men came in front of Hyun. Faced with the pressure of the kitchen knife, Hyun had no choice but to hand over the 3 packs of instant noodles and a sausage he had just received. You. The man pointed the kitchen knife at Lin Bei. It's empty. Lin Bei showed him his bag. The man narrowed his eyes and said, "Get up and take me to your house." Lin Bei smiled, "Why are you going to my house? You exchanged 3 packs of instant noodles and a sausage for those 2 snacks, and you ate them right away. That only shows that you have a lot of food at home. If you don't want to die, just take me with you." The man shook the kitchen knife in his hand. It had just been sharpened and was extremely sharp. "There's no food in my house, and you've stolen so much here, enough for you to eat for several days. Hurry up, don't waste time." The man stepped forward and waved a kitchen knife to threaten. Next second, Lin Bei reached out his hand like lightning, quickly and accurately grabbed his hand holding the knife, turned it away, and pulled it hard. With a swish sound, the sharp blade cut his throat like cutting tofu, and warm liquid gushed out. "Tell me, why do you have to go to my house?" The man stepped back in disbelief. The kitchen knife in his hand fell to the ground, and he covered his neck, which was bleeding continuously, with both hands. He stared at Lin Bei in astonishment and shock, and opened his mouth but could not utter a word. Brother Long, Brother Long. The entrance to the rooftop. His companions hurried over and saw his brother shouting anxiously, "Is there anyone who can give first aid? Is there a doctor? Is there a nurse?" Everyone watched coldly. "I just stole their food and now I'm asking them to save people. Isn't that ridiculous?" Lin Bei took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped the blood off his face. Looking at the man lying on the ground and twitching, he sneered. Even he, a hacker, was so low-key. A waste who had not even reached the limit of the human body dared to be so arrogant. He dared not to deal with zombies, but only ordinary people, right? Aren't you afraid that there are big guys hiding in the crowd? Clown. Gradually, the men became silent. "You killed my brother." His companion rushed over with a kitchen knife in his hand. Lin Bei kicked him in the chest with a side kick. The crisp sound of bone breaking was clearly audible. The force of the kick sent him flying several meters away. He fell heavily to the ground and was unable to get up. Renkuin. So strong. Hyunrin on the side was stunned. He thought he was just showing off, but he was actually a real boss. He kicked the men so far away with one kick. His strength was almost as strong as hers. You know, her strength is doubled. It's okay to be fierce. The key is that the movements are still so handsome. Hyun really wanted to fight with her to see who was stronger, him or her. Ha! The man who had died earlier turned into a zombie and stood up, roaring and rushing towards him who was closest to him. Lin Bei turned around, and a long knife appeared out of thin air in his hand. He chopped it down, and the sharp blade cut off his head like cutting vegetables. The blade gleamed coldly in the sunlight. What a sharp knife. Great knife. Hyun's eyes lit up. As a sports student, she loved this kind of cold weapon. And there was another key point: where did this handsome guy get the knife from? Space. He has a space backpack. The reason why she became a sports student was because her academic performance was too poor. When she was in junior high school, she was busy reading novels. She read a lot of novels of all kinds and was also aware of the ugliness of people's hearts in the end times, so she dressed herself up as an ugly girl. Let's be honest. She was quite surprised when she learned that his backpack was empty. He was so generous, but he only brought 3 packets of instant noodles and a sausage. It turned out that his backpack was just a cover. This man is a big boss. Lin Bei took out a wet wipe and wiped the blood off the blade. This knife was Yu's collection. She had liked them since she was a child. She bought 3 in total at that time. She spent a lot of money on each one and did not take them with her when she left. He discovered it when he checked a few days ago. I don't know when the front was opened. Lin Bei checked the blade in the sunlight. It was good, without a single mark. The rich woman will not affect my attack speed. And give me a good knife. 8 out of 10 people who come here are men. If a young girl comes to the rooftop to trade, it means that there is no one at home or it is inconvenient for your family to come over. How about it? Are you interested in moving in and living with me? Lin Bei invited Hee-yun. Is it really possible? Hee-yun asked flatteredly. She knew that she was an ugly girl now, but he still invited her. She didn't know why he invited her, she just felt so lucky. This guy is a big shot. And he is a super boss. As long as he wants, countless beautiful women will offer themselves to him. Why did you invite me? She was puzzled. As a big boss, and a low-key one at that, there is no reason for him to invite an ugly girl who can do nothing but waste food home. She has to know why, otherwise she will be treated as reserve food and then have to thank others. Don't even mention girls. Normal people would tremble in fear if they were faced with a situation like that. But you were not afraid and were in a mood to chat with me. Moreover, you endured it several times and searched for items around you. If you were not afraid of the knife in his hand and if you did not have a suitable weapon, I don't think you would have handed over the food obediently. I guess you may have reached the limit of the human body. Install a small wave. You are so observant. Hee-yun was surprised. He didn't expect that he had seen all his little movements and even guessed his current level accurately. So awesome. She accepted this reason. You don't mind that I'm ugly. Is appearance important? Appearance is important. Lin Bei tilted his head in confusion. Suddenly, Lin Bei frowned. What's wrong? I just said that 8 out of 10 people who came to the rooftop were men, which means that the main force of this building is on the rooftop. If the door is locked now, the people in the building will have almost no resistance. The 2 men just robbed, and the person who organized the transaction did not show up. This already explains the problem. While speaking, Lin Bei walked towards the rooftop gate. He had not thought of this when he came here. He had imagined a group of people threatening them with weapons. Hearing this, Hee-yun also realized that something was wrong. She still had a lot of food at home, and it would be troublesome if it was stolen. She glanced at the backpack on the ground, walked forward, took her 3 packs of instant noodles and a sausage, and followed Lin Bei. Suddenly, zombies poured out from the rooftop gate. There were not many of them, only 5. Leading them was a naked female zombie. From her face, one could vaguely identify her as the owner of 1601. There is indeed a story behind this. The female zombies behind her were the same as her, some were about the same age as her, and some were in the development stage of their bodies. Oh. Zombies. As soon as the zombies appeared, everyone on the rooftop began to scream and retreated frantically as if they had seen a ghost. Swoosh. Swish. Swoosh. A cold light flashed. The heads of 5 zombies flew out. These zombies did not delay him for half a second. Hee-yun, who was following behind him, was stunned. Really, when 5 zombies came out together, she panicked for a moment. She wanted to keep a distance and deal with them one by one, but she didn't expect that he didn't stop at all. You arrived at the entrance of the rooftop. I saw a middle-aged man with a relatively strong build who was about to close the door. He was stunned when he saw him coming, his eyes were very shocked. Hadn't they just sent in a few zombies? Where are the zombies? Just about to speak. Strangely, he saw his own neck. I miscalculated. I didn't think of this. Lin Bei went all the way from the fire escape to the 13th floor and opened the door with the key. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Jiang Xiyu lying in the living room doing push-ups. Breathe a sigh of relief. Eyes met. Jiang Xiyu's face turned red visibly, and she quickly got up from the ground. Didn't you say you would be back in a while? Are you exercising? He thought Jiang Xiyu would be lying on the bed watching videos at home alone, but he didn't expect her to be doing push-ups. I don't want to hold you back. Jiang Xiyu said in a low voice with a shy face. The vase that only holds others back is often the first to be abandoned. There are too many such things. Lin Bei smiled. It seems like she is afraid of being abandoned. Are you hurt? Seeing blood on his body, Jiang Xiyu hurried forward to check on him with concern. It's okay, it's not mine. It's okay if it's not yours. I was scared to death. Jiang Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Then she saw the woman behind Lin Bei. Who is this lady? Her name is Hiyun. We just met. She will live in our house from now on. Come in. There are 2 empty rooms. You can choose one. By the way, you should be alone. Lin Bei said as he made way. Well, it's just me. My parents are traveling abroad. I guess they won't be able to come back. Pretty. Oh no. My condolences. He rolled his eyes. Why are you mourning? My parents are alive and well. When the apocalypse broke out, they were having dinner at a friend's house. That person was a farmer. There were very few people around, and there was a huge amount of food. Not only did they not lose weight, they even gained weight 5 days after the apocalypse. I envy them so much. I eat less every time. Lin Bei smiled. So that's it. I'm lucky. Aside. Live in our house. Jiang Shiyu couldn't hold back her smile when she heard these words. What did this mean? This meant that Lin Bei treated her as his own. It all depended on her efforts. Hello, my name is Jiang Shiyu. Wow, sister, you are so beautiful and have such a good temperament. You have a great figure too. No wonder he was so serious just now. It turns out that he has such a beautiful girlfriend at home. No matter how many holes there are, flattery will never wear out. Hiyun is going to live here next time, so naturally he needs to build a good relationship with the hostess here. Appearance is not important. Jiang Shiyu was originally going to say that she was also very beautiful, but after taking a closer look at her face, she was not beautiful at all. It sounded too fake to say it. Etc. Hiyun went to the bathroom. She carefully washed off the ugly makeup on her face and appeared in front of the 2 people with a brand new look. I'm sorry, girls should protect themselves when they go out, so I put on a little makeup. Jiang Shiyu was stunned. So beautiful. She has delicate facial features and fair and smooth skin. Mainly tender. Very tender. Younger than her. She is already 24 years old. But the other person looks only 20 years old. She had thought that being an ugly girl would not be a threat to her, but now the situation was completely different. Why are all the people on the rooftop running down? Didn't Zhang Yuan lead the zombies over? Didn't he leave the door open? Or did something unexpected happen? I don't know. If something unexpected happened, those who ran down should have been bitten. Maybe those zombies were dealt with by someone. I didn't expect there are still people in this building who dare to deal with zombies. Never mind, let's search each house one by one. I originally wanted to lead the main force to the rooftop to deal with the zombies for safety reasons, but let's do it ourselves. At this time, the conversation outside the door attracted the attention of several people. The 3 of them looked towards the door at the same time. The voices were right in front of the door, and as the conversation ended, a strange sound came from the door. It seems like unlocking. What should I do? Jiang Shiyu suddenly panicked and took a step back involuntarily. She subconsciously looked at Lin Bei. Judging from the voices, there were at least 3 to 5 people. Good job. It's good that they have stolen things from my own house, so I don't have to go looking for them. A head-on confrontation is always better than having them sneak over in the middle of the night. Brother Lin, can you lend me your knife? Hiyun, who had just washed his face, said with a cute smile. Good. Flip your hand. Tang Hengdao appeared and handed it to her. Hiyun's eyes flashed. Is this the ability of space? Taking objects out of thin air, she took it from his hand. The portion is huge. The style is so cool. Since he invited me to stay here, I will definitely consume his food in the future. I can't ask him to take care of everything. A woman can also stand on her own. In the end of the world. Stealing people's food. How is this different from taking someone's life? If Lin Bei hadn't gone up to the rooftop today, she would probably have become food for those zombies. Even if she killed the zombies by pulling them away, she would still be locked on the rooftop. Even if she could kick them open, the food in the house would have been stolen. Damn these people. She's not even afraid of zombies. What about people? Squeak. The door opened. I saw 5 men of different shapes standing at the door, some tall, some short, some fat, some thin, but without exception, they all held a long steel pipe in their hands. Hyun's murderous face fell in an instant. These people had no martial ethics and actually carried steel pipes with them. She was confident that the other party was unarmed, but it would be different if each of them had a steel pipe in his hand. Beauty. There are still 2. I've seen this woman with a knife before. I've been to the rooftop just now. I thought she was ugly, but I didn't expect she was wearing makeup. She actually looks so young. Dude, the one behind is the best. Her temperament is simply amazing, much better than the young woman we played with before. I never thought that there were 2 such stunning women hiding in this building. They are so many times prettier than Chen Jie. The 5 men looked at Hyun and Jiang Shiyu wantonly, their greedy eyes full of desire. They ignored the knife in Hyun's hand. Even if a woman was holding a knife, what could it matter? There were 5 of them. And one of them has already broken through the limits of the human body and officially entered the ranks of evolvers. Although he is insignificant in the outside world, he is definitely a king in this building. Little sister, listen to my advice and put down the knife. Sticks have no eyes. If I accidentally hurt you, you will break your bones. I will be heartbroken. The taller man among the 5 people stepped forward and said with a smile. The steel pipe in his hand was longer than the Tanghing Dao in Hyun's hand. Hyun narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Brother, swords have no eyes. If you are accidentally hit by me, you will die. Listen to your sister's advice and don't seek death." The men laughed. She laughed very wantonly. "Little sister, you are quite boastful. I wonder if your strength is as great as your breath." The words fell. The man took a step forward, turned 360 degrees, and swung the steel pipe in his hand, smashing it hard. Hyun did not dare to be careless. He held the handle of the knife tightly with both hands and used all his strength to chop it. Clang! Along with the crisp sound, Hyun's pupils suddenly shrank and his body retreated uncontrollably. Although the long sword in his hand did not fall, his hands were numb from the shock. What a powerful force! She couldn't believe it. She has reached the limit of the human body, and with the blessing of supernatural powers, her strength is twice that of an ordinary person, but the strength of the person in front of her is at least twice that of her. How can it be so strong? Ha 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 ha, the men laughed loudly. "Little sister, you are quite strong, but you are still a little too tender in front of me. How about it, come again? I like your way of flirting." Speaking of, the gazes of the man and his 4 companions behind him became more and more unscrupulous, and Lin Bei, who was standing aside, was simply ignored by them. Please. Beautiful women don't look at men. Jiang Shiyu in the back had a look of extreme fear on her face. This scene was exactly what she had been most afraid of encountering before. His strength is very strong, at least twice as strong as mine. Are you sure? Hyun came to Lin Bei and asked with slightly trembling hands. Judging from the strength Lin Bei displayed on the rooftop, it should be similar to hers, but he has spatial abilities. Oh. The men looked at Lin Bei in surprise. I thought he was a loser who hid behind women, but I didn't expect he was actually quite capable. Pity. One has to kill enough zombies to officially join the ranks of evolvers. All the zombies in this building have been dealt with by them. Even if this man evolves, he will at best be at the limit of the human body. The 5 of them are all at this level. Before Lin Bei could speak, a short man behind the leading man spoke up. If I remember correctly, you are Lin Bei, the delivery man. We are neighbors. Listen to the adult's advice. You can't protect these 2 women. Why don't you join us? The last thing you lack in the apocalypse is women. After you join us, you can play with them every day, and you can also play with all kinds of beauties. It will definitely be a better life than your current one. Lin Bei smiled. He knew that some people had started evolving by killing zombies early on, but he didn't go to kill them because he wanted to capture Jiang Shiyu without fail. He was not afraid of falling behind others because no matter how perverted the zombies in front of him were, they would definitely not be more perverted than hot weapons. Seeing Lin Bei smile, the men holding the steel pipe also smiled. He thought Lin Bei realized the gap between them and wanted to choose the right path, but his pupils suddenly shrank the next second. My sight met the pitch-black entrance of the cave. Gun. No. Brother. Call out. The next second, he lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the hole in his chest that was oozing blood. You shot me. Are you serious? Why didn't you tell me you had a gun? Lin Bei smiled slightly. Call out. The man took a step back uncontrollably, warm blood flowing out of his mouth, and spoke incoherently, Brother, give me a chance. Call out. The third bullet pierced his meniscus, and the man knelt on one knee. Then the fourth bullet pierced his other meniscus, and he knelt down weakly. He wanted to speak, but the constantly gushing blood made him unable to speak. He looked at Lin Bei with pleading eyes. He regretted it so much. He had stepped into the ranks of evolvers and awakened his power. He should have become one of the kings of this new world. He was unwilling to fall in this place. It's this sound. That's the sound. Jiang Shiyu behind Lin Bei suddenly heard the sound. She had heard this sound on the first day of the apocalypse. She didn't know what it was at the time and had forgotten about it. She never expected that this was the sound of a silenced pistol. Oh my God. He actually has a gun. Not only Jiang Shiyu was surprised, Hiyun was also extremely shocked. She was just worried whether Lin Bei would sacrifice them. The end of the world had just begun, and even if he had spatial abilities, he still needed to develop. But she never expected that he would actually use American IAI. At the door, the remaining 4 people were numb. They wanted to run, but the black muzzle of the gun pointed at them made them feel powerless. This was much more terrifying than facing zombies. It turned out that people really would feel powerless when they were extremely scared. With a plop sound, the man who had just persuaded Lin Bei to seek refuge knelt down and said, Lin Bei, I was forced by them. Since we are neighbors. Call out. Call out. Call out. After a series of shots, the meniscus of all 5 people were pierced. The gun was fast at 7 steps away, and it was fast and accurate at 7 steps. Lin Bei looked at his neighbor who was spitting blood from his chest, and raised his mouth slightly. Sir, times have changed. Also, do you really know how comfortable my life is? Where did you get the gun? Hiyun asked in shock after the 5 men completely lost their combat effectiveness. This is not a foreign country, and owning this thing privately will result in imprisonment. Does it matter where it comes from? Of course, it doesn't seem that important. Hiyun suddenly remembered that this is the end of the world. No matter where he got this thing, with it, their security will be greatly improved. Following him, it was right. After a while, the body's protective mechanism passed, pain came, and the 5 people who were shot wailed in pain. Grab it on my head. Just enjoy it slowly. Death is not scary. What is scary is the process of waiting to die. Regret. Unwilling. Anger. Upset. Despair. After a while, the 5 people turned into 5 zombies. Because of their broken meniscus and scapulae, they could only lie on the ground and arch their bodies forward like maggots. Lin Bei handed the knife in Hiyun's hand to Jiang Shiyu. Zombies are not actually scary. What is scary is the fear of them. It is time for her spatial ability to awaken. I understand. Jiang Shiyu took the knife. The heavy tang sword was very heavy for her who had not yet started to evolve. Lin Bei had not yet activated the bonus of the bodybuilder's bond for her. Although these 5 zombies lost all their ability to move. But its terrifying face still frightened Jiang Shiyu, fearing that it would jump up and bite her in the next second. She knew that this was her own fear, but fear was not so easy to overcome. Glancing at Lin Bei. I must not let him down. He has already fed the food into her mouth. If I still can't do it, to be honest, I might as well find a piece of tofu and hit my head against it and die. He glanced at Hyun again. The situation just now. She was obviously a woman, and a woman younger than herself, but not only was she not afraid, she also took the initiative to ask for weapons to face him. Compared with her, she was simply a waste of waste. Real. She even disliked herself, let alone Lin Bei. Now is the end of the world, and she must overcome her fear of zombies today. Holding the knife, she walked step by step to the 5 zombies and forced herself to look at them. The zombies became more excited when they saw the food approaching. Jiang Shiyu was so scared that she wanted to retreat, but she restrained herself. Can't refund. This retreat must be retreated forever. Take a deep breath. Raise the knife and chop hard. Her strength was not enough to chop off the zombies' heads, but it was enough to overcome her fear. She chopped them off one after another. The scene was disgusting and nauseating, but she still persisted. Suddenly, the long sword, which had been heavy originally, became light. Jiang Shiyu was overjoyed. She knew that she had also reached the level of the human body's limit as mentioned on the internet. Property. Recite silently in your heart. In this apocalypse, everyone has their own panel, where they can clearly and intuitively see their own abilities. Jiang Shiyu. Age, 24. Level, human limit. Superpower, space, SSS, LV1, passive, space backpack, capacity, 1000 cubic meters. Speed, 10. Strength, 10. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 10. Points, 0. Turn out to be. It turns out I have superpowers too. It's still the same supernatural power as Lin Bei. She was so excited that she couldn't wait to share this joy with him. Lin Bei, I have awakened the same ability as you. Mine is also space, and it seems to be level 3's. The capacity of the space backpack is a full 1000 cubic meters. She is useful. She is not a vase. Space. The uneducated Hyun was shocked. As a reader of major online articles for many years, she knew how perverted the space ability was. Level 3's. To the later stage. Thighs among thighs. This further strengthened her determination to stay. Her strength was just an ordinary S level, and she didn't know how many times it could be increased in the future. No matter how many times it was increased, it was just a toy in front of space. Lin Bei was very satisfied with Jiang Shiyu's performance. What has changed? Inform him immediately. Activate the benefits of her bodybuilder bond. He muttered to himself. Yes. This second. Jiang Shiyu suddenly realized that her body had undergone new changes. The long sword in her hand became lighter, and her strength seemed to have become stronger. Take another look at your own panel. Lin Bei's words came. Jiang Shiyu was stunned. Property. Jiang Shiyu. Age, 24. Level, human limit. Speed, 10. Strength, 10 times 2. Stamina, 10. Constitution, 10. Her strength has doubled. Oh my God. She looked at Lin Bei in disbelief, threw away the long knife in her hand, and excitedly threw herself into his arms and hugged his neck. Bei, you are so good to me, thank you, thank you, thank you. From this moment on, her life changed dramatically. What happened again? Hyun was confused. What happened to her panel? Why did she suddenly throw herself into Lin Bei's arms? Two people whispering. Treat her as an outsider. All right. She is an outsider. I really want to know. Bei, let's go out and kill zombies. There are more and more evolvers outside. We have to keep up with others. You can't rely solely on your gun when you encounter danger. After all, bullets are limited. After experiencing just now, Jiang Shiyu understood that in this doomsday, only strength is the hard truth. Relying on guns can last for a while, but not for a lifetime. Yeah. Lin Bei was thinking the same thing. There are two excellent women. It's time to improve my basic strength. There's no rush to conquer Yun. It won't be long before she will automatically give me food. Well, can you let me eat something before I kill the chicken? Hyun took out her instant noodles and intestines. It won't take too long. Just the time it takes to cook a pack of noodles. She had wanted to go out and kill zombies for a long time. But first, there were no suitable weapons, and second, there was not enough food. Killing zombies was a very physically demanding task. After reaching the human body's limit, the demand for food was greater than before. She was afraid that the supplies would be consumed first and she would not be able to find new ones. Go ahead. Hyun didn't dare to stay for a moment and went straight to the kitchen. He hesitated again and again while cooking and chose to cook 3 packets of instant noodles at once. The aroma of instant noodles immediately filled the room, suppressing the bloody smell in the room. Let's indulge ourselves today. Lin Bei will definitely provide us with food and lodging. Hyun stared at the instant noodles in the pot with shining eyes and ate the corn sausage while waiting. Only when you are well fed and well watered can you have fighting power. Put away the things that need to be put away, and you can live in your house in the back. Lin Bei glanced at the corpse on the ground and said to Jiang Shiyu. Cleaning up is time-consuming and laborious. It's the end of the world now, so just find a cleaner house and it can be your home. Okay. Actually, there is nothing to collect. Cup? Clothing? Furniture? Never mind. Anyway, the space backpack has a large capacity, so I can store everything that can be stored. If it is full later, I can just throw away some useless things. Smells so good. Would you like some? Hyun came out with a small pot, and his enthusiastic little face instantly fell. He saw 2 people sitting on the sofa, eating the family bucket with gusto. The breadcrumbs wrapped around the big meat wings were fried golden and crispy, and there were also fragrant and spicy big chicken legs. They ate while drinking ice cola. Suddenly, Hyun felt that her instant noodles were no longer tasty. She knew that Lin Bei might have a lot of supplies, but she never expected it to be to this extent. Stinky. They all stink. The chicken legs and wings are rotten. She finished 3 packets of instant noodles with tears in her eyes. Her stomach was full but not satisfied at all. She hadn't had iced happy water for a long, long time. Anyone who understands would understand what she meant by having this at noon in July. Eat and drink enough. Ready to go. Lin Bei took out 3 knives, 1 for each person. He was stunned for a moment, then shook his head, thinking that he must have been overthinking. This community. It is a community with an occupancy rate of 99.99%. When the apocalypse broke out at 5 p.m., there were a lot of people. He did not choose to go outside, but chose the underground parking lot. Ugly development. There is no need to push yourself too hard. The main thing is that it is easy to dodge an open attack but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. In the past few days, he has seen many people who are not good themselves and can't stand others being good. They hide at home and use compound bows to aim at people outside to kill zombies. What if this community has it? What if someone was aiming at them? Currently, he was unable to intercept the arrow. The 3 of them came to the underground garage through the fire escape. As soon as they walked out of the door, they saw a lot of zombies in the garage. A rough glance showed that there were at least hundreds of them. They were all wandering around aimlessly because they had no target or sound. How is it? Are you scared? Lin Bei asked the 2 women around him. What's there to be afraid of zombies? If I wasn't worried about not having enough food, I would have come down to kill them long ago. Hyun's eyes revealed excitement, and he couldn't wait to go up. Lin Bei looked at Jiang Shiyu. I'm not afraid. Jiang Shiyu shook her head, her expression eager to try. You've helped me like that. If I'm still afraid, I'd be a bit of a coward. Good. Remember, don't get surrounded by zombies. If something goes wrong, run towards me. Superior. The 3 of them went their separate ways. Each of them sneaked up behind a zombie, raised their knives and chopped off the zombie's head easily with the sharp blade. Strangeness. Hyun frowned slightly. She didn't know Lin Bei's specific evolution level, but Jiang Xiyu had just stepped into the limit of the human body. Even if the knife was very sharp, she shouldn't be the same as them with her current strength. Could it be unscientific? She had a bold guess. Could it be that Lin Bei made her stronger? This also explained Xiao Yu's excitement in the living room just now, but this was impossible, unless she used a cheat. Plop. The sounds of heads falling to the ground and bodies dropping to the ground were very clear in the silent garage, attracting the surrounding zombies, who stared at them like hungry wolves. Next second, the nearest zombies rushed over. This is the highlight. Lin Bei's eyes were excited. He was not afraid at all when facing the zombies rushing towards him. For them who had reached the limit of the human body, the movements of these zombies were like those of old men and women. As long as they did not lose their composure, there was no risk of being caught or bitten. Don't be afraid. Strength. I want power. Several zombies rushed towards them together. Jiang Xiyu panicked instinctively, but she still suppressed her fear and remained calm. She glanced at the headless zombies on the ground and led them to run away. Take a light step forward. But the zombies didn't care about so many things. All they had their eyes on was food. Without exception, they were all tripped to the ground. Jiang Xiyu took off their heads one by one with ease. Do the same. The number of zombies she killed continued to increase, 3, 5, 10, 20, 30. She killed more and more, and her knife skills became more and more proficient. Suddenly, the three of them felt the changes in their bodies almost at the same time. Their speed became faster, their strength became stronger, and the zombies' movements seemed slower to them. From this moment on, they have officially entered the ranks of evolvers. Compared with the people in this building, they are among the best, but in the whole country, they can only be regarded as novices. There is no way, the base number is too large. No, let me take a break. I'm so tired. After chopping for half an hour, Hiyun was the first to be unable to bear it anymore. Without caring about his image at all, he sat down on the ground against the wall. The underground garage is cool. But her whole body was still wet with sweat, and the white bodysuit was tightly attached to her skin. Although the scale was not as large as Jiang Xiyu's, it was still magnificent. Let's take a break first. Although Lin Bei and Jiang Xiyu's clothes were almost soaked, their expressions did not change at all. I say, aren't you too tired? You've been chopping and running for so long and you didn't even take a breath. Hiyun really couldn't help it. Obviously, everyone's level was about the same, so why was she the only one who was out of breath? Lin Bei said to Jiang Xiyu, give her a few. Killing zombies is dangerous and she needs to stay in shape. Yes. Jiang Xiyu took out 5 rejuvenation pills from her space backpack. This is a secret pill made exclusively by my Bei. Just one pill can instantly restore all your strength. Is this true? Hiyun questioned, could it be that stimulants were mixed in? Even if it was stimulants, it would not be able to restore all strength instantly. Don't lie to me just because I'm young. He took it while questioning. She ate one with a skeptical attitude. The moment it entered her stomach, her pupils suddenly shrank and she looked at Lin Bei in disbelief. All her strength was restored in that second. He wouldn't really be cheating. This is not scientific. Bei, I'm thirsty. I want to drink ice milk tea. Jiang Xiyu ignored her reaction and hugged Lin Bei's arm and acted coquettishly. Both of their huge bodies were squeezed and deformed. Appropriate acting coquettishly can promote feelings. Give. Lin Bei handed her a cup and took one for himself. There was nothing more comfortable than having a cold drink in the mouth after exercise. The smoothness and sweetness of the pearl milk tea made both of them smile happily. Good. Consume 2 cups of iced milk tea. Returns quadruple. Delicious. Bei, it's great to have you. Jiang Xiyu leaned her head on his shoulder and sipped milk tea. She never dreamed that there would be a day when she would kill zombies crazily and then have a nice sip of milk tea afterwards. If it weren't for Lin Bei, her ending would be either slowly dying in the static form of a turtle, or she would choose to jump off the building because she could not bear the hunger. This was all thanks to the advice of her best friend. If it weren't for her, she would not have mustered up the courage to knock on his door. What level are you at? 1 level, 1 star, what about you? Same. At this moment, the two of them were like a young couple leaning against each other and whispering in the park. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. Anyone who saw them would be envious, but he next to them had a bitter face. Ahem. Cough cough cough. Cough 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 cough. Lin Bei tried to suppress his smile and looked at her. What's wrong? Your throat is uncomfortable. Do you want a golden throat pill? After saying that, he took a big sip of milk tea. Ah. Awesome. Deliberate. This person definitely did it on purpose. It was obvious that she wanted me to beg her. Who was she? She was one of the most promising sisters in the university to become athletes. Every day, countless boys gave her milk tea, which she had long been tired of. Just a cup of milk tea. Want her to bow her head? Ridiculous. Would you like a drink too? Yes. He blurted out without any hesitation, fearing that he would regret it the next second. She stared at him with pleading and eager eyes, just like a girl waiting for a reward. Give. Thank you, Brother Lin, thank you, Brother Lin, Lin Bei, you are so nice. After taking the iced milk tea, Hyun was so excited that tears almost came out. His breathing became rapid and he inserted the straw carefully as if he had found a treasure. Poochie. Took a light sip. Ah. She couldn't help but scream out in comfort. The pearls were chewy and the milk tea was smooth. Really, she began to envy Jiang Shiyu. It was so happy to be with him. In the doomsday, having a family bucket and iced Coke was already outrageous enough. Others racked their brains for a sip of clean water, but now she was drinking iced milk tea with them. She even suspected that she was dreaming. Enough rest. Let's get started. Today's small goal. Level 1, 2 stars. After drinking the milk tea, Hyun's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Following the big boss, he could still live a comfortable life in the apocalypse. Dry. Lin Bei kicked the car next to him, and the alarm rang throughout the entire underground garage. The zombies in other areas raised their heads at the same time and looked towards the source of the sound. Their instinct told them that where the sound was there was food. Ha. Ha. Evening, 7 o'clock. The three of them completely killed all the zombies in the underground garage. There were countless corpses lying on the ground. The three of them stood on the pile of corpses with their heads held high, looking like generals who had killed countless enemies on the battlefield and were full of vigor and vitality. The harvest was far beyond imagination. The strength of the three people has improved rapidly, which can be said to be a qualitative leap. First level, 3 stars, satisfied. Go home. Property. Master, Lin Bei. Level, first level 3 stars. System space, 10 cubic meters. Superpower, space, SSS-level, LV1, space backpack, 1000 cubic meters. Speed, 40. Strength, 40, times 2. Spirit, 40. Constitution, 40. Items, reinvigoration pill, 2nd grade, times 860, SSS grade stake times 30. Strength evaluation, you have surpassed 99% of the world's people and have extensive experience in fighting zombies. Members included in the illustrations, Jiang Shiyu, space, LV1, first level 3 stars. Bond benefits, temperament times 2, strength times 2, double return of food supplies. The three of them first returned to Lin Bei's house. After 5 or 6 hours of fighting, his clothes were already soaked with sweat and stained with a lot of zombies' blood. Standing in the living room, Lin Bei took off his t-shirt and pants. Jiang Shiyu was not surprised. As Hyun was a little girl, the two had never had any physical contact. She used her hands and helpless eyes, and out of curiosity, she slightly opened her hands to observe his figure. I knock. Congenital thin muscle holy body. So handsome. Lin Bei went into the bathroom and washed his body with bottled water. He didn't dare to use tap water. Although he knew that the air must be filled with viruses, who knew if drinking the water would be harmful? When taking a shower, some water would inevitably enter the mouth. The water is enough for him to consume. There are still 200 or 300 barrels in the space backpack. After unlocking Hyun's illustration, the return multiplier of their food supplies will reach 3. Each person drinks 1 bucket of water every day, and 9 buckets will be returned, which is equivalent to 6 buckets of water for free. 3 of the 6 buckets can be used for bathing, and 3 more buckets can be obtained every day. The water will only increase. You two can take a shower together. It will save some water. I'll go prepare dinner. After changing his clothes, Lin Bei walked towards the kitchen. By the way, what should we eat tonight? Lin Bei asked Jiang Shiyu. He had difficulty making decisions. What should I eat? Jiang Shiyu also started to feel troubled. Meat. Eat meat. Chicken. Pork. Duck. Fish. Beef. Hyun screamed wildly in his heart. She hadn't eaten meat for several days. If the meat in the braised beef noodles could be considered meat, then she had eaten it. How about we have some instant noodles after a long time? Jiang Shiyu glanced at Hyun beside her. No, sister, you don't eat instant noodles, please, don't eat instant noodles. Hyun pulled her arm and shook her head frantically, her little face looking pitiful. She has been eating instant noodles for several days. Real. I'm about to vomit. She thought instant noodles were delicious before she had no choice, but now that she has a choice, she feels sick when eating instant noodles. I'm just teasing you. Jiang Shiyu looked at Lin Bei. Just pick out what you like to eat, and I'll help you after I finish my shower. Good. The 2 women walked into the bathroom together. Started whispering. Wow, sister, yours is so big, so fragrant, so soft, and so white. Sister, what are we having for dinner tonight? Just a simple dinner. Is there any meat? Probably. Jiang Shiyu smiled and shook her head. Just like her before, she hadn't eaten meat for a long time and was extremely craving it. By the way, sister, besides the space ability, what other abilities have you awakened? No. That's weird. I've awakened my power, and it's currently doubled. Logically, my strength should be twice yours, but we're the same. This doesn't make sense. Did Brother Lin double your strength? Jiang Shiyu was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, this little Yunyun could judge all this. After seeing her reaction, Hyun almost confirmed his guess. From the moment he asked you to give me that magical pill, I knew that he was not an ordinary person. Have you ever thought about? Jiang Shiyu tapped her little head. Xiao Yunyun, I just want to ask you one question. Do you want to follow us? I want to. There's no need to dig into some things. If it weren't for him, you'd still be staying at home, wondering if you should save half of this instant noodles for tomorrow. If it weren't for him, you'd still be at the limit of the human body, and it would be impossible for you to reach the first level and 3 stars. If it weren't for him, maybe the door of your house would have been broken through by those men at noon, and you know what happened even if I don't tell you. Do you think he doesn't know how magical those drugs are? Do you think he doesn't know what you're guessing about? Do you think he doesn't know how extravagant he is? Do you think he has to only give you a pack of instant noodles and a sausage for every meal, and only give you a bottle of water every day, for you to think he is a normal person and be satisfied? Hyun was silent. Yes. No one is stupid these days. Jiang Shiyu touched her head and said, so, don't think too much about some things. They are meaningless. You just need to remember that meeting him is the luckiest thing in our lives. Yes. If she thought about it carefully, what she was thinking was really meaningless. What would it matter even if she knew everything? I understand. So, will there be meat for dinner later? Hyun changed the subject and asked anxiously. This was the first formal meal she had after joining. Lin Bei is so capable. I shouldn't be too badly prepared. Jiang Shiyu smiled. You haven't eaten meat for a few days. Yeah. Hyun nodded his head desperately. I love eating meat. I can't live without it for almost every meal. I'm a typical carnivore. Unfortunately, when the apocalypse broke out, we ran out of stock at home. It's really a pity. There will be After a while, the two girls came out talking and laughing, wiping their wet hair. After drying her hair, Jiang Xiyu came to the kitchen to help. Hiyun followed happily. She also came to help, but more importantly, she wanted to see what to eat tonight. Come to the kitchen. She is stupid. Oh my God. Is this really the food we should have in the end times? Braised spare ribs. Sweet and sour carp. Shredded pork with green pepper. Tomato and egg. Garlic cucumber. Carrot stew. Chicken and potato stew. There was a large pot of corn and pork rib soup cooking in the pot, with some chopped green onions scattered on top, making the already tempting soup even more fragrant. She thought the food might be good. But I definitely never thought it would be this good. Her eyes were red with excitement. Really, choosing to go to the rooftop and meet him today was absolutely the luckiest thing that had ever happened to her in her life. Really, she even wondered if she had saved the earth in her previous life. Real. Even if Lin Bei asked her to call him Dad, she would blurt out the name without hesitation. Tears flowed from the corners of her mouth, and the fragrant smell made her even hungrier. Sister, you are every dinner of yours so luxurious? Hiyun's voice couldn't help but tremble. Not really. Tonight's dinner is indeed a lot richer. Maybe it's because you're here. Jiang Xiyu made this very emotionally intelligent statement. The fundamental reason was that their demand for food had increased. All three of them reached the first level, 3 stars. Their physical parameters are 4 times the limit of ordinary people, and their demand for food is much greater than imagined. Those big eaters before the end of the world are no match for them. Collect what should be collected. The 3 of them came to Jiang Xiyu's house for dinner. Hiyun's mouth was watering at the sight of the table full of dishes. Before he started eating, he asked, Dad, can I eat as much as I want? Ah. Lin Bei was stunned. No, I called you the wrong name, Brother Lin, can I eat whatever I want? Hiyun blinked, revealing a pitiful expression. Eat whatever you want. He, then I won't be polite. Hiyun started to show off his fan status like crazy. A piece of braised spare ribs full of sauce is so delicious that it makes you shiver all over. Then you can have a mouthful of rice, a piece of smashed cucumber, and a sip of ice-cold beer. Real. She never ate this well before the apocalypse. Jiang Xiyu glanced at Lin Bei with resentment. He was not like this to her when she first came. Then she thought, Lin Bei said so much to let her make a choice, didn't he mean that he liked her? But he didn't do that to Hiyun, who was younger than her, which meant that he thought he was better looking than her. Dad, Brother Lin, can I make a video call to my dad? I want to show off my food to him. Call her, and cherish the opportunity to video call her. No one can tell when the power and internet will be cut off. Lin Bei was just about to make a video call to Enyu, but after thinking about it, he gave up. He had found 2 girls for her and he hadn't figured out how to ask her yet, so he decided to wait until he was alone before calling her. It's not that I don't want to find her. It's really too far away. They were in contact every night. After learning that her sister had awakened her magnetic power, she was not worried about her safety at all. She would wait until she had enough strength to cross thousands of kilometers to find her. Bei, do you think we should prepare in advance? I feel that it won't be long before the city nights will be plunged into darkness. Jiang Xiyu said after drinking a sip of soup. Lin Bei nodded. The days without electricity are very boring. He can't just keep killing zombies all the time, he has to have some entertainment. Solar power generation. It is very popular in today's era. There is a martial arts gym next to my school. They have a solar power generator on the roof. We'll go there in the next 2 days after we upgrade it. Although it is very popular, he really couldn't remember where it was for the moment. He just remembered that it was in this place. Because Enyu bought her knife in that store. When they were in school, they took martial arts classes there for a while. No one knows what happened to her martial arts teacher, or whether she turned into a zombie. Is your school far from here? Not far, very close, just the XX school on the next street. X school. He-yun, who was showing off his fandom like crazy, raised his head. Senior. I am also from this school. Is the martial arts gym you mentioned the one only 2 or 3 kilometers away from here? Is the teacher's surname Jiang? You've been there too. I've been there more than once. He-yun nodded. I worked there part-time for 2 months during the summer vacation of my freshman year. I was going to go there again this summer. I thought I'd just have a week's vacation, but who knew the apocalypse would break out? Oh, what about teacher Jiang? She's fine, and she started evolving a long time ago. She told me that she would need a lot of food after awakening, so I didn't dare to go to the garage to kill zombies these days, for fear that there would be no follow-up food supply. A little unexpected, but not surprising. She is very powerful. At first, when he accompanied Enyu to class, he was a little disdainful, thinking that no matter how well girls practiced, they could not beat boys because they were too inferior in terms of innate qualities. He took the initiative to challenge them, but was beaten unilaterally. Real. She had no ability to fight back the whole time, not because of how strong she was, but because her reaction and body regulation abilities were too good. At that moment, he realized how big the gap was between a skilled practitioner and a half-baked one. What superpower did she awaken? S-level physique. I chatted with her this morning and she told me that her physique level has reached LV3, a 4-fold increase. S-level. As expected. Constitution. Nice one. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Too much increase in strength is not necessarily a good thing. If the physical condition cannot keep up, the muscles, bones and internal organs will definitely not be able to withstand the real explosion and collision. It's decided. Just go there. Strength, He-yun. Physical condition, Mr. Jiang. So full. So satisfying. After eating and drinking her fill, He-yun lay on the chair and touched her belly with a satisfied look on her face. The meat was delicious. I'm full. Don't fight with me. I'll wash the dishes later. You guys should take a rest. He-yun took the initiative to take on these tasks. If she didn't do something, it would seem that she was too immature. It's time to rest. After resting for a while, Lin Bei followed Jiang Shiyu to her bedroom, which was very clean and had a faint fragrance. Bei, close your eyes first, I'll change my clothes. Shiyu suddenly said shyly. Good. Lin Bei closed his eyes in anticipation. Okay. After a long while, Shiyu's voice came. He opened his eyes and saw that the outfit she was wearing was not the seductive outfit he had imagined, but a pure college style. He was stunned. Long sleeve knitted cotton top in black. White fluffy maxi skirt. Little white shoes. Little white socks. This era. JK is everywhere. This outfit made him miss his college days, and it gave him a pure and innocent look. No. Pull to burst. Does it look good? Shiyu asked shyly, tucking her long hair behind her ears. This was the same dress she wore to school before. Although Lin Bei did not answer. But she already knew the answer through her reaction, and she was very happy. She had just graduated for a year and was still very young. She came to the bed, took off her shoes, and lay down somewhat stiffly. Her 2 little feet in white socks were entangled together. She closed her eyes slowly and shyly, just like a girl who was checking into a hotel with her boyfriend for the first time. Lin Bei smiled. Okay. The buffs are fully stacked, so he is no longer sleepy. Cool. Living room. Looking at the leftovers on the plate, He-yun ate another bowl of rice and moaned with satisfaction. Just as she was about to wash the dishes, she was startled by the slight sound coming from the master bedroom. Then her fair cheeks turned red instantly. She was not a child anymore, so how could she not know what that sound meant? Really? She hasn't returned to her room yet. Do the washing up. Wash up. Go to bed. Playing with mobile phone. Sleep. Midnight. Can't sleep. Counting sheep. He-yun, who had been counting sheep for who knows how long, suddenly opened his eyes filled with deep resentment and helplessness. It was late at night, everything was quiet around, and that subtle sound was a little harsh. Check the time. She started washing dishes at 7 o'clock, and now it's 12 o'clock. It's been 5 hours, a full 5 hours. Should she let the child go to sleep? Real. How can one be so fierce? 5 hours and counting. Outrageous. The great score of defying the heavens. The more the sheep are counted, the hotter they feel. Even though the air conditioner is on, they still feel very hot. This is not external heat, but internal heat. He sighed. It was impossible to fall asleep even if I continued counting sheep. My hands, which had been on the quilt, slowly reached into the bed. I had no choice but to use special sleeping aids. The next day, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After sleeping for a full 10 hours, Lin Bei slowly woke up from his dream. Feeling the warmth in his arms, the corners of his mouth curled up. This sleep was quite comfortable. Bei, find a chance to eat Xiao Yunyun. You are too powerful. I can't handle it alone. Shiyu saw him open his eyes and lay on his chest like a kitten, muttering softly. If it was before the end of the world. Such words would never come out of her mouth, but now is the end of the world, and a man as powerful and abnormal as Lin Bei cannot have only her as a woman. Instead of looking for someone else, it is better for her to take the initiative to help him and improve her status in his heart. He-yun. Lin Bei was a little distressed. It's not that he didn't want to eat immediately, but there would be no reward for forcing himself to eat. People have different personalities. Shiyu was extremely hungry that day, and coupled with her fear of zombies, her instinct prompted her to choose to stay. If the same method was used on He-yun yesterday, I guess she would leave on the spot. The forced melon is good for quenching thirst. But he didn't need to quench his thirst. He needs sweetness. Although He-yun is not as old as Shiryu, he is many times braver than her. He has a certain ability to protect himself in the end times. Using food to coerce and bribe is definitely a bad idea. His idea was to take it slow. Do you want me to help you? Oh. Lin Bei became interested. Do you have any good ideas? Snort. Shiyu pouted. Men are really big pigs. They eat what's in the bowl and don't forget what's in the pot. I just said that, but you took it seriously. You are such a playboy. Lin Bei. Didn't you say that first? Hee, I'm just kidding. If she becomes your woman, can you increase her strength as well? If so, I can use this as bait to seduce her. She used to be an athlete in school, and such people should be very strong. With me setting the trap beside her, I don't think she can resist this temptation. You are so bad. Lin Bei smiled with narrowed eyes. He, you like it, don't you? Shiyu smiled when she saw the smile on his face. He-yun is so beautiful, she will always be missed by others in the future. Instead of her snuggling in the arms of others, it is better for her to become my sister, and help me share the firepower. What's more, only when she truly becomes one of ours, can we rest assured about her, right? That's true. So, you haven't told me yet, if you eat her, can you increase her strength as well? Can. This is actually nothing. If you ask, you can say that he has awakened other superpowers. After all, people's physiques are different. He is lucky and has awakened multiple superpowers. This is reasonable, right? The words fell. Just as Shiyu was about to speak, she heard faint conversation coming from outside the door and pricked up her ears to listen. 1302, this is it. Brother, are you sure that the stewardess lives here alone? Don't let her open the door and there will be some hunks inside. I'm sure. I live in the building opposite her. I see her every day, so how could I not know? Although she has drawn the curtains these days, I'm sure she's the only one at home. Besides, even if there's a man, so what? I'm a level 1, 2-star guy. It's hard to say outside, but in this neighborhood, can't I walk sideways? I haven't played stewardess yet. Brother, I brought you here to try it out. Let me tell you, I've seen a lot of stewardesses, and this one is definitely the best of the best. Both her face and body are top-notch. I tried to chat her up before, but they ignored me. But it's different now. Yeah, the end of the world is really cool. There is also a little sister living downstairs, who is also very pretty. Today, my brother and I took them all in. We must learn our lesson this time and not play too much. We should say some nice words to comfort them afterwards, otherwise they will jump off the building again. Got it, bro. In the room. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. He joked to Shiyu in his arms, "Oh, my little Yu is so charming that she has attracted everyone from the building opposite." Jiang Shiyu rolled her eyes, "It's so annoying, interrupting our flirting. Get up and get dressed." He smiled and said, "I am no longer the same person I was yesterday. Since they came all the way here just for me, I have to treat them well. Don't you think so, Bei? Do you need me? It's just a first level, second star level. There's no need for you to do anything. You've already helped me a lot. If I let you do it again, it would make me seem too incompetent. Don't treat me as a coward anymore." Jiang Shiyu put on her clothes and came to the living room alone. Lin Bei fed the food into her mouth. Let her evolve and unlock her superpowers. Doubles her strength. Helped her overcome the fear of zombies and successfully break through to the first level 3. All her data reached 4 times that of ordinary people, and her strength was doubled to 8 times the limit of ordinary people. In this doomsday, she can be regarded as a rare strong person. She wants to perform. She was cowardly before. But she is no longer a coward. Lin Bei got up and decided to take a look just in case. In the apocalypse, one should be prepared for anything. In the living room, Jiang Shiyu wrapped herself up very tightly, in a white round-neck t-shirt and blue jeans. She sat on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, drinking black coffee leisurely. I eat so well these days. Get up early and have a cup of black coffee. A day of self-discipline. Bang. The doorknob turned, and the quilt hanging on the handle fell to the ground and broke into pieces. This was done specifically to prevent someone from sneaking in the middle of the night. The 2 people outside the door heard the sound, realized that the person inside was on guard, and rushed in immediately. As soon as you enter the door, the 2 men holding baseball bats fixed their eyes on Jiang Shiyu, who was sitting on the sofa. Although she was wrapped tightly and dressed very ordinary, she was so beautiful that their eyes were filled with greed. "Beauty, do you still remember me?" The taller-looking man of the 2 spoke first. "I don't remember." Jiang Shiyu glanced at him calmly and looked away. "This is my home. What you are doing is considered trespassing. Can you please leave?" "Go out." The thin man behind the tall man smiled and said impatiently, "Beauty, what do you mean by your home? From now on, this is our home." The tall man smiled and closed the door. He took out a Snickers bar from his pocket, tore open the package and started eating. "Beauty, I've been observing you for a few days. There's nothing to eat at home. You must be starving. Do you want to try it? Speaking of..." He waved the half-eaten Snickers in front of her eyes. Jiang Shiyu smiled. I laughed foolishly at his actions. A pack of Snickers. Let her bow her head. This is so funny. Not to mention that she had no shortage of food now. Even if she had been hungry for several days, she would never compromise with such a person. The men saw her smile and laughed too. He thought Jiang Shiyu wanted food. "Beauty, as long as you call me good brother, I will be happy if you call me brother. How about I give you a bag?" While speaking. While walking to the sofa and preparing to sit down. Next second. His butt stopped in midair, because in his sight, the smile on Jiang Shiyu's face turned into coldness, and a long knife appeared out of thin air in her hand, with the blade flashing a sharp cold light. As she stood up, the man quickly stepped back to distance himself from her. The smile on his face turned into a serious one. He stared at her cautiously. "How did you make this knife?" Jiang Shiyu was too lazy to talk to them. Walk slowly towards them. Nothing else. She wanted to force the 2 men outside and deal with them. She didn't want to have her house covered in blood, which she would then have to clean up. "Beauty, which do you think is faster, your knife or my iron rod?" Seeing Jiang Shiyu approaching, the tall man swung the baseball bat in his hand, making a whistling sound. Jiang Shiyu showed sarcasm on her face and continued to move closer. "Baseball bat. It's really simple. It's better to follow her family's Bei. The novice equipment is the top-quality Tang horizontal sword. He killed more than 100 zombies yesterday, and the blade was intact, which shows its quality. The tall man's expression became more serious. He didn't know whether this woman was pretending or really had the ability. It would have been fine if she had any other weapon in her hand, but she actually held a sharp long knife. He didn't want to be cut or stabbed. Humans are creatures who always want to avoid injury. Back off. Back off again. Soon. The two retreated to the door. The thin man shouted, "Brother, this woman must be pretending. If she really had the ability, she would have rushed over long ago. Don't be intimidated by her. Don't forget that you are a level 1, 2 stars. Let's go together and knock the knife out of her hand." Yes. What am I afraid of at level 1 and 2? Forget all this. The solemnity on the man's face quickly turned into a grim smile. Beauty, even if you have a knife, the difference in absolute strength cannot be made up by weapons. I smashed the heads of nearly 100 zombies to reach the first level and second star. If you don't want to get hurt, put down the knife obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for not caring about you if I hurt you later. As he said this, he walked forward with a baseball bat. He had seen it on the way here. Not many zombies were killed. There were quite a few zombie corpses in the fire escape, but there were only a dozen or 20 of them in total, not even enough to be upgraded to the first level and 1 star, let alone 2 stars. On hard power. He was going to be above this woman. Jiang Shiyu seemed not to hear. Are you pretending? Seeing that she was still approaching, the tall man swung the baseball bat with all his might. He wanted to tear off the woman's disguise, and then tear off her clothes to let her know what the price of pointing a knife at them was. Clang. Jiang Shiyu turned the blade. Chop with the back of a knife. Impossible. The moment the weapons collided, the man's pupils shrank suddenly. The horrible recoil force made it impossible for him to hold on. The moment the baseball bat fell to the ground, he turned around without thinking, opened the door and left. No. Why is this woman's power so terrifying? He was a level 1, 2 star, and his strength was 3 times the limit of an ordinary person, but he was like a baby in front of this woman. He even felt that the bones in his palms might have been shattered. After a brief numbness, there was excruciating pain. The slightly thin man at the side was just about to take action, but when he saw his eldest brother running away, he dared not stay and ran out of the door with him. He knew that they had hit a wall. Thought she was pretending. I never thought that he really had the ability. Just now they wanted to invade people. Now I just want to run away. Jiang Shiyu smiled. These 2 idiots finally left her house. Now she could attack without any scruples. She had been cramming apocalyptic novels and movies these days, and she understood one thing: don't let go of anyone you have a grudge against, and don't be a saint. They came to her just to do something to her, so how could she let these 2 leave alive? Outside the door. The 2 people who ran out of the door in a hurry took a breath. Brother, what's going on? Is that woman's power terrifying? The thin man asked unwillingly. The tall man's eyes were filled with fear. This is not just ordinary fear. I'm afraid my hand is broken. Where did she kill so many zombies to level up? While speaking, the 2 ran towards the fire escape. But Jiang Shiyu followed closely behind him, and saw from the corner of his eye that the tall man was about to say something to beg for mercy, but the next second, he strangely saw his neck. When the other person saw this scene, his legs became weak with fear and he scrambled towards the fire escape. He felt a chill on his neck, but he still rushed over as he wished. But... why can't I feel my body? No, where is my body? A head rolled down the stairs. 2 idiots. You've ruined my good mood this morning. Jiang Shiyu glanced at them coldly, then turned around and went back home. Such a bloody scene made her stomach churn. It was instinctive, but that was all. Yesterday. The scene in the underground garage was hundreds of times more disgusting than this. When I returned to the house, Lin Bei and Hiyun were already in the living room. Sister Shiyu, what happened just now? Hiyun asked with dark circles under his eyes, looking like he was still sleepy. Nothing, just two ignorant clowns. Wash your face and get ready for breakfast. You look sleepy. You must have played with your phone very late last night. It's better not to say it. As soon as Hyun said this, his eyes became extremely resentful, and his small eyes swept between her and Lin Bei again and again. The words came to his lips, but he thought about it and gave up. Sister Shiyu had already restrained her voice, it was just that her hearing was too good now. I went into the bathroom and washed my face. Jiang Shiyu narrowed her eyes. Interesting. After washing his face, Hyun ran to her side energetically and hugged her arm, his big eyes flickering with anticipation. Sister Shiyu, what are we having for breakfast? I ate a lot last night. But one night passed. I'm already starving. Protein. 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 Jiang Shiyu was just about to say she wanted to eat something when she heard a strange roar coming from downstairs through the window. As her body evolved, her hearing and vision naturally evolved along with it. The three of them went to the window to look. What kind of monster is that? Is it a zombie? He uncovered his mouth and exclaimed softly, his eyes wide open. Yes, a bit exaggerated. Jiang Shiyu was also stunned for a moment. This should be an evolved power-type mutant zombie. Why do these muscles look a bit familiar, as if I have seen them in some TV series? Lin Bei couldn't help but squint. I've seen some weird zombies on the internet these days, but I didn't expect there to be one in this community. Looking from the 13th floor, he was 2 heads taller than the zombies around him. He was only wearing gym shorts, and his exposed limbs were filled with explosive muscles. The omnipotent netizens have done the classification. There are several types of zombies. Ordinary zombies, the ordinary zombies on the streets, zombies that have started to evolve like humans. Elite zombies, evolve and unlock special abilities. Mutated zombies, evolved zombies with extremely powerful special abilities. The zombies they have seen so far should belong to the 3rd type, and their physique is indeed a bit oversized. Soon. The zombie disappeared from their sight. Hyun couldn't help but sigh. I thought that being a first level 3-star was good enough, but I didn't expect there would be such a monster in the community. Our strength is still too weak. In this world full of dangers, only one's own strong strength can bring a sense of security. That's right. Jiang Shiyu nodded. There are monsters like this in our area alone, who knows how many there are out there. Even with my Beibei's help, I still feel that my power is too weak. Hyun raised his eyebrows. She glanced at Lin Bei without leaving a trace, not knowing whether his ability could double her strength. If so, her strength would be greatly improved. For now. Her strength is 8 times the limit of an ordinary person. If it is doubled, it would be an exaggerated 16 times. She was excited just thinking about it. And her strength ability is only LV1. If it is upgraded, it will be greatly improved. The more I think about it, the more excited I get. No, I must ask Sister Shiyu later. What's wrong, Bei? Is there any problem? Seeing Lin Bei standing by the window staring outside motionlessly, Shiyu walked up to him with concern, but saw nothing in the direction he was looking. Lin Bei made a hush gesture. Did you hear any strange noises? Strange noise. The 2 girls frowned and pricked up their ears to listen carefully. They seemed to hear faintly, protein, protein, protein. Listen and listen. The expressions of the 3 people suddenly changed. Look at each other. Not good. The faint sound grew louder and louder, and with the strong smell of blood in the air, everyone looked towards the door at the same time. That guy, he wouldn't have come here following the smell of blood, would he? Jiang Shiyu's face suddenly turned ugly. It seems to be true. Hyun quickly ran back to the room and took out the knife, looking towards the door with full alert. The voice could be said to be very close now. The low roar and heavy footsteps all showed that it was outside. I'm sorry, Bei. I didn't know. I didn't know the smell of blood would attract such a monster. I really didn't know. Jiang Shiyu apologized with a pale face. I wanted to show off. I never thought I would attract such a monster. Lin Bei touched his nose. Not to mention Shiyu, he himself didn't know. He knew that zombies were very sensitive to the smell of blood, but he didn't expect that this zombie could actually smell the blood on the 13th floor from below. Outrageous. A great score that goes against the will of heaven. But this may not be a bad thing. The energy obtained by killing this kind of zombie is not comparable to that of ordinary zombies. If you want to leave, you can take the 2 women away now. There is still enough time. Every time I kill a zombie, I can feel a faint energy flowing into my body, just like experience points. It seems that the world has become a game, and this muscular zombie is just a small boss. I'm sorry. Shiyu was still blaming herself. It's okay, it's just a mutant zombie. Don't think your man is too weak. Lin Bei touched her head to comfort her, looking towards the gate with anticipation in his eyes. Protein. Lots of protein. There was a chewing sound. Although there was a door between them, the 3 of them knew what was happening outside and held their breath. Not enough. Not enough protein. After a while, the roar of the muscle monster can be heard, and he can be heard sniffing the air frantically. Protein. The muscular monster outside the door had his dark pupils fixed on the door. He smelled it, smelled the fresh protein inside, and walked over with wild steps. The floor shook with every step. Bang. The security door in front of him was like paper. With a wave of his hand, it was smashed open. He saw 3 people standing inside, with hideous, cruel and greedy smiles on their faces. Protein. So much protein. Looking closely, this muscular monster's physique is far more terrifying than they had imagined. Its head is almost touching the ceiling, and its huge body and thick muscles make it hard to imagine what kind of power is contained within. The 2 women felt powerless. She could only tighten the long sword in her hand. Even if there were 3 of them, they might not be able to escape from him unscathed. Hyun was very unwilling to accept this. If her current strength could be doubled, she would have the confidence to fight the monster in front of her. His muscles were really scary. She doesn't want to die. She still has a lot of things to experience. No. Don't think like that. It is a big taboo to be afraid before fighting. With 3 of them being level 1 and 3 stars, they will definitely have no problem defeating this zombie. Protein. There is no door blocking the way. The muscular monster could smell the fresh scent on them more clearly, and the smile on his terrifying face became more ferocious. Next second, the smile on his face froze. He could ignore the knives in the 2 women's hands, but the black muzzle of the gun in the man's hand aroused the fear from deep in his memory, and he instinctively took a step back. Smile transfer technique. The smile on the muscular monster's face shifted to Lin Bei's face. In the early days of the apocalypse, guns could be said to be almost invincible. Seeing the muscular monster retreat, the smile on Lin Bei's face grew even wider. Experience points delivered to your door. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Pull the trigger like crazy. In 1 second, he fired 10 bullets. The horrific recoil was nothing in his eyes. In order to cover it up, he changed the magazine after firing 10 bullets. The whole process took no more than 10 seconds. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then there were another 10 bursts. All 20 bullets hit the muscular monster's head without exception. The gun was fast and accurate within 7 steps. The head was twice as big as that of an ordinary person, so it could hit anyone. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Then 30 rounds followed. With his hand speed, he turned the burst pistol into full automatic mode. The power of the Desert Eagle is not comparable to that of ordinary pistols. It can kill an elephant with ease. At a distance of several meters, with 30 bullets, he feels that he can kill even a second-level zombie, let alone this muscular monster. Bang. As the 3rd magazine was emptied, the muscular monster's huge body fell to the ground with a bang. As for his head, it looked like a watermelon dropped on the ground. Ah. Hyun and Jiang Shiyu opened their mouths wide. I thought it was going to be a fierce battle. I thought it was a fight to the death. He entered the scene. He was killed in seconds. This muscular monster had been on the scene for less than 5 seconds, and he was killed instantly by Lin Bei. Knowledge changes life. Technology changes destiny. Fuck. He slapped his forehead. Brother Lin has a gun in his hand. Forget about this. No matter how perverted the zombies ahead are, they are definitely not as perverted as the one with the gun. A surge of energy flowed into Lin Bei's body. Ha ha ha. Lin Bei couldn't help laughing. After killing this muscular monster, his level actually went up by 1 star. Master, Lin Bei. Level 1, 4 stars. System space, 10 cubic meters. Superpower, space, SSS-level, LV1, space backpack, 1000 cubic meters. Speed, 50. Strength, 50, times 2. Spirit, 50. Constitution, 50. Items, reinvigoration pill, 2nd grade, times 900, SSS grade stake times 333. Members included in the illustrations, Jiang Shiyu, space, LV1, first level 3 stars. Bond benefits, temperament times 2, strength times 2, double return of food supplies. You are awesome. I have made a breakthrough. Lin Bei excitedly hugged Shiryu in his arms. In the end times, nothing is more exciting than improving one's strength. But the reason why he did this was to dispel Shiyu's self-blame. She took the fact that she attracted mutant zombies too seriously. Really? That's great. Shiyu felt relieved. She was afraid that Lin Bei would dislike her for not thinking before doing things. No matter what. The danger was finally averted. He breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the two people hugging each other with a slightly envious look in her eyes. She had never been hugged by a man in her life. She heard from her best friend who had a boyfriend that it was very comfortable, but she didn't know what the feeling was. Shaked his head. Strength. The power is still not enough. Today I must ask Sister Yu how Lin Bei managed to double her strength. After dinner, the three of them set off. Although it is only a few kilometers from here to Teacher Zhang's martial arts hall, it is not easy to walk across it. In order to prevent emergencies, the three decided to grow some more. Come downstairs. It has been almost a week since the apocalypse broke out. The three of them left the residential building after a long absence and enjoyed the feeling of the sun shining on their bodies. Roar. Roar. The three of them showed up undisguisedly. The zombies around them were like sharks smelling blood, rushing towards them madly. When the apocalypse just broke out, the speed of these zombies was about the same as that of ordinary people jogging, but now they were already running as fast as ordinary people. Survival of the fittest. Those who stand still are doomed to destruction. Today's small goal is to clear out the zombies in the community. Shouldn't that be a problem? Lin Bei took a quick glance and saw that the number of zombies running towards them was in the hundreds. There are 60 buildings in this community. A 2-unit, 16-story building. 2 households per unit. That is to say, there are 3,840 households in this community. Assuming there are 3 people in each household, the number of households exceeds 10,000. When the apocalypse broke out at 5 p.m., you can imagine how many zombies were wandering outside. No. Jiang Shiyu was very confident. It's easy, Yun acted quite casually. Without the magic pill, this would be impossible to accomplish. But now, these zombies are just walking experience points. Call out. Call out. Call out. Lin Bei took out his pistol, aimed at the leading zombie and pulled the trigger. The zombies in the front row fell to the ground, forming a chain reaction. The zombies' mobility had improved, but their brains were still lacking. But also, this happens even to normal people. Let's get started. Blooming in the midst of carnage, just like flowers at dawn, wherever the three of them passed, there were only headless zombies left. They gave their all in every attack and there was no need to worry about running out of strength. Weak and powerless. Take drugs to regain strength. The status is full. Full hit and explosive slash. Sister, hurry up, the big guys in the community have taken action, come and see, the three of them are so awesome, the zombies are just like toys in front of them. Is this still a human being? Handsome guy, do you need a wife? I'll pay for it. Boss, my sister is still a virgin, she's so pretty, come to my house and be my brother-in-law. Rebellious brother. Handsome, take me with you, I can warm the bed. One person tells 10 people. 10 people tell 100 people. The survivors in the community came to the window one after another, shouting excitedly to attract their attention. Great, with these 3 guys here, our risk factor has been reduced a lot. That's right, they don't look like humans at all. Jiang Shiyu took a quick look and said, I never thought that so many people are still alive. Lin Bei remembered something and joked, you thought everyone was like you, with nothing to eat at home. Sure, you blushed, who knew that the end of the world would come so suddenly? But I'm still lucky. You live next door to me. It's all thanks to my best friend. If she hadn't called me to play games in a hurry, I might not have been able to get back before the outbreak. You are really lucky. Still remember. Jiang Shiyu returned home 20 minutes before the apocalypse. If she had been delayed on the way, she would have either become a zombie or become. Pray to your bestie. Bei, I've leveled up. Suddenly. He-yun on the side also became excited, I've upgraded too, all of them have upgraded, ha 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 ha, brother Lin, sister Yu, my ability has upgraded to level 2, and now my strength has tripled. Real. If she wasn't afraid that sister Yu would mind, she really wanted to pounce on brother Lin and give him a big kiss. The reason why her superpowers upgraded so quickly was because she used her strength without reservation, and frequent use of superpowers naturally upgraded them. And the premise of frequent use? It's brother Lin's secret little pill. Call out. He-yun used all his strength to slash out with his sword. With this terrifying blow, he instantly chopped off the heads of 10 zombies. It feels so good. He-yun was very excited. Trembling with excitement. This power. So terrifying. As the 3 of them upgraded collectively, the speed of clearing zombies further increased, and the number of zombies that died at the hands of the 3 of them increased from tens to hundreds and then to thousands. Cool. Several hours passed. The huge community was littered with corpses, like a purgatory on Earth, with only 3 people left standing on the pile of corpses. Master, Lin Bei. Level, First Order 6 stars. System space, 10 cubic meters. Superpower, space, SSS-level, LV1, space backpack, 1000 cubic meters. Speed, 70. Strength, 70, times 2. Spirit, 70. Constitution, 70. Items, Reinvigoration Pill, 2nd grade, times 1314, SSS grade stake times 520. Members included in the illustrations, Jiang Shiyu, space, LV1, level 1, 5 stars. Bonus benefits, temperament times 2, strength times 2, double return of food supplies. Cool. He's 6 stars. He-yun and Shiryu both get 5 stars. The combat power of the 3-person team is now quite terrifying. Go to the wall and lean your back against it. Flip your hand. He put a piece of steak into his mouth. After killing zombies for several hours, he was already starving. Although the rejuvenation pill could restore his physical strength, it could not restore his hunger. Bei, I'm hungry, eat. Shiyu dribbled the ball and came up to the opponent, tilting her head back and slightly opening her cherry lips. Give. Lin Bei brought the steak to her mouth and let her take a bite. After taking a bite, she felt very satisfied, so fragrant, so tender, so delicious, another bite, delicious. He-yun, who was watching from the side, swallowed his saliva wildly. Make crazy eyes. The 2 of them pretended not to see anything, taking turns to take a bite, you feed me and I feed you, and we ate happily. Snort. The baby is mad. Cough. Cough cough cough. Cough 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 cough. The 2 still didn't react at all. I knock. On purpose. It must be intentional. Until He-yun's throat was about to break from coughing, Lin Bei hugged Shiryu and looked at her slowly. A piece of steak appeared in his hand and he shook it in front of her, call me brother and I'll give you a piece. He-yun smiled. The smile was very sarcastic. What is she? Peace. Laugh. Take a deep breath, good brother. Times 100, relying on his strong lung capacity, he shouted it 100 times in one breath. $100. The two people who heard it were dumbfounded. Hyun raised his little head. She stretched out her hand with a proud look on her face. Brother Lin, you said that if I call you good brother, you will give me $1. You must keep your word. I called you 100 times, and you must give me $100. I don't have a space backpack, so give me $10 first. What if I don't keep my word? Oh, good brother, can you just give me a few dollars? I'm almost starving to death, and you're still teasing me. Hyun made a bitter face and pulled his arm and acted coquettishly. Eat it. Lin Bei took out 5 yuan and gave it to her. Little Hyun. It's quite fun. Hee, thank you, good brother. Hyun didn't care about the oil on the steak, he just grabbed it and started chewing it. He was shocked after taking a bite. How could this steak be so delicious? Oh my god. Too delicious. After eating 5 palm-sized steaks, she was still not satisfied. This time, she hugged his arm and acted like a spoiled child. Good brother, can you give me a few more pieces? Lin Bei raised his eyebrows. So soft. Next second. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly shook Hyun off and grabbed a long arrow that was shooting towards his head. Hyun's expression changed again and again. She thought Lin Bei didn't like her like this, and was very disappointed, but when she saw the arrow in his hand, she was surprised, but soon, it turned into strong anger, and she looked along the trajectory of the arrow. Diagonally opposite. 15th floor. A young man stood by the window holding a compound bow. Lin Bei sneered. The situation he was worried about finally happened. Someone was displeased with him and shot him in the back. Damn, are you looking for death? Shiyu in his arms saw the arrow and rarely burst into swearing. Walk. Walk. Lin Bei walked towards the building, and the two women followed closely behind him. Now it was the end of the world, and people could shoot arrows at him without any scruples. Naturally, he could retaliate without any scruples. The men by the window obviously didn't expect that Lin Bei could catch him. When he saw them coming, his face suddenly changed. Without thinking, he drew his bow, aimed, and shot the second arrow. The aim is very accurate. The shot is very accurate. But it is impossible to hit when you are not prepared, and it is even more impossible to hit when you are prepared. Every arrow is blocked accurately. This won't kill you. The men looked extremely ugly. The three of them stepped into the building. 15th floor. Rush. With the current physical fitness of the three people, it would take less than 10 seconds to get from the first floor to the 15th floor. Bang. Kick open the security door. I saw him stuffing things into his bag, but when he saw them coming, he stopped what he was doing. He forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Brother, if I said I was shooting zombies just now, would you believe me? What do you think? I think you believe it. The men said as he stood up and backed away. Brother, since we live in the same neighborhood, please let me go. I was just possessed by a ghost and attacked you just now. Give me a chance. As the words fell, a hint of coldness flashed in the man's eyes. Die for me. Call out. Lin Bei raised his hand. She grasped a sewing needle in midair and stared at the men with a teasing look. Your ability is good, but it's a pity that you have no chance of rising. Impossible. The man's pupils shrank suddenly, and this time, a look of deep fear appeared on his face. Original. What he planned was to talk to him to attract his attention, and then kill him without anyone noticing by using his magnetic ability. Who would notice the size of an embroidery needle, not to mention that he was flying at high speed? He thought it was stable. Who would have thought that this man not only discovered it but also caught it? The next second, the black muzzle of the gun was reflected in his pupils, and his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. At this moment, he smelled the smell of death. Without even a thought. Swish. He knelt on the ground and said, brother, don't shoot. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Give me a chance. Please give me a chance. Your special ability should be magnetism. You can control the bullet's warhead. If you can block it, I will give you a chance. No. Before the men could speak, a bullet shot out from the muzzle, and the moment Lin Bei pulled the trigger, the man used all his superpowers, but his superpower level was too low, and his magnetic superpower was only an ordinary sea level, which could not stop the bullet at all. Poochie. The bullet lodged in his thigh. Logically speaking, with the power of the Desert Eagle, this shot was enough to make a hole in his leg, but now it only shot into the thigh. Beads of sweat appeared on the man's forehead, which seemed to be the effect of his supernatural power. Sure, I've blocked it. The man smiled subconsciously. Then will you give me a chance? I swear I. Did I say that? You. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Bei fired 4 shots in a row. The 4 bullets pierced his 2 menisci and shoulder blades respectively. I was just kidding you. I'm a man of my words. I'll give you a chance, and if you can survive, you're lucky. The man's eyes widened. Is this called giving a chance? Give it to NM. After saying that, he turned and left. Humph! Jiang Shiyu snorted and left. You deserve it. He-Yun glared at him coldly. Wouldn't it be nice to live a good life? Why did he have to seek death? The power of the Desert Eagle is extraordinary. The man's bones were all broken at his knees and shoulders, leaving only a strip of skin hanging on, and blood was constantly gushing out. If he was still alive like this, it could only be said that he deserved to live. Good brother, why don't you just kill him? You don't really intend to give him a chance. What if he survives? He-Yun asked when they came outside. The more Lin Bei thought about it, the angrier he became. Fortunately, he obtained Jiang Shiyu's special ability and found the threshold of spatial perception, otherwise he would have been successfully ambushed by this kid. Killing him directly, don't you think it's too easy for him? Let him be half dead like this, feeling the pain in his body and the passing of life. Magnetism is a good ability, even a low-level one. Once it develops, it can become a king. But now because of his momentary impulse, he has lost everything and has to wait for death slowly. Regret, unwillingness, and other emotions will slowly torture him until the last moment of his life. That makes sense. He-Yun agreed, but then added, but what if this guy is not dead? If he is not dead, he will definitely try every possible way to retaliate against us in the future. Lin Bei smiled and rubbed her little head. I didn't say I was leaving now. Aren't you hungry? Why don't we find an empty house and have a meal first? After dinner, come back to see him, right? He-Yun stuck out his tongue. I'm overthinking. I can't believe you're so knowledgeable. You know the importance of last hitting. No, I've read too many novels. Find an empty house. With a wave of hand, 3 bowls filled with rice appeared. They were the size of a normal soup bowl, slightly bigger than a face. There was no other way. Their appetites were too big now. How much trouble would it take to fill them one by one in small bowls? Let's just have a simple meal at noon. Simple. He-Yun was a little disappointed. Next second. Simple. This is called simple. Sweet and sour spare ribs. Tomato and eggs. Pickled fish fillet. Shredded pork with green garlic. Braised lamb. Black fish soup. 5 dishes and 1 soup, this is called simple. I love simple meals. Jiang Shiyu eats 1 bowl of rice and returns 2 bowls of the same size of rice. You have eaten 1 bowl of rice, and will be given back 2 bowls of the same size of rice. Jiang Shiyu and you ate the braised lamb together, and returned 2 bowls of the same size of braised lamb. Tongzi, awesome. Can't finish it. Can't finish it at all. Bei, it seems like there's a power outage. After eating and drinking, Shiyu prepared to see what was in the family's refrigerator. When she opened it, she saw there was no electricity. She tried to turn on the light, but found that there was no electricity either. So soon. Lin Bei frowned slightly. Actually, it's not fast either. The power outage occurred almost a week after the apocalypse, which can be said to be very slow. I looked at the time and it was 6 o'clock in the evening. It gets dark late in the summer, but it is a bit late to leave for Teacher Jiang now. Lin Bei looked at Hiyun and said, I'll sleep at your house tonight. We'll leave tomorrow, so it's a good time to pack up your things. Hiyun nodded while chewing on the ribs. Eat and drink enough. The three returned to the 15th floor. You crippled me. I will definitely avenge this. I will also cripple your limbs so that you can see with your own eyes how your woman is toyed with. Just arrived at the door of the 15th floor. Lin Bei was stunned when he heard a voice full of resentment coming from inside. This guy is quite lucky. What a pity. Walk into the room. The man who had lost his limbs was lying on the sofa, his wounds no longer bleeding as if they had been roasted, and a few spatulas were lying quietly on the ground. Got it. The magnetic power controlled the natural gas to turn on, burning the spatula red and scalding the blood vessels that sealed the wound. One can imagine how much pain this man endured, and one has to admire his desire to survive. I wouldn't be a human being if I don't take revenge. The man was still muttering to himself. Excessive blood loss made him a little dazed, and he didn't even notice the three people entering the house. No, I need to eat something to replenish my blood. I feel dizzy. The man muttered and turned his head. His pupils shrank when he saw the three people standing quietly at the door. Ha 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 ha. The man laughed. The laugh was a little crazy. His eyes were bloodshot. After enduring so much suffering, they finally managed to survive, but in the end, these people didn't even leave. Ha 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 ha. A bullet hit him right between the eyebrows. Comfortable. Lin Bei left with the two women contentedly. He didn't like to provoke others, but he didn't like to let go of those who provoked him. In front of Hiyun's house. Hiyun took out his key to open the door, and the first thing he did when he got home was to check whether there was electricity in his house. Sighed. Looking at Lin Bei and Jiang Shiyu, there is no electricity at my house either. It seems that there is really a power outage. Lin Bei and the other men looked around her house. The general decoration style is similar, but there are a lot of things in her house, but it is also tidy. When her eyes swept to the coffee table in the living room, she was attracted by the small gadgets on it, and the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. It's a little interesting. Jiang Shiyu also discovered it. Hiyun followed their gaze, his fair little face instantly turned red, he rushed forward to pick it up, opened the window, and threw it out without thinking, all in one smooth motion. Oh my God, someone must have come to my house last night. There was something I haven't seen before. I have to check it carefully. There must be someone hiding. Hiyun pretended, but her red cheeks betrayed her long ago. Yeah. Shiyu helped her check and asked casually, if you throw it away now, what will you do if you need it in the future? It's okay, I have a new one in my drawer. Hiyun's mind was confused by embarrassment at the moment, and he answered subconsciously. As soon as he finished speaking, his already red cheeks became even redder. Bit your lower lip. She glared at her shyly, Sister Yu. It's over. Exposed. Hey, don't be so shy. We are all adults now. Isn't it normal to do this? I have bought that little thing before. Really? Don't ask. If you ask, it's true. Okay, no one's laughing at you. We're leaving tomorrow. Pack up the things you need to pack. We'll leave when you wake up tomorrow. Good. Shiyu followed her and helped pack up her things, which were just some clothes. Sister Yu, can I ask you a question? Ask anything. We are leaving tomorrow. Hiyun is now at the first level, 5 stars, her supernatural power has been tripled, and her strength is 18 times the limit of an ordinary person. It sounds very powerful, but who knows if there will be any abnormal monsters out there. What if she encounters something that a pistol can't solve? The strength is still not enough. Sister Yu, Brother Lin has doubled your strength, can he double my strength as well? After hesitating for a long time, Hiyun finally spoke. She had wanted to say this for a whole day. Shiyu was stunned. Originally, she was planning to use this to seduce Hiyun, but she never expected that she would actually take the initiative to speak. Jiang Shiyu showed an embarrassment. Of course, he can, but his ability can only. Only what? Only for his women. Ah. He thought there were some harsh conditions, but this was it. He blurted out without even thinking, "This is easy. Can't I just be his woman?" Jiang Shiyu. He regretted it after he said that. Damn my straightforward personality. Exposed again. Ahem, what I mean is, it's not a good idea to be his woman. After all, he and I are not very familiar with each other, and you are his girlfriend. I don't want to ruin your relationship. I don't mind. Really? That's great. No, what I mean is, this isn't so good. He-yun was so excited that she was incoherent. Not only could she be a woman with dignity, but she could be with the boy she liked, and she could gain power as well. It was a win-win situation. Please. Lin Bei is so handsome. The first time they met, she felt that he was handsome and had good temperament. Not only did he provide her with so much food, but he also helped her grow quickly. If it weren't for Lin Bei, she might still be staying at home eating instant noodles and hesitating whether to go out and fight. She might also have been locked on the rooftop and turned into food for zombies. Young girl. My heart is beating fast. It's just that I don't dare to show it because of Sister Shiyu. Jiang Shiyu frowned slightly. Things went much more smoothly than she expected. Even without her participation, it wouldn't be long before Xiao Yunyun would give it to her on her own initiative. No way. Who made her Bei so handsome? Very good. Finally someone helped her share the firepower. Xiao Yunyun, do you desire power? Do you want to grasp the future? Why not wait for the best day? How about you become his woman tonight? After tonight, your strength will be increased from 18 times the limit of ordinary people to 36 times. 36 times, can you imagine it? Sure, you whispered in her ear, bewitching her. Tonight. He bit her lip and murmured shyly, This is too soon, I'm not ready yet. It feels great to talk nonsense. But when it came to her, she backed off. Shiyu came behind her. He placed his hands on her shoulders and said, Xiao Yunyun, it's the end of the world now. It's very chaotic outside. We may encounter a danger we can't resist one day. We won't care whether you are ready or not. Let's set off tomorrow. If you become stronger, we will be more confident of reaching our destination, right? If something unexpected happens tomorrow, when Lin Bei and I fall in front of you, will you regret being shy at this moment? Or do you want to continue to wander alone in this end of the world? Some things and some people must be grasped now. Once something goes wrong, it will be too late to regret, Xiao Yun. He-yun's face was full of hesitation. She said shyly, I don't know how to face him. I'm embarrassed about this kind of thing. Got it. I see. Shiyu understood, you don't want to, but you are shy, right? This is easy, I have a way, listen to me. After listening, He-yun's eyes widened, is this possible? Why not? Sister Yu, I'm still a little scared. I'm really not mentally prepared for this. Will it be too fast? I'm really not ready yet. Otherwise. Don't worry, it's okay. All right. Get it. After putting away the things, they went to the living room. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. Shiyu saw that Lin Bei was going to take a shower first and took the initiative to say, Bei, we feel very uncomfortable. Can we take a shower first? Okay. While they are taking a shower, Lin Bei made a video call to his first wife Yu. Yu, is there a power outage in your place? It's also out. I don't think the backup power supply of the signal station will last long. You can use your home as a base, and I will come to find you when I have enough strength. Okay, I miss you so much too. Don't worry, I, Lin Bei, am not a fickle person. You know me. Even if a beautiful woman takes the initiative to throw herself into my arms, I will not even look at her. You are the only one in my heart. Really, don't worry. Hang up the phone. Hee hee. Lin Bei laughed. I wonder what Shiyu is planning to do tonight. Work uniform. White silk. Black stockings. I'm kind of looking forward to it. After a while, two women came out together, with slightly wet hair and tight clothes, showing off their figures to the fullest. When Hee-yun is dealt with in the future, there will be one of them standing on each side of him. Take a bath. Bei, I'll sleep in this room tonight, and Hee-yun will be in that room. Shiyu pointed before entering the bathroom. Good. After entering, Shiyu took Hee-yun's hand and came to her room, whispering, "It's dark now, when the time comes, just lie on the bed with your back to him. Don't worry, he's also interested in you, and he'll go along with it when he finds out it's you. You just need to do this and that. Sister Yu, let's go tomorrow night. I'm a little scared." Hee-yun stood up and was about to leave when Shiryu held him down. "MD. Walk. Once you come, don't even think about leaving. He. Be my sister and help me. Xiao Yunyun, have you forgotten what I just told you? If you run into danger tomorrow and something happens to you because your strength hasn't improved, are you sure you won't regret it? Brainwashing. Wash like crazy. Pua. Xiao Yunyun, think about how good Bei is to you. He makes sure you have a full meal every time, and he also gives you unlimited secret pills. You are able to have your current strength only because of him. He has given you so much, and if you don't think about yourself, don't you want to repay him? Do you think that other than this, there is anything else you can do to repay him?" 2. Hee-yun sat down quietly. Lin Bei is really good to her. I have nothing to repay you for. I can only promise to you with my body. Sure, you continue to release her big move, become his woman, you can eat as much meat as you want in the future. He is willing to give you meat even if you eat it as a staple food. Don't you like eating ribs? Tomorrow I will show you 2 plates, no, 5 plates, no, 10 plates, no, 100 plates. Is this true? Really? Shiyu agreed very quickly. No matter whether it was true or not, she just needed to calm her down first. After tonight, she would not be able to run away even if she wanted to. He. Ha. Refreshed. You. Shoo. When I came to the living room, I saw Shiyu sitting quietly on the sofa. Just when I was about to ask why she didn't go into the room, I saw her making a hushing gesture, then winking towards her room and giving me a look that said, "You know what I mean." Lin Bei was stunned. "What's the meaning?" "Look at your phone." Lin Bei read out Shiyu's lip movements. "Xiao Yunyun, I've taken care of it. Come in and eat. Just treat her as me. She's very shy, so don't expose her at the beginning." Lin Bei. This question mark doesn't mean I have a problem, but I think you have a problem. How did you fool me? Shiyu, what do you care about me? I'm telling you, I agreed to one condition for you, that is, she can eat meat as much as she wants in the future. Lin Bei, 6. Lin Bei, love you. Poetry Rain, 3. Shiyu was a great help. 8 Hee-yun. His strength can be improved several levels on the spot. She wants to eat meat. Eat as much as you want. If she can't eat 10 plates a day, she won't be allowed to sleep. Mua. He first kissed Shiyu on the forehead, and then slowly walked into the room. He couldn't neglect one thing while focusing on the other. After his early control, he could be said to be extremely satisfied with the current Shiyu. Sister Yun. You're going to be in trouble. Shiyu chuckled and returned to Hee-yun's room. After several days, she was finally able to stay awake and fall asleep slowly. Lin Bei entered the room. Very dark. Very dark. He could only see a person lying on the inside of the bed. Lin Bei lifted the quilt and crawled in to hug her. He could clearly feel her body stiffening. "Yu, I'm coming." Included successfully. Successfully collect beauties with a comprehensive score of more than 90, and receive a beautiful gift of a Hoili pill, 1st grade, and the system space storage is increased to 100 cubic meters. Add 1 more point for being unbound by human relations, and you will receive a small exquisite gift, 10 of the world's top honey-glazed sausages. Innate silk stockings sacred body bond +1, the effect of wearing silk stockings on members of the illustrations is tripled. Open the bond of the most pure girl, the pure style of the illustrated members is doubled. Gourmet bond increases by 1, and the food or drinks consumed by you and the illustrated members will be returned 3 times. The bodybuilder's bond increases by 1, and the strength of you and the members of the illustrated book increases by 3 times. It has been detected that Hyun has the power ability, and this ability has been copied to the master. Take off. Take off and fly. Property. Master, Lin Bei. Level, First Order 6 stars. System space, 100 cubic meters. Superpower, space, SSS-level, LV1, passive ability, space backpack. Capacity, 1000 cubic meters, strength, S-level, LV1, double. Speed, 70. Strength, 70, times 3, times 2. Spirit, 70. Constitution, 70. Items, rebound pills times 1333, SSS grade steak times 550, top grade honey glazed sausage times 10. Members included in the illustrations, Jiang Shiyu, first level 5 star, space LV1, Hyun, first level 5 star, strength LV2, 3 times increase. Bonding benefits, temperament times 2, strength times 3, edible materials returned 3 times. Bond has been activated. Top-notch stewardess, 1, all members' temperament and image are doubled. Top-notch female leader, 1, illustration member, pure style is doubled. Innate silk stockings sacred body, 2, the effect of members wearing silk stockings is tripled. Gourmet, 2, food supplies returned 3 times. Fitness seekers, 2, strength tripled. Unexperienced, 2. Original. His strength was 14 times the limit of an ordinary person, but now, it was 42 times the limit of an ordinary person, a full 3 times. He himself did not know how terrifying his current strength was. The only pity is, the exquisite little gift is the same as the last time. With the gourmet bond, he only needs 1 to get it infinitely. Ah. I knock. Are there still wolves in the city? It can't be a werewolf. Jiang Shiyu, who was sleeping alone, didn't expect to hear wolf howls in the city, and besides the howls there were also cries for help. Help, Sister Yu, save the child. Sister Yu. Sister Rain ah. Shiyu put on her headphones. Isolate the sound. She made a video call to her bestie, but the power was off and no one knew when the internet went offline. NU, I'm already level 1, 5 stars, isn't that awesome? What? You're level 2. No, sister, you've opened something. The next day, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So cool. Jiang Shiyu woke up and wanted to laugh when she thought about last night. Even with headphones on, she could still hear Xiao Yunyun's cry for help. Get up. Pack up and get ready to go. In another room. Hyun angrily laid on Lin Bei's chest, you bad guy, I'm just a newbie, can't you restrain yourself? I don't care, we agreed last night that I want to eat 100 plates of ribs today. Lin Bei rested his hand on the pillow and touched her back with the other, saying with a smile, do you like eating meat so much? Little greedy cat, I'll reward you with a grilled sausage first. Hyun. Don't, this early in the morning. Really a grilled sausage? Hyun was stunned. Why else do you think so? Hyun's face suddenly turned red. She grabbed the bamboo skewer, took the sausage out of her mouth, and sniffed it. The rich aroma stimulated her appetite. This thing was also her favorite. Seeing Lin Bei staring at him, Hyun also stared at him, opened his little mouth, took a big bite, and started chewing with his little head raised. This little girl, Lin Bei smiled and shook his head. Cute. Look at your dashboard. What do you mean? Hyun, who was tasting the grilled sausage, was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and was ecstatic. Property. Hyun. Level, first level 5 star. Power, strength, S-level, LV2, 3 times. Speed, 60. Strength, 60, times 3, times 3. Spirit, 60. Constitution, 60. Points, 0. You gave me an extra triple. Triple. Oh my god. Hyun was so happy. A doubling of the amount was already horrible, but he didn't expect it to be triple. 3 equals 9. 69.54. 54 times the limit of ordinary people. That's not the point. The key is that her strength ability still has a lot of room for improvement, and it will only become more abnormal as time goes by. This triple additional bonus has greatly increased her upper limit. Good brother, you are really my good brother, Yun loves you so much. Hyun hugged his neck and kissed him madly. Gurgle. Hyun stuck out his tongue. Good brother, my stomach is almost starving. Although you have increased my strength, you can't cheat me with my 100 plates of ribs. Good. Lin Bei got excited. He likes to brag, right? If you can't finish 100 plates of spare ribs today, you're going to suffer tonight. Humph. Hyun held his head high with a look of disdain. As long as you can afford it, I can eat it. It's just 100 plates of ribs. It's not enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. It's just to whet our appetite. Lin Bei was happy. Okay. His plate of ribs was not the kind that came in a few dozen or 20 or 30 small plates, which weighed at most 2 or 3 pounds. His plate was a specially selected large round plate, weighing nearly 10 pounds. There's nothing we can do about it, their appetites are just too big. Use a large plate to save trouble. Don't worry about the plates, Tongzi is very conscientious and returned the tableware together with the food. 1 plate is calculated as 10 kilograms. 10 plates weighing 100 kilograms. 100 plates weigh 1,000 pounds. Even if there are bones, it is still several hundred kilograms of meat. Come. Start building. Wow. Seeing Lin Bei taking out a large plate of ribs, Hyun's eyes lit up and he lay on him and started to eat them happily. Cool. Hiccup. After a while. She showed off the 10 kilograms of ribs by herself, burped, and stared at him contentedly. Look, this one was made so easily. Hyun ate 1 plate of spare ribs and returned 3 plates. Lin Bei smiled. Flip your hand. Another plate of ribs was taken out, and Hyun's eyes lit up again, but the brightness was much lower than before. It was 100% bright just now, and now it was 10% bright. I'm full. I'm really full. I knock. How many ribs did he save? Baby was just joking. Judging from his attitude, he wouldn't really want me to eat 100 plates, right? Will you die of overeating? Good brother, now is the end of the world, we have to save food and think about the future instead of just thinking about the present, so I have decided that for a better life in the future, I don't want the remaining 99 plates of ribs. How about it, baby, are you considerate? Considerate, you are the most considerate. You are considerate to the point of being full, aren't you? Lin Bei pinched her nose. Hee. Get up. We have to set off today. I sent a message to teacher Jiang, telling her that I'll go to her place today. Hyun lay on the bed, swinging her 2 white and tender little feet. She was full and was not in a hurry. Living room. Lin Bei and Jiang Shiyu were having breakfast together. Lin Bei remembered something and said, Xiao Yuyu, the reason why Hyun's ability level has increased is because she uses it frequently. We also have to find a way to increase the ability level. Shiyu drank a mouthful of preserved egg and lean meat porridge. You keep collecting things and using your superpowers frequently. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Last night before going to bed, I repeated it to my bestie on the phone for several hours. There is no intention of upgrading at all. The direction must be wrong. Lin Bei thought for a moment and continued, to improve our spatial abilities, we should develop spatial abilities. For example, I have been practicing my perception recently. The arrow I shot yesterday entered a certain range and was sensed by me. In fact, as long as you calm down, you can actually sense space. Is that so? Shiyu put down the bowl and tried it. Close your eyes. Put aside distractions. Calm down. After a while, everything around her was displayed in her mind without reservation. Lin Bei in front of her, the dishes on the table, and Hyun in the room. Although everything was colorless, it was very three-dimensional. Space ability. Although she didn't read many novels, she watched a lot of science fiction movies. She tried to pat Hee-yun's butt. Who? Hee-yun, lying on the bed, had a look of horror on her face. Just now, someone slapped her on the butt. The strange thing was that she was the only one in the room. Really? Ghost? Invisible man? He quickly ran to sit next to Lin Bei and the others, and looked around vigilantly with his two big eyes. Good brother, sister you, my house seems to be really not clean. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Staring at Jiang Shiyu opposite him, he just saw that Jiang Shiyu's hand mysteriously disappeared halfway, and then appeared in the room and patted Hee-yun. It should be the opening of a short-distance space wormhole. Not scientific. Of course he had tried the skill before, but it was very difficult. So why was Shiyu able to use it on her first try? Tongzi, please explain. Is it a copy or a pirated copy? Tisk. Master, she is a natural 3S space power holder and has a natural affinity for space. You acquired this ability later and need to get used to it. You are definitely not as good as her. I see. Reasonable. Shiyu opened her eyes and asked with a stifled smile, Yun, what's wrong? What happened? Just now, it comes again. Before Hee-yun could finish his words, someone scratched his waist. This horrifying scene gave him goosebumps all over his body and he jumped into Lin Bei's arms. Geese, goose, goose. Seeing her look, Shiyu really couldn't hold it in anymore. She didn't expect that Shiyu, who was not afraid of zombies or bad guys, was actually scared by this. Okay, there's nothing dirty. I was the one who spanked your butt and tickled you just now. Don't be afraid. You. Look, Shiyu demonstrated the ability she had just developed in front of the two of them. Oh my god. This is amazing. I'm so jealous. Although Hee-yun said this, he was still very happy. Sister Yu, this skill is invincible. It's super powerful when used together. Sure, you nodded, it's very powerful in the later stage. Now because the level of my spatial ability is too low, I can't maintain it for a long time and can't use it at a long distance. That's pretty fierce too. Hee-yun waved her little fist. Who dares to mess with you now? If I punch you, you can just open a space wormhole in front of my fist and the back of my head, and I will kill myself without you having to do anything. It's super cool. Yes. Shiyu ate while getting familiar with the food as quickly as possible. Half an hour later. The three of them got dressed and set off. Come downstairs. The ground was littered with zombie corpses, and many humans could be seen sneaking around. The three of them headed straight for the north gate of the community. The south gate was the main street, and there were so many zombies outside that it made their scalps numb. Their goal today was to hurry on their way rather than upgrade, so they would definitely choose a convenient route. Sister Jiang hasn't replied to my message yet. Could something have happened to her? On the way, Hee-yun held a knife in one hand and a cell phone in the other, looking a little worried. Don't worry. Shiyu used the space wormhole and slashed with a knife, cutting off the heads of several zombies more than 10 meters ahead. Xiao Yunyun, not everyone is like us and doesn't worry about food. Didn't you say that your sister Jiang has a lot of students at home, and as the director, she is under a lot of pressure? Maybe she is out looking for food and has no time to reply to you. Maybe. Hee-yun was still a little worried. This situation happened a few days ago. Just as Sister Shiyu said. Sister Jiang went out to look for food and had no time to look at her phone. She is very capable, but it is the end of the world now and no one can predict whether any accidents will happen. The straight line distance is 2.5 kilometers. They chose a route from the navigation, which required a 5-kilometer walk. At their current speed, they could arrive in a few minutes, but there were so many zombies outside. They were everywhere, so many that it made their scalps numb. They had to clear a path. Too many. Lin Bei put a resilience pill into his mouth. These zombies seemed to be endlessly unstoppable. Just after he finished cleaning up 100 of them, another 200 or 300 came. They did not pose a threat to them, but were too annoying. To kill monsters, you still need a mage. But it is not so easy to meet someone with top-notch magical powers. It is already a blessing from heaven to be able to find Jiang Shiyu and Hiyun. Here it comes. Sure, you frequently used the space wormhole beside him, and suddenly a feeling emerged in her heart. A thought came to mind. Swing a knife. This knife beheaded all the zombies rushing over from 10 meters away. With another knife, more than a dozen zombies lost their heads. It's done. Lin Bei was excited. That's great, Bei, you can do it too. Shiyu's face was full of smiles. The two of them worked together. No matter how many zombies there were, 10 or 100, they could not get within 10 meters of them. Hiyun spread his hands. Okay. You're bullying me because I don't have a ranged attack, right? She doesn't have to do anything. All she had to do was follow the two of them and move forward. It was quite comfortable, but she just couldn't kill the zombies. After a while, she would definitely be left behind by the two of them. Strength ability. What's the use? Xiao Yunyun, just keep chopping forward. I'll open a space wormhole for you. Sure, you saw that she was a little unhappy, but she could roughly guess what she was thinking. That's great. I love you so much, sister you. 5 kilometers. It only takes an ordinary person about half an hour to run 5 kilometers, but the three of them took a full 3 hours. The good news is that Teacher Jiang's martial arts gym is just ahead, but the bad news is that 3 hours have passed and Teacher Jiang has not yet replied to Hiyun's message. When we came to this street, the number of zombies dropped sharply. The roads were littered with dead bodies. Obviously. This place has been cleaned up by Jiang Yu, and his cleaning method is a little different from theirs. These zombies basically have holes in their heads. The door to the first floor of the martial arts hall was closed. This is a 3-story building composed of 3 storefronts. Lin Bei opened a space wormhole and walked directly from outside the door into the house. What are you going to do? Are you crazy? If you dare to do anything to me, aren't you afraid that Teacher Jiang will come back and break your legs? Ha, Jiang, you can't come back. She went to the school supermarket. The water there had long been injected with drugs by several of my classmates with syringes. Do you think Jiang Yu and Teacher Jiang killed zombies all the way to school and saw a lot of unopened water on the shelf? Will she open it and drink it because she's thirsty? You beast, no wonder you suggested going to the school supermarket at noon, saying it was close to here. So this is what you were thinking. Do you still have any conscience? If it weren't for Teacher Jiang, you would have been bitten by zombies a long time ago. How much is your conscience worth? My roommates all live in the girls' dormitory, and I can only watch you and endure it every day. Why? Just because Jiang Yu is a woman, we are not allowed to touch you. If we hadn't gone out to search for supplies every day, you would have starved to death. It's the end of the world, why can't you let us touch you? You are such a beast. Teacher Jiang helped you to join the ranks of evolvers, helped you to overcome your fear of zombies, provided you with food and shelter, and yet you actually teamed up to plot against him. You are such a beast. Hey, I'm a beast, so what? Go ahead and scold me, the more you scold me the more excited I am, baby, I'm coming. Just walked in. The three of them heard the conversation between a man and a woman coming from inside, and Lin Bei couldn't help but frown. Are you late? Hiyun rushed into the locker room, kicked the door open, and threw the men inside out. Xiao Yun. Why are you here? Hiyun was furious. Wang Chang, you are such a piece of shit. You actually dared to plot against Teacher Jiang. If it weren't for the fact that you are a junior, do you think she would stay to work for you? You only work part-time for 2 or 3 hours a day and you can earn 100 yuan. Do you think you are capable? Are you still a human being? Wang Chang fell to the ground with a look of horror on his face. Seeing Hiyun walking towards him, he kept using his hands to move his body backwards. He wanted to get up, but the fall broke his cervical vertebrae. You have to know that he is a first-level 3-star. You can imagine Hiyun's strength at this moment. Xiao Yun, please listen to my explanation. It was the guests upstairs who forced me to do this. I had no choice but to do this. Don't come over here, don't come over here. You were forced to do this. Hiyun sneered, I heard everything you said just now. Go downstairs and wait. The people upstairs will come to see you soon. The words fell. A kick broke his neck. School, school. After dealing with him, Hyun didn't care about what was going on upstairs. Sister Jiang usually took good care of them. How could she not be anxious when she learned that she was in danger? Brother Lin, Sister Yu, wait here for me. I'm going to school. Lin Bei grabbed her. Let's deal with the people upstairs first. I'm going to school later. I just happen to need to pick up something. But it won't take more than a few minutes. As he said that, Lin Bei went upstairs with ease. Hyun hesitated for a moment and followed him. Second floor. What are you doing? Are you crazy? No. Don't come over here. You beasts, Teacher Jiang will definitely come back safely, and you will be in trouble when the time comes. Training ground. 6 men forced 3 women into a corner. The men's faces showed expressions of excitement, greed and excitement, while the women's faces were full of fear. The men took off their clothes and the women held on to their clothes. I've been going crazy these days. The people outside are having fun, and I can only watch over you like a monk. It's all Jiang Yu's fault. If she was a man, it would be better. Since ancient times, how could a woman suppress a man? If she wasn't so strong, we would have rebelled long ago. There would be no need to go through so much trouble. This is a good thing for Wang Chang's roommates. I heard that Jiang Yu has never had a boyfriend. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I've already told Wang Chang to ask his roommates not to kill Jiang Yu. Then we can go over there and have fun together. You beasts, Sister Yu is so good to us, don't you feel guilty for scheming against her like this? Come on, this is the end of the world, which man doesn't want to be the king and have women on his left and right? From today on, this martial arts gym will be taken over by us. You can resist, because the more you resist, the more excited I will be. Squeak. The gate to the training ground was pushed open. No way, Wang Chang, I let you have one all to yourself, and you're done so quickly. Several men talked without turning their heads. Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun, run quickly. These men want to rape us. Teacher Jiang has been tricked by them. The 3 women hiding in the corner were facing the gate, so they saw the person coming. They were students here, so they naturally recognized Hyun. Xiaoyun. The 6 men turned around in unison. Surprised. Confused. Excited. Eager. Greedy. A series of expressions appeared on their faces. They could never have imagined that Hyun would come. Not only did she come, but she also brought a very top-notch female companion. Cold expression. Hot body. A cool temperament. At the same time it is very pure. Just one look aroused their desire to conquer, and as for the men, they ignored them. What? The leader of the 6 people was about to say something when he saw a gun in the hands of the men they ignored, with the black muzzle pointing at their sight. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes and tilted his head to smile. Brothers, we are in a hurry, so I won't let you make any statements to beg for mercy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 6 bullets. He hit their heads very accurately. Lin Bei's shooting skills had been practiced to a very good level. He was very accurate within 20 meters, and beyond 20 meters it was not a big deal. Anyway, he had unlimited bullets. Sisters, apart from them and that Wang Chang, are there any other dangerous people in this building? Lin Bei asked the 3 women in the corner. He took a quick glance at their bond. Ordinary people. None of them has special powers, but they look good, almost 90 points. Nowadays, there are many kinds of skincare products, and girls are generally fair. As long as they are fair, they can't be ugly, unless the proportions of their facial features are not good. Unfortunately, he is a picky eater. He doesn't want anything that's not top quality. Why do you need so many vases? Worship? No. No more. The remaining boys have gone to school with Sister Yu. The woman answered in confusion and fear. Okay. Lin Bei put away his gun. Done, you and Xiaoyun stay here, I'm going to school. I'll go with you. Hyun blurted out. She was very worried about Teacher Zhang's situation. Lin Bei patted her head and said, "I'll move quickly on my own. Don't worry. Teacher Jiang is such a good person. You have to believe that good people will be rewarded." Good people will be rewarded. Really? Lin Bei himself didn't believe it. Well, then you should be careful and send us a message if anything happens. Sister Yu and I will go to support you. He Yun said. Worry? A little, but not much. There was no other reason. Lin Bei's strength was terrifyingly strong. He Yun knew herself well. She was not weak, but she was actually holding Lin Bei back. Okay. Just in time, I took that thing away. Really, he really had to go to the school to pick up something, which he and Enyu had buried together. They had agreed to dig it out together 10 years later to reminisce about their youth. It's the end of the world now. It's better to dig it out in advance, as it may not be in this city in the future. Lin Bei opened the window on the second floor and jumped out, then rushed towards the school after landing. It won't be too late. Probably not. I've always had good luck. Tongzi, believe it or not, Teacher Jiang must also be a master of the ultimate bond. Impossible. The owner of the best bond is really 1 in a million. Look at those women just now, not even one of them has supernatural powers. The master's luck is good, but it is impossible to be so lucky that anyone can be the owner of the best bond. What's the matter, Tongzi? You don't believe it, right? Then I'll make a bet with you. I'll bet on a bread machine. No, I'll bet on 10 billion cubic meters of space. If she is, you increase the capacity of my system space. If she is not, then she is not. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen someone as shameless as my master. I despise you. I don't want to chat with you anymore. I, your master, need to develop my superpowers. Lin Bei used the space wormhole and a long sword to clear out the zombies while hurrying on his way. Space wormhole. If we put our hand into the space wormhole and close it, then does it become a space cut? The more I think about it, the more I think it's possible. Lin Bei stretched out his hand. Almost 2. Lin Bei cut off a zombie's arm, opened a space wormhole, put the zombie's arm in, and then closed the space wormhole. He felt an obstruction when closing it, but after exerting force, he successfully closed it and the zombie's arm was cut off perfectly. It works. It's just laborious, mainly because of the low level of supernatural power. Good. A new way of playing has been developed. Ah. Lin Bei, who was on his way, suddenly turned back. He had also heard the wolf howling last night, but the howling now was very close to him, so close that it seemed to be on the next street. Big boss. Never mind. Let's get going first. I don't know what Jiang Yu's situation is, and I don't know if he can catch up in time. 7 stars. After dealing with another group of zombies blocking the way ahead, he felt a surge of strength in his body and his speed increased a lot. Property. Master, Lin Bei. Level, First Order, 7 stars. System space, 100 cubic meters. Superpower, space, SSS-level, LV1, passive ability, space backpack. Capacity, 1000 cubic meters, strength, S-level, LV1, double. Speed, 80. Strength, 80, times 3, times 2. Spirit, 80. Physique, 80. Items, rebound pills times 1333, SSS grade steak times 550, top grade honey glazed sausage times 22. Members included in the illustrations, Jiang Shiyu, First Level 5 star, Space LV1, He Yun, First Level 5 star, Strength LV2, 3 times increase. Bonding benefits, Temperament times 2, Strength times 3, Edible materials returned 3 times. The power is so strong that it is terrifying. But he didn't dare to use his full strength. Because he knew clearly that his bones could never withstand such terrifying power, so he valued Jiang Yu very much. Only with Jiang Yu could he dare to use the power as he pleased. Unobstructed. He soon arrived at the school. It was much more convenient to move around alone. It had been 7 days since the apocalypse. Ordinary zombies ran very fast, but in his eyes they were still as slow as snails and posed no threat at all. Campus supermarket. Where is it? That. It is now July 10th, and the apocalypse will break out on July 3rd. Although it is summer vacation, there are still many students in school. This is basically the case in all universities. There are very few zombies in the school. There were more than a dozen of them at a glance. There are many zombie corpses on the ground. When I arrived at the campus supermarket, there was no one there. There was very little food on the shelves of the supermarket, and it was obvious that they had been looted. I picked up an unopened bottle of water, held it under the sun, and looking at it carefully, I found that there was indeed a small pinhole. TSK. Dictionary. If we hadn't known it beforehand, we would never have discovered it. Where are the people? Never mind. Check each place one by one. South Canteen, no. North Canteen, no. Teaching building, no. There are no boys' dormitories in several buildings. Girls' dormitory, sorry, buddy, you continue to exercise, there are no such buildings. Office building, got it. Come to the second floor. There were 5 people sitting in front of one of the offices, 4 men and 1 woman. One of them was a handsome boy who was eating instant noodles while shouting inside, "Sister Xiaoyu, give up your resistance. I, your brother, will be very gentle to you. Follow me and I promise that you will have delicious food and drink spicy drinks from now on. You will never have to worry about food again, let alone go out to collect supplies. Do you know how many women yearn for such a life? Sister Xiaoyu, as long as you are willing, you will be my wife from now on." Lin Bei looked strange. Gao Jian. It turned out to be an acquaintance. A junior who is 2 years younger than him. He was responsible for reception when I enrolled. In college, he was an outstanding student who actively participated in club activities. I remember that this guy was a nice person. As expected, the end of the world will release the darkness of human nature. A thought came to mind. Lin Bei opened the space wormhole inside the office and saw a woman in a black sports suit, holding a spear and staring at the door. Her tight clothes showed off her hot body perfectly. A firm and perky butt. Long and round legs. The waist is slender. The waves are rough. TSK. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail. Perhaps because of the battle, a few strands of hair were scattered on her delicate white face. Coupled with her pale complexion, she looked particularly sad and beautiful. Name, Jiang Yu. Occupation, director of a martial arts gym. Appearance score, 97. Overall score, 91. Level, first level, 9 stars. Superpower, Constitution, S, awakened, LV3, 4 times. Bond. Top martial artist, 1. After the bond is activated, your martial arts talent and that of the illustrated members will be doubled. Innate silk stockings holy body, 1. Gourmet, 1. Fitness enthusiasts, 1. Teacher, 1. After the bond is opened, the learning ability of you and the members of the illustrated guide will be improved. 1. Double. 2. Triple. Uninvolved, 1. After the bond is opened, you will receive a random small gift, and 1 more small gift for each additional person. Excellent. Speak, system. Speak, speak, speak quickly, it's urgent. My, he really is the owner of the best bond. Why? Is this the luck of a cheater? Ha ha ha. Lin Bei wanted to roar. Sister Yu, don't worry about us. Jump out of the window and run while you still have the strength. The woman lying on the table next to Jiang Yu said weakly. Oh. Only then did Lin Bei notice that there were 2 women beside her and glanced at their conditions. Level 1, 4 stars, no special abilities. First level 5 star, B-level power ability. What a pity. Nothing special. Don't talk nonsense. Once the drug effect wears off, I will go out and kill all the animals outside. I brought you out here, and I will definitely bring you back safely. Speaking of. Jiang Yu pinched the soft flesh of her arm fiercely. 1 pinch was not enough, 2 pinches were not enough, 3 pinches were not enough, and she didn't stop until the pain drove away her sleepiness. She couldn't fall down. If she fell down, the lives of the 3 of them would be over. Hiss. It hurts just looking at it. Lin Bei shook his head. Take out your cell phone. He took a photo through the space wormhole and sent it to Xiao Yunyun. Don't worry, your sister Jiang is fine. It's getting dark outside. We won't go back tonight. Act now. Save. There's still time to go back. But he didn't want to show up so soon. He would only appear on a colorful cloud when Jiang Yu was in desperate situation and had no hope at all. Would he still be afraid that teacher Jiang would not fall in love with him by then? This is what is written in novels. Reading so many novels does have some effect. He. I am so bad. I love it. Yun, that's great, thank you, brother. It's not safe to come back at night, so you should stay at school for one night. Tomorrow, Yunyun will put on black stockings and a pair of white socks and wait for you. Okay. Is this how you send the message? This is how you dress, right? Eat 1 large honey sausage and get 3 sausages back. Eat 1 large honey sausage and get 3 sausages back. Eat 1 large honey sausage and get 3 sausages back. Don't say. Really delicious. Lin Bei came to the office next to Jiang Yu through the space wormhole. He lay on the chair and smoked one cigarette after another. Every bite was a strong satisfaction, tender and juicy. I can't finish it. I can't finish it at all. Time passed by minute, and the sky gradually darkened. Lin Bei was very patient, and the people outside Jiang Yu's door were also very patient. He secretly observed and saw several people sitting on the ground eating snacks. It's better to follow Brother Jian. I can have instant noodles every day, and I can even add sausage. The woman deliberately sighed loudly, slurping as she spoke. It smells so good, so refreshing, so delicious, I ate it all. Instant noodles with sausage. Can you show off too? Not everyone can return the supplies like him, he sighed. I really envy those people out there. They can add sausage to their instant noodles, unlike me who can only eat big sausages and big steaks, eating them every day. I am almost tired of them. Next door. I want to sleep. Jiang Yu stood leaning on her spear. She didn't dare sit down, for fear that as soon as she sat down she would be swept away by the surging sleepiness. Gurgle. Very hungry. Very sleepy. It hurts a lot. She led the team out to look for supplies, so naturally she wouldn't bring too much food, but she still brought some. However, those were a drop in the bucket compared to her current physical strength. At this moment, she was standing only because of her strong willpower. She is afraid. She was afraid of waking up without any clothes on her body. She was afraid of opening her eyes and seeing 7 or 8 men lying beside her. She was afraid of a group of men pouncing on her. Why? Why do you want to plot against her? She was puzzled. Was she not nice to them? What to do? She didn't know how long she could hold on. Sleepiness and hunger lowered her condition. Even if she was ahead of them in level, what could it do? There were more people. If they rushed in at once, she had no chance of defeating them all. Besides, they are not stupid. They were guarding outside the door. They are waiting. Wait until your condition is lower. She knew that it was a slow death, but was there any other way? Could anyone save her? He glanced at the 2 women beside him. She has fallen into a coma because her strength is too weak to withstand the effects of the drugs. The 2 of them are neighbors and grew up together. Is she supposed to abandon them and escape by jumping out of the window alone? As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Revenge afterwards. Reason told her that this was the only way out, but she couldn't accept the sight of the 2 of them being toyed with by the beasts outside. Perhaps there is another way. Let's die together. Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with despair. That was to kill them both and then commit suicide. Even if those people outside were beasts, they would never attack zombies. Wait a little longer. She didn't know what she was waiting for, because she didn't want to die. She would rather be exhausted and eaten by zombies than die in such a place. But in order to ensure her innocence, that was her last choice. God. If you really have a spirit, please punish those bastards outside. Good people, this shouldn't be the ending. Jiang Yu shed 2 lines of tears. Outside the door. Brother, do you think Jiang Yu would abandon her companions and run away alone? If she really wants to run, we may not be able to stop her. I didn't expect that she could even withstand such a large dose of medicine. She is really a strong woman. A younger brother asked after taking a mouthful of instant noodles and glancing at Jiang Yu through the window. Won't. One of the men spoke confidently. I have been following teacher Jiang these days. I know her well. Her biggest weakness is her loyalty. Those 2 women are her friends. There is no way she could escape alone. Even if she is strong, it is useless. She hasn't eaten anything since noon, because most of the food is in my bag. For this reason, I worked as a laborer for several days to make her trust me. We just need to hold out. Traitor. Lin Bei passed through the space wormhole with a grilled sausage in his mouth, his eyes locked on the traitor. Let me use you to try out my new tricks first. A thought came to mind. A brand new space wormhole appeared silently next to the betrayer. The betrayer put his hand on the chair, and no one noticed that half of his arm was missing. Downstairs. A zombie was wandering in the dusk, his mind full of fresh flesh and blood, but humans were too cunning. Hungry. So hungry. Suddenly. The zombie was stunned, and half of a human arm appeared in front of his mouth. The scene was very strange. Sniffed. A gift from nature. Without thinking, I took a bite. It was fresh and juicy. I tore off a big piece of meat and chewed it. Cool. Ah. At the same time, the betrayer screamed, and the severe pain made him stand up. He looked at the wound on his arm in disbelief, and glanced at the people behind him, shouting angrily, "Are you sick? Why are you biting me? Are you zombies?" Several people looked confused. No, buddy, who bites? They were about to deny it, but the wound on his arm was real and was bleeding continuously. They all became nervous in an instant and looked around. We can't be zombies. Everyone, be careful. There may be zombies around that have developed intelligence and can turn invisible. Gao Jian frowned and said, "Don't panic. Everyone gather back to back. Yang Wei, if you get bitten, go to the side first." I. Yang Wei was at a loss. He was just imagining how he would work with them to deal with Jiang Yu later. He never expected that he would be bitten for no reason. Maybe it wasn't a bite from a zombie. What if it was an invisible man who deliberately targeted us? Yang Wei held on to a glimmer of hope and tried to step forward, but the cold looks from several people made him realize that he would definitely be attacked once he stepped forward. Confused. Lost. Fear. He was alone with his back against the wall, keeping watch on his surroundings. After joining the ranks of evolvers, he had a certain immunity to the zombie virus, but after being bitten like this, even a god could not save him. Don't scare yourself. Maybe it's a person. Yang Wei forced himself to comfort himself, but he felt more and more regretful in his heart. If he had not plotted against Jiang Yu today, he would have been having dinner with everyone in the training ground of the martial arts hall, chatting and laughing. Why? Why did you want to murder teacher Jiang out of sexual desire? Is teacher Jiang not nice to me? Why? Why on earth? I feel crazy regret inside. At the same time, Jiang Yu in the office noticed the changes outside through the glass, and couldn't help but feel happy. Could it be that God heard my cry? Hard to say. Take another look. What if it was a scam they set up to lure me out? Eat 1 serving of liangpi and get 3 servings back. Eat 1 serving of fried dumplings and get 3 servings back. Eat 1 serving of chicken fillet and get 3 servings back. Lin Bei ate while watching them. With a thought, another space wormhole appeared silently. Downstairs. Where is the meat? Why is there no fresh meat? The zombies became anxious. Roaring. Next second, half of a thigh appeared, white and tender with a faint fragrance. The zombie opened its bloody mouth excitedly. So tender. Super tender. Thank you for the gift of nature. Oh. The woman next to Gao Jian screamed. Everyone looked at her and followed her line of sight, only to see that a piece of flesh was missing from her thigh, with foul-smelling blood stained on the edge. Roll. Gao Jian frowned. Then he kicked the woman away without thinking. Although he felt reluctant, he had to be ruthless in this last days. After all, this woman was not his girlfriend, he just got her because she was pretty. Brother Jian, you. The woman's eyes widened. This was too realistic. He called her little darling 1 second and told her to get lost the next. Panic is spreading. Several people were on full alert, and even kept slashing at the air in front of them with their weapons. Because the woman's level was too low, although she was bitten later, she soon turned into a zombie. Poochie. Gao Jian ended her second life with a steel pipe, and then shouted to the people around him, I know you can understand me. Leave now, it will be better for everyone. Since you choose to use this method to attack, it means that your strength is not strong. I am not someone you can mess with. Speaking of. Stab with force. The steel pipe, with a sharp tip, pierced through the thick concrete wall. Wow. So amazing. Frightened Lin Bei took a big bite of the omelette. The ham sausage was fragrant, the fish fillet was tender, and the cabbage was delicious. This was specially made before the end of the world, and the ingredients in it were super sufficient. Who can resist a delicious omelette? I feel like I'm dying. Leaning against the wall, Yang Wei felt his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. He glanced at his arms and saw that his healthy skin had turned gray. He knew that he would soon become a zombie. I won't give up. I won't accept this. I'm sorry, Teacher Jiang. Let out a loud roar. With his last bit of consciousness, he rushed towards Gao Jian and the others. When a dying man is about to die, his words are kind. Recalling Jiang Yu's care for them these days, he wanted to do something to make up for it. Yes. Poochie. Gao Jian poked him in the head with his hand, his eyes full of disdain. You are a loser who relies on women to survive, and you are still thinking of fighting back when you are about to die. What a clown. Wrong. Something is wrong. Jiang Yu in the office realized that God was really punishing them. The consecutive deaths of 2 people was definitely not a script. Eat 1 egg pancake and get 3 back. Wow. This pig's feet is so tender. Lin Bei began to enjoy the pork trotter rice. After taking a big bite of collagen, another space wormhole appeared silently. Ah. One of the remaining 3 people suddenly screamed, and several people's faces looked extremely ugly. Someone else was bitten. Where is it? Where is it? Gao Jian gritted his teeth and pierced his head with a steel pipe. Brother, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to help you reduce the pain. Then he yelled almost madly, if you have the guts, come out and fight me openly. What's the point of hiding in the dark and biting people secretly? Or are you just a dead rat in the stinking ditch who can't stand the light of day? Provocation method. Lin Bei smiled. Etc. Excited. With a flip of his hand, a bowl of braised chicken with rice appeared in front of him. He picked up a piece of chicken and put it into his mouth. So tender. So slippery. Wonderful. Come out. Come out if you have the guts. Eat 1 serving of braised chicken with rice and 1 serving of pork trotter with rice, and return 3 servings of each. Not full. My appetite is so exaggerated. Flip your hand. Fried fish with essence. Fragrant wings with rice. Coriander chicken. Cooked rice. Outside the door. The only 2 people left stood back to back, their foreheads covered with beads of sweat and their eyes wide open. Here. Gao Jian suddenly realized something and stabbed hard to the right rear, but missed. Here. Over there. He kept stabbing left and right, but every time he stabbed the air. There was nothing to be seen in the aisle except the 3 corpses on the ground. But there were definitely zombies there, otherwise how would they be bitten? Brother Jian, let's run. Ah. As soon as the words fell, the men yelled, looking at his calf in disbelief, and yelled in near collapse and despair, "Why did you bite me? I don't want to become a zombie, I haven't had enough fun yet, why? Why? Where on earth is it? Get out of here." Seeing the last brother being bitten, Gao Jian screamed wildly and ran towards the stairs waving the steel pipe in his hand. He was scared. He was really scared. Can't see. I can't see anything. Plop. While running, he suddenly felt his feet go empty and he fell heavily to the ground. He lowered his head and found that his right leg was gone. He could clearly feel it but could not see it. This strange scene made him even more panicked. Wrong. Just as he was stepping back, his legs slowly appeared, as if his feet had stepped on an invisible door in space. Etc. Gate of space. I understand. Gao Jian's face instantly changed from panic to anger. Where did these invisible zombies come from? There must be a space-based psychic who is attacking them nearby. Don't want. Suddenly, he felt the missing half of his leg being grabbed by countless hands, and his heart tightened. He knew what it was. Don't bite, get out of here. He jerked his leg back. Just as he pulled his legs out, the space wormhole that originally perfectly wrapped his legs expanded countless times, and several zombies were brought by him and pounced on him. Get out of here. Gao Jian is an evolver after all. Ordinary zombies were no match for him, but the zombies were too close to him. He exerted force suddenly and knocked the zombies away, but he was left with several teeth marks on his body. No. 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 Gao Jian roared. Die. He vented all his anger on the zombies and didn't stop until he smashed their heads to pieces. He smiled bitterly, sat on the ground with his back against the wall and lit a cigarette. This life appears before my eyes. Cowardly. Obedience. To please. Silence. Bear with anger. He greets everyone with a smile, because he is just an ordinary person through and through. It's the end of the world, he has power, and everything has changed. It's others' turn to please him and to look at his face. But he only enjoyed it for a few days before it was over. Ha 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 ha. It's like a dream. Why? Why are you messing with us? I've already been bitten and will soon become a zombie. Are you still not going to show up? At least, let me die with my eyes closed. Squeak. The door opened. Jiang Yu leaned against the door, frowning and asked, Gao Jian, what's going on here? Gao Jian took a puff of cigarette and exhaled. He was stunned when he saw Jiang Yu, then smiled with some relief. Here comes the boss. Maybe he saw your beauty and dealt with us first. Boss, if you want her, tell us. Do you think we dare to provoke someone with space ability? Why do you have to use this method? Aren't our lives lives? Are human lives so worthless in your eyes? He became more and more excited as he spoke, and almost shouted at the end. Unreconciled. Very unwilling. Human life. Jiang Yu sneered, Gao Jian, you also know that human life is valuable. When you killed Ah Qing at noon, why didn't you think about this? He was your classmate in the same school. Come out this time. Jiang Yu brought 5 people. 2 women are inside. Yang Wei is a traitor. Ah Qing was an apprentice in his martial arts school, an honest and well-behaved child who didn't like to talk much. He was still a student who had learned martial arts since he was a child. He came to her place as a part-time coach. In order to cover the 3 of them when they left, he was killed by Gao Jian and his men. Gao Jian laughed, his laugh was helpless and mocking. Maybe this is retribution, big brother, really, I will become a zombie soon, at least let me, Gao Jian, see what you look like. Squeak. The next door opened. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Bei walked out slowly, stood at the door, and glanced at Gao Jian calmly. Look familiar. I think I've seen you somewhere. Gao Jian frowned, but he couldn't remember it. He asked unwillingly, Boss, can't you just ask? If you want her, we'll give her to you. Why don't you ask first? As soon as these words came out, Jiang Yu's face looked very ugly. These beasts were dead, but a more terrifying guy came. But she also thought he looked familiar. Gao Jian, you. Lin Bei wanted to say something, but after thinking it over, he gave up. He wasn't very familiar with him, but he had a good impression of him in his memory. People always change. Boss, be careful, there are zombies behind us. Gao Jian suddenly shouted, and at the same time, he stood up suddenly, grabbed the steel pipe at hand and stabbed it into his chest. Poochie. 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 3 voices were heard. Lin Bei opened 6 space wormholes, and the 1-meter-long steel pipe broke into 3 pieces, which pierced Gao Jian's chest one after another. Gao Jian was stunned. He lowered his head in disbelief. Is this the space power? NB. His short life passed quickly before his eyes. He remembered and smiled. So it's you, senior. Are you disappointed that I've become like this? No, you just follow your heart. However, no matter in the past, future or present, the weak are doomed to be helpless. Senior, I am so unwilling, I really don't want to die, can you save me? I swear, I will definitely turn over a new leaf, Lin Bei waved. Broke his neck. Jiang Yu clenched his spear and stared at him. I remember now. You are Lin Bei. You took classes from me before. You and your girlfriend bought a knife from me. You saved me. She wasn't sure anymore. She knew that human hearts were evil, but she was willing to believe in the goodness of human hearts. However, today taught her a hard lesson. Faced with Lin Bei's rescue, she didn't know the other party's purpose. We have to be on guard against it no matter who it is. Afraid that he would pounce on her. Tear off her clothes. Gurgle. At this moment, her stomach made an inopportune sound, and the sound was very loud. Lin Bei looked strange. A blush appeared on Jiang Yu's pale face. Teacher Jiang, have a bite of this pure meat sausage to fill your stomach first. Lin Bei took out the delicious sausage that was rewarded by the system. What? Really? Nausea. Jiang Yu's face changed again and again. She was extremely angry, waving her spear and preparing for battle. The blue sky was dead, the yellow sky should be established, the world is fickle, people's hearts are not the same as before. When she saw the delicious sausage in Lin Bei's hand, she was stunned for a moment, her brain idle for a moment. No, you want to give me this to eat. Then what do you think? Lin Bei was puzzled. Nothing. Jiang Yu blushed as she put away her spear. She smelled the aroma of the grilled sausage and swallowed hard. She wanted to take it and eat it, but was afraid that he would put something in it. Lin Bei could see her worry. Just eat. I'm not just passing by. I came here to see you on purpose. Give Xiaoyun a message. You haven't replied to her in a while. Xiaoyun. Oh my God. Lin Bei came here specifically to save her. Jiang Yu was ecstatic, she had never dreamed that someone would come to save her in the apocalypse. She was no longer on guard against him. Just now she glanced at her phone and saw that Xiaoyun had indeed sent her a lot of messages. As long as you are with Xiaoyun, then everything will be fine. The spear, which was about 1.8 meters long, was turned into a short gun of only 60 centimeters with just a slight operation and was tucked behind her waist. Shrinking. Interesting. An inch longer, an inch stronger. If possible, Lin Bei wanted to use a 40-meter-long sword as a weapon. With one slash, he didn't know how many zombies he could kill in seconds. The thought of it made him excited. Gurgle. I am extremely hungry. Jiang Yu walked forward with confidence, took it, put it in front of her delicate nose and sniffed it gently. She inhaled the rich fragrance and couldn't wait to open her tender lips and take it in. A light bite and the juice burst out. She quickly sucked all the delicious juice into her throat. These are all energy. Can't waste it. Not a drop can be wasted. The system reward was not the kind available on the market. It was a circle larger than the normal volcanic stone grilled sausage and several times longer. After swallowing one, Jiang Yu licked her lips with satisfaction. She was not satisfied at all. She wanted more, her eyes were shy and guilty. She was given food to eat. But she treated him as a playboy. She wanted another one, but didn't know how to ask. She knew very well the importance of food in the apocalypse. They tried their best to kill zombies just to fill their stomachs for a piece of tasteless compressed biscuit, let alone such a delicious thing. Do you still want it? Lin Bei asked. Jiang Yu nodded frantically. Although she was 2 or 3 years older than Lin Bei, at this moment, she looked like an inexperienced girl waiting for a reward, her eyes full of desire. Lin Bei smiled. Really? No one can resist the food of the system. Really, she even suspected that there was something poisonous in the food of the system. It was too delicious. Once you eat it, you will get addicted and can't stop. Flip your hand. He took out another one and handed it to her. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Jiang Yu was so excited that she held the fruit in her hand as if it were a rare treasure. She just took a bite and gobbled the whole thing up because it was so delicious. This time, she wanted to savor its deliciousness carefully. She ate very carefully. She even sucked the skewers again and again, but she was still not satisfied. She ate too and still wasn't satisfied. With her current physical strength, she didn't feel anything after eating too. In addition, she had consumed a lot today, so she didn't feel anything. Instead, it fully stimulated her appetite. Lin Bei wanted to laugh. In my memory, Jiang Yu was such a strong woman, but now she was like a little woman. Go sit down and eat in the office. Jiang Yu listened to whatever Lin Bei said. Now, her mind was completely occupied by food. She thought she had eaten a lot of delicious food, but it was far inferior to what he had. If possible, she really wants to eat it every day. Eat every meal. Tongzi, tell me the truth, did you put something in the food? Lin Bei looked at Jiang Yu, who looked like an old smoker who had not smoked for 7 or 8 days and got cigarettes again. How is that possible? Products produced by the system must be high quality. Master, this is the world's top honey juice sausage, the king of sausages. More than a dozen of them in a row. Jiang Yu's hunger finally subsided. Seeing Lin Bei staring at her, she embarrassedly tucked her scattered hair behind her ears and said, I'm sorry to make you laugh. I haven't eaten such delicious food in a long, long time. Thank you. Jiang Yu understood it in his heart. How precious were the foods that Lin Bei gave her just now. If they were traded, they could be exchanged for at least 5 or 6 women. It had been a week since the apocalypse, and food was certainly precious, but more precious were delicacies. Food fills your stomach. Good food can soothe the soul. Teacher, I remember that your martial arts gym provides lunch and dinner. There should be a lot of food reserves in the gym. Besides, there are not many people there, so you shouldn't have to worry about food in the short term. Why did you come to the school to search for things? Could it be that the food was almost used up when the apocalypse broke out? Lin Bei asked. Judging from what the betrayer said just now. They often come out to search for things these days. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's eyes became very helpless, and he sighed, Lin Bei, don't call me teacher, I'm not much older than you, just call me Jiang Yu or Xiao Yu. There is a lot of food in the hall, but there is a hungry wolf that comes to visit from time to time. It is very humane and does not hurt people, but it wants to eat. Its appetite is terrifying. It can eat a week's rations for all of us in one meal. After coming a few times, we are facing a food crisis. Hungry wolf. I see, why not kill it? Jiang Yu smiled bitterly, who knows what its strength is? It would be bad if someone gets hurt. In the current situation, getting hurt is very troublesome. Besides, it will grow very big, very exaggerated. 2. Lin Bei understood. Really? In the apocalypse, injuries can easily cause infection. Humans, unlike other animals, always want to stay safe and will not act rashly unless they're 100% sure. Teacher, you. Lin Bei, don't call me teacher. Just call me Xiao Yu. If you're not used to it, you can call me sister since I'm older than you. I'm still used to calling you teacher. Okay. Jiang, you didn't force it. Is this really a habit? Master, I am embarrassed to point it out to you. You want to be a traitor to your master, right? Shut up. Teacher, are you still sleepy? I'm not sleepy anymore. Jiang Yu shook his head. I've managed to get over the effects of the drug, but I can't go back tonight. It's not convenient to take them with me. I'll go back tomorrow after they wake up. Lin Bei secretly thought it was a pity. The drug's effect was gone. It can only be her, a person with physical superpowers. If it were someone else, she would have fainted long ago. Gurgle, her stomach rumbled again. She had eaten more than a dozen large sausages. An ordinary person would have been full long ago, but for her, who was a level 1 9-star, these were not even appetizers. Jiang Yu explained somewhat awkwardly. Well, maybe their medicine has expired. I have a stomachache. She knows how precious food is. Sorry to keep asking. Lin Bei waved his hand, and 20 steaks, 20 grilled sausages, 5 servings of pork trotter rice, 5 servings of braised chicken, and 2 oversized egg pancakes appeared on the table. He smiled and said, "Don't be embarrassed. I know that the food is not enough. These are all yours. Eat slowly. I'm going to go out and get something. I'll be back later." After saying that, he turned and left. Etc. Jiang Yu quickly called her over, staring at the table full of food, swallowed his throat and asked in disbelief, "You mean, these are all for me? Even if I eat it all by myself, it's okay." Lin Bei waved and left. Yes. Jiang Yu was shocked. Staring at Lin Bei's back, she felt that he was inexplicably handsome. She never expected that the little kid who was pinned to the ground by her had turned into a man in the blink of an eye. She remembered it all. Look at the table. The familiar aromas made her eyes moist. It turned out that there would be a day when she would be able to eat these again. Ever since the hungry wolf visited several times. What they eat almost every day is white rice with spicy strips, or steamed buns with spicy strips, or boiled noodles with spicy strips. That damn hungry wolf is picky about food. It eats less rice and more vegetables, and the meat was eaten up by it the first time it came. Jiang Yu stretched out his hand. I picked up a bowl of pork trotter rice with trembling hands. It was hot and the pork trotter was very big. I counted it and it was 9 pieces, a whole piece. Took a bite. Soft, sticky, and sweet. Full of collagen. Satisfy. The soul is trembling with satisfaction. She finished all the rice in the bowl just for this small bite of pig's trotter. How she wished she had a refrigerator so that she could freeze the pig's trotters and just cut a small piece for each meal. How to cook this pork trotter rice? There are still 8 pig's trotters. Just eat it directly. So luxurious. Can't bear it. Wow. How can this steak be so delicious? Did he kidnap a 5-star chef? Braised chicken, I miss it so much. Wow, this omelette has so many ingredients. Wow, it's so delicious. Jiang Yu didn't have to worry about her image when she was alone. She felt satisfied and regretful every time she ate something. If she had known earlier, she should have carried a small refrigerator with her. Really, there were more dishes than rice. Be reasonable. The pig's trotter in this pork trotter rice is enough for her to finish 2 large rice cookers of rice, not to mention the braised chicken, which is enough for at least 5. She didn't dare to waste any of the soup. Been through hard times. Only then do you realize the preciousness of food. Outside. Master, why did you give her so much food at once? Just because she was hungry. Are you so kind-hearted? You were not like this to Jiang Shiyu at the beginning. That's definitely different. Lin Bei walked towards the grove on campus. At that time, I had nothing but a gun, and I urgently needed to recruit Jiang Shiyu to gain power. She was timid and an ordinary person, so that method was most suitable. Hiyun, Jiang Yu, and Jiang Shiyu are different. They are both strong women. Even without me, they can live well in the apocalypse with their own abilities. I have to make them dependent on me. The best way is to feed them. Food is the most scarce thing in the apocalypse, but what I lack the least is food. Who wants to eat coarse bran every day when there are fine bran to eat? Sometimes I can't even get coarse bran. Once you eat it once, you'll want to eat it a second time. For such a strong woman, you must not hint at the beginning. I saved her, and she will remember my kindness in her heart. The more food I give her, the more guilty she will feel, and the more she will want to repay me. But how can she compensate me except to marry me? The fundamental reason is that she is valuable to me. What a hassle. Nonsense. Who told you to require both favorability and dependence to reach more than 90% to unlock permanently? It's the end of the world now. Who knows if a meteorite will fall and kill them one day, and then the unlocked bond will be gone. Besides, the conditions for inclusion must be willingly accepted by the other party. If it weren't for this condition, I would have hit her with a club long ago. A forced melon is not sweet, but it quenches your thirst. Hee hee. Hey, what the hell? Lin Bei came to a big tree according to his memory, touched the tree with some nostalgia, took out a shovel and started digging. After a while, a slightly rusty iron box appeared. Blow away the dirt and open it. There were many photos of the two of them, as well as some words written to each other. Lin Bei looked at his own. Oh my God, is it so corny? Don't look at it. Look at what you wrote. TSK TSK TSK. Hee hee. Swish. Just as Lin Bei lowered his head to read the letter, a giant snake more than 10 meters long appeared above his head, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards him. Its sharp fangs flashed coldly in the bright moonlight. Getting closer. Lin Bei was still obsessed with what Yu wrote. Until it was 20 centimeters above his head, the snake's head disappeared and appeared above the snake's body. Its sharp fangs pierced into its own body fiercely, and the venom was injected into it subconsciously. Lin Bei raised his head and took a glance. Behead with one blow. If it is killed by its own venom, it will not be considered as murder and that would be a loss. But if a venomous snake is killed by its own venom, will the venom of the venomous snake kill the snake? Tongzi, let's make a bet. Let's bet 1 billion cubic meters of space. Do you believe that my Yu is also the owner of a top-grade bond? Don't gamble, the master's luck is a bit exaggerated. Ah. Just as Lin Bei put away the iron box and prepared to leave, a loud wolf howl resounded through the sky, and the sound was unusually close. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. The hungry wolf that Jiang Yu mentioned couldn't be this wolf. Roar. As soon as the wolf howled, a tiger roared. The sound was so loud that even the entire space was shaking slightly. Lin Bei's eyes lit up. Could it be a fight between a wolf and a tiger? When wild beasts fight each other, one will definitely be seriously injured. This is a great opportunity to take advantage of the situation. If he is lucky, he may be able to kill 2 high-level beasts in a row. If things go well, he may be able to break through to the second level directly. With the increase of level, the energy gained from killing ordinary zombies is getting less and less, and only by killing bosses can you increase it quickly. Thinking about. With a tap of his feet, his figure disappeared into the darkness, and after a few flashes he arrived at the rooftop of a teaching building. From here he could clearly see the scene ahead. On the school playground, a tiger as big as a large commercial vehicle was staring at a white wolf as big as a sedan across from it. The white wolf had snow-white fur all over its body, and under the bright moonlight, it looked somewhat holy. Silver Moon Wolf, female, minor, unrecognized master first level, 9 stars. Skill, Moonlight Enhancement. Features, because it has been raised by humans since childhood, it loves to eat human-cooked food and has a very high affinity for humans. Skara Tiger, female, adult, unrecognized master second level, 1 star. Skills, none. Features, because of its wild nature, it loves to eat raw meat and has no affection for humans. In its eyes, humans are nothing more than food. What do you mean? Can animals see it, too? People cannot, at least should not. What are you thinking, master? This is a pet encyclopedia. Oh. I thought. Never mind. Isn't there any bond in the pet encyclopedia? What benefit would it bring me if it was included? No, because this is incidental. If I must say, there is. After the collection is successful, the food you feed will be returned at a 1-to-1 ratio, which is equivalent to raising a pet for free. It mainly provides emotional value. Emotional value. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. It seems quite cool to have a mount like this. What does it mean to be successfully included? Ride her. Lin Bei. Master, what I mean by riding is not what you think. What I mean is to make her willingly bow her head and offer the contract. This will be considered a successful collection. Don't think about all kinds of messy things all day long. I want to make you a peerless strongman, not a peerless LSP. Lin Bei rolled his eyes. Really? If it is true, the inclusion conditions will not be eaten up. Will you not betray me? Want. The owner may not have noticed that the panel in the end world has a pet system. Once the other party bows his head, you can sign a contract with the other party. Only the owner can cancel the contract. I see. But is that physique really that of a minor? It's quite outrageous. Regardless of whether to keep a pet or not, he only cares about one thing, Tongzi, killing non-zombie animals should give you energy. Just now, when he ended Gao Jian's life, he did not feel any energy entering his body. He knew that killing one's own kind was not a good idea. He had vaguely guessed that when he killed the men who shot him with an arrow yesterday, it was probably to prevent a more serious scene of infighting. Able. As long as they are not human, we will treat them according to their level. Good. Roar. The tiger roars. The terrifyingly strong limbs suddenly exerted force, and the huge body rushed towards the white wolf like a speeding truck, with its two front limbs stretched high. I knock. Storm Nebula Rift. The white wolf dodged, the size difference between them was too great. How could she, who had intelligence that was no less than that of humans, choose to confront him head-on? Roar. The tiger turned around and roared at the white wolf, its big eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Right now. Boom. A thick bolt of lightning shot out from the darkness at high speed and instantly hit the tiger's huge body. Someone is stealing monsters. Wrong. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. If he was trying to grab the monster, he would definitely grab the last blow. The tiger was in peak condition at the moment. The answer was obvious. The person who released the lightning was with the white wolf. Roar. The tiger was caught off guard and roared in pain. The hair all over its body was burnt yellow and black by the electric shock, and it exhaled through its nostrils, spewing out a visible stream of air. Turn around. It roared towards the place where the lightning had just come from, and with its four limbs, it rushed towards the stands at the side of the stadium. Although the tiger was huge in size, its speed was not slow at all. Common tiger. Its speed is twice the limit of human beings. After evolution, its speed is even more terrifying. For many creatures, humans have no power to resist without the help of technology. It's level 2, 1 star. It should be calculated based on its limit. If converted into a human, it would be at least level 2, 5 or 6 stars. 7 or 8 stars. Or even level 3. A true big boss. Etc. Tongzi, if we kill this tiger, wait for it to turn into a zombie tiger, and then kill it again, can we get 2 energy rewards? Want to fix the bug? Master, if this tiger is killed and becomes a zombie tiger, it will be weak for a long time. If you kill it again, you will gain very little energy unless you wait for it to slowly recover to its peak. What a pity, it doesn't allow for a card bug. Call out. Oh my god, I'm a scion. Lin Bei saw that just as the tiger was destroying the stands, a person with electric arcs flashing all over his body rushed out at a high speed. Because the speed was so fast, it could only be determined that it was a human being. Almost instantly, he came to the side of the white wolf and stopped. When he stopped, Lin Bei realized that the other person was actually a woman. And she's a beauty. Name, Xiaoxia. Occupation before the end of the world, policeman. Appearance score, 96. Overall score, 98. Level, first level, 9 stars. Superpower, lightning, SSS, awakened, LV3. Bond. Top-notch policewoman, 1. After the bond is activated, the gun-shooting talent of all members will be doubled. Innate silk stockings holy body, 1. Gourmet, 1. Fitness enthusiasts, 1. Uninvolved, 1. After the bond is opened, you will receive a random small gift, and one more small gift for each additional person. Tongzi. Speak. 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 That's what you said. It's rare to find someone with a top-level bond. I met 2 at once tonight. To be honest. He doesn't really care about the benefits of the top-grade bond, he cares about the other party's abilities. Thunder and lightning. Smash the darkness with thunder. A certain scientific railgun. One of the superpowers he had always dreamed of. But Xiao Xie. Why does this name sound so familiar? Yu, don't be careless. This tiger is more powerful than we thought. My full-strength attack didn't cause any substantial damage to it. Wait for me for 5 minutes while I recover my strength. White Wolf nodded. Next second. Xiao Xie's body was surrounded by flashing lights, and her figure disappeared into the darkness. The tiger sniffed, trying to lock on by smell, but all it smelled was a burnt smell. Roar. All the anger turned into a roar. The roar caused the surrounding buildings to tremble, and his eyes were fixed fiercely on the white wolf. Ah! The white wolf howled towards the sky. The bright moonlight shone on her, and her already huge body grew further at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it grew to the same size as a tiger and then stopped. Fangs. Claws. Flashing with a sharp cold light. Next second. The 2 beasts rushed towards each other, and a fight between the beasts officially began. Everything they passed was destroyed, the stands collapsed, the floor shattered, and the huge noise attracted countless zombies. However, in the face of this wild body, the zombies were crushed to death like ants. What's going on? Jiang Yu, dressed in a black sportswear, appeared beside him. How could she not hear such a loud noise in the school? After replenishing her food, her physical condition improved. Even her messy hair was tied up, making her look very capable. This wolf looked so familiar, with pure white fur. Could it be the hungry wolf? Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with resentment. It was because of her that they did not have enough food. Lin Bei glanced at the time. 5 minutes are up. During the 5 minutes of fierce fighting, both beasts suffered varying degrees of injuries. Although the white wolf's size increased to the same level as the tiger, its hard power was still inferior, but she had an advantage. The advantage is that she has been living with humans since she was a child. The tiger is purely wild, so it should be the leader in hunting ability, but hunting is different from fighting. The white wolf knows how to dodge and take advantage, so her flexibility is higher than that of the tiger. The belly of the tiger. 3 deep scratches appeared, and it licked the wounds. The contempt in its eyes had long disappeared. It had learned a lot from this battle, and it was about to start turning defeat into victory. The 2 beasts were confronting each other. Boom. Next second. The thunder that shattered the darkness appeared again. This time, it went straight through the wound in the tiger's abdomen, leaving a big hole in its huge body. The tiger lowered its head in disbelief, with unwillingness in its eyes. Roar. With a desperate roar, he fell to the ground with a bang. Its vitality was rapidly fading away, and its body size was shrinking rapidly, until it was the size of an ordinary tiger. It stopped, dying, and gasping weakly. Swish. Xiao Xie's figure appeared beside the white wolf. The white wolf's size was also shrinking, from a ferocious beast just now to a very cute puppy, wagging its tail and rubbing against Xiao Xie's legs affectionately. I know. I'll take it out and feed it to you right away. Xiao Xie walked towards the tiger, with arcs of electricity flashing between her hands, as if she was accumulating energy. On a tall building. It turns out that white wolf is being raised by someone. I really envy that girl. I wonder how much power she will gain by killing that tiger. I really want to go over and rob it. Jiang Yu muttered to himself. Be reasonable. Who doesn't want to steal monsters? In the dark night, countless pairs of eyes were staring at the playground, countless people had the same idea as her, countless people were envious and jealous, but no one dared to step forward. There was no other reason. Who would be willing to offend the owner of lightning powers who raised such a ferocious beast? What's more, it is still unclear whether we can snatch it from her. Unless you have strong long-range capabilities. Remote. Really? Jiang Yu suddenly realized something and turned to look at Lin Bei beside her. Her spatial ability can be remote, and she saw an excited smile on Lin Bei's face. Next second, a long knife appeared in Lin Bei's hand. She recognized it as it was made by her father. It was not for sale, but the other party offered too much for it. She admitted it. She is worldly. Lin Bei Chao stabbed in front of him, and Jiang Yu hurriedly looked towards the tiger, only to see a sharp blade suddenly appear in the space in front of the tiger's eyes, and pierce deeply into his brain through his eye socket. Bang. Moment. Lin Bei's heart was beating violently. Jiang Yu cursed. This Lin Bei actually dared to steal the other party's monster. On the playground, Xiao Xie cursed very loudly and went crazy in an instant. The prey that she had knocked down with great difficulty was snatched away. Who is it? Xiao Xie's eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. Come out to me. Countless lightning bolts swept around with Xiao Xie as the center, illuminating the entire school as if it were daytime. Bai Long Yinue followed her, looking for suspicious people around. Next second, the man and the wolf locked their eyes on the two people on the rooftop. Is it him? Is it her? It's definitely him who has the ability to travel in space. How could it be her? Could it be that my mother had discovered that I was cheating? Ha 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 ha. On the rooftop, Lin Bei laughed out loud. He was worthy of being the big boss, worthy of being the big boss. This wave of monster snatching allowed him to soar from the first level 7 stars directly to the peak of the first level 9 stars. He felt it. He felt the bottleneck. Cool. But that's not right. Tongzi, logically speaking, the level of this tiger should allow me to directly jump to the second level. Why is it that it only improves by 2 small levels? First of all, not everyone who steals monsters can get all the energy, only most of it. Secondly, continuous leaps will make your body unbalanced, and this energy is not enough for you to break through to a higher level without fully adapting to the new power. Finally, my lord, you should be happy to get 2 stars for free, but you are still not satisfied. What a greedy little ghost. It's definitely greed. These days, who doesn't want to be greedy? I'm definitely not satisfied, but after grabbing this wave of monsters, I finally caught up with those who fell behind in the early stage. On the playground, after Xiao Xie looked at Lin Bei for a while, a sharp blade appeared in her hand. She split the tiger's head open, put on gloves, fumbled around for a while, and took out a crystal core the size of a goose egg. After wiping it clean with paper, put it into Yinyu's mouth. Then, Xiao Xie picked up Yinyu and jumped to the rooftop. She stared at Lin Bei coldly, with undisguised anger in her voice. Do you have anything to explain? Woo. That's her. After seeing Jiang Yu's face clearly from a close distance, Yinyu buried her little head in Xiao Xie's majestic arms. Can't see me. Can't see me. Can't see me. Lin Bei asked back, me. Don't you have something to explain? I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. The women I meet really have their own merits. Xiao Xie is worthy of having a 96 appearance score. Under the moonlight, her skin is as white as snow, without the slightest flaw, and the proportions of her facial features are just right. The slender waist can be held in one hand. The legs are long and round. Xiao Xie was stunned, frowning slightly. No, is there something wrong with your brain? You stole my monster and asked me what I have to explain. What are you doing? Ask your precious silver moon. Yinyu. Xiao Xie lifted up Yinyu's little head. Yinyu, have you met Lin Bei? Yinyu shook her head. Have you met Jiang Yu? Yinyu's head shook like an electric motor, and Xiao Xie's face darkened instantly. tell me the truth, did you go to someone's house to steal food again? Woo Inu hummed a few times. Lin Bei felt strange. Why does this woman know his and Jiang Yu's names? I'll teach you a lesson when I get back. Xiao Xie's expression eased a lot, but she was still unhappy. That was the prey she had specially chosen in order to break through to the second level. She was planning to rush to the second level, 2 stars or even 3 stars in one breath, but he was snatched away. I'm sorry, it must be my Inu who sneaked out and stole food from Miss Zhang's martial arts hall. You two are together, and you stole my monster. How about we write off our grudges? Because of it, the teacher's martial arts gym is facing a food crisis and has to go out to look for food. Just now, their team was ambushed and 6 people died. If I hadn't arrived in time, she and her 2 sisters would have been killed. Do you think that Tiger can resolve this grudge? Lin Bei asked in a cold voice. He speaks the truth. There is no distortion at all. Jiang, you must have been ambushed by someone. 6 people died. Someone almost succeeded. Is there something wrong? No problem. Xiao Xie's face was a little ugly, and she bowed to Jiang Yu. I'm sorry, Miss Jiang, I didn't expect that my Inue would cause you such a great loss. I'm really sorry. I know that human life is immeasurable, but please let me make it up to you. Tomorrow, I will send a batch of supplies to your martial arts hall. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Promise. Isn't this a case of the guest taking the lead? After robbing someone of a big boss, not only was the other person not angry, but he even gave him supplies. What is professionalism? That's called. Certainly. The premise is that Xiao Xie is a kind person. Now is the end of the world. There are really not many people who still abide by certain rules in the end times. With her strength, she can cheat or even take action directly. It is hard to say who will win or lose when space faces thunder and lightning, because his spatial ability level is too low. Of course, the premise is to put aside other forces. Just now, it opened a tiny long-distance space wormhole, almost draining all of his energy. People who awaken and can actively use superpowers will have an extra energy in their bodies, for example, mana. His blue is too low. Jiang Yu didn't say anything, which was considered as tacit agreement. To be honest, she did need this batch of supplies, and she needed it urgently. I have a question that I'm curious about. We didn't know each other before, so why do you know my and Lin Bei's names, and even know that I have a martial arts gym? Xiao Xie smiled. As expected. She had deliberately mentioned the 2 names in order to wait for them to ask questions on their own initiative, since they had asked sincerely. Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Xie, she means tide and you means moon. I used to be a police officer. When the apocalypse broke out, the police station fell. Now the entire police station is under my control. The reason why I know your information is because we found your unusual behavior through surveillance, so I checked your files. I sincerely hope that you two can join our team. We have sufficient supplies, so you don't have to worry about food. After joining, just improve your strength. There are people to prepare meals every day. Join in. Jiang Yu shook her head without even thinking about it. Having just experienced betrayal, how could she dare to go to a crowded place? It's very tiring to be so scheming. And she doesn't fit. She should just stay in the martial arts gym with her sisters. Miss Xiao Xie, I have a question. Lin Bei said. Please go ahead. Excuse me, is there an old man named Li in your team? Lin Bei finally remembered. No wonder he felt the name was familiar. It turned out that she was the heroine of a novel he had read before. Xiao Xie frowned slightly. What do you mean? I forgot to mention that our team currently only has female members. Through surveillance, I know a lot of powerful men, but you are the first man I invited to join. Now it's the end of the world, I must ensure the safety and unity of my team, so there have never been male members before. I invited you because you are too valuable, and you have 2 very beautiful girlfriends. There is no need to worry about you thinking about other members. The idea of surveillance was proposed by her sister. Through monitoring, you can check the situation of the entire city without leaving your home, and know in advance what kind of strong people are in which place. If they are women, you can invite them to join after observing them for a period of time. The reason why men are not accepted. It's because they have seen too many unbearable scenes and plots during this period. In the end times, women are a vulnerable group and are even used to exchange for supplies. As a woman, she can't stand it, and as a police officer, she can't stand it even more. She has power. She is very powerful. So she wanted to build a shelter for women. Invite Lin Bei. Kill two birds with one stone. The two women around him are also very powerful. If they are successfully invited, the combat effectiveness of their team will be greatly improved. With her lightning ability and Lin Bei's space ability in charge, who would dare to provoke them? She knows. A team composed entirely of women will definitely be targeted. In the early stages, others will not dare to touch them because they have guns in their hands, but in the later stages, it is hard to say whether the guns will become toys. She alone might not be enough. If Lin Bei is there, he will be invincible. The reason for inviting Lin Bei was not only because he possessed extremely rare spatial abilities, but more importantly, he had a magical medicine that could help people recover quickly. Through monitoring, she watched almost the entire battle scene between Lin Bei, Jiang Xiyu, and He Yun in the underground garage, as well as how they swept through the entire medium-sized community with just 3 people. The 3 of them did not stop throughout the whole process, and took small pills when their strength decreased a little. She needed this medicine badly. Combine various. Lin Bei, if they can't be one of us, they must be friends. This is why she is willing to lower her posture. She knows that what Lin Bei said just now is definitely false, and a lot of it, because Jiang Yu looked at him in surprise when he said this. Her professional experience made it easy for her to tell, but this is not important. Instead, it gives her the opportunity to show her solid capital. But there is something wrong with this Lin Bei. There is a big problem. I actually asked her if there was any old man with the surname Li around her. She said that her she is that she of tide, not that she of morning light. Please. Will you join, Lin Bei? I don't have any idea. Lin Bei refused, but he became quite interested in her female army. If he met a truly powerful enemy one day, he could devour her entire army and his strength would surely increase a lot. Xiao Xie was a little disappointed, but not discouraged. Look towards the playground. When she brought Inu to the rooftop, 2 figures emerged from the darkness, quickly dealt with the zombies beside the tiger's body, and then took out tools and began to dissect it skillfully. Lin Bei and Jiang Yu also saw it. Can I eat it? Lin Bei wondered, won't I turn into a zombie beast after I die? He doesn't quite understand this aspect. You can eat it. Xiao Xie said affirmatively, and then shared her findings with him. We have studied it. As long as it is not infected by zombies, its head is chopped off within 1 minute after natural death or death in battle. Its meat is normal and fresh meat. Even if it is bitten by a zombie, as long as that part is chopped off in time, it will not spread. The tone was somewhat smug. Her team is very professional. Tongzi, is that so? What she said is not a big problem. It is indeed edible. After a normal death, the virus first infects the brain. After the brain is infected, it will spread to the whole body. Soon. The tiger was dismembered. Xiao Xie took out the intercom and said, Xiao Qi, send all the meat to me. Xiao Bai, drive the car over here. We will have a barbecue on the rooftop later. Okay, Sister Yu. Finish giving the order. Xiao Xie smiled and said to the 2 of them, it's okay if you 2 don't join us. Meeting is fate. Let's have some barbecue together. There shouldn't be anything important, right? No. Lin Bei shook his head. It's a waste if you don't eat it. Tiger meat. Please. Who dares to eat it before the end of the world? No. Jiang Yu suddenly thought of the 2 sisters who were still unconscious, and she was a little worried. It's nothing, but let's go to another rooftop, to the office building over there. My 2 friends are still lying in that building. Okay. 10 minutes later. Sizzle. Sizzle. Thanks to the efforts of Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai, also known as Xiao Xie's 2 younger sisters, strings of tiger meat were grilled with sizzling oil, sprinkled with seasonings, and the rich aroma spread. Mom. Mother. Inu was shaking her tail desperately, making human-like sounds from her mouth, and her drool was almost all over the floor. Here, little greedy wolf, Xiao Xie took a large piece of leg meat with a plate and put it on the ground. Seeing her open her mouth, she hurriedly said, "Eat slowly. If you finish it in 10 minutes, you won't be allowed to eat later." Woo-woo. Inu cried out in grievance. "Take small bites." In front of them was a table that was neither too big nor too small, filled with tiger meat skewers. Xiao Xie opened a box of beer and said, "If you don't drink, your life is meaningless." Lin Bei was happy. This woman is interesting. Think about it. It is very likely that she is trying to win him over. There is no friendship between strangers, and there are even some minor conflicts between them, but they can quickly become familiar with each other by having a barbecue, drinking some wine and chatting together. Not that he believes it. But Xiao Xie herself said just now that she had observed them through surveillance. It was very likely that Xiao Xie was thinking about his Huili Dan. He did not expect that someone was watching them through surveillance in the underground garage, so he did not use it secretly. But this is not a bad thing. The woman with level 3's lightning ability is thinking about his baby. It's free again. Hee hee. That Inu really listens to you. Jiang Yu ate a tiger meat skewer and looked at Bai Lang. She still remembered how he looked very ferocious when he came to her martial arts gym those days, which was in stark contrast to his well-behaved appearance now. Of course. Xiao Xie drank a glass of beer. I was the one who delivered her. Her wolf mother died during childbirth. I raised her. If you dare not listen to me, you will be eaten by 7 wolves. Everyone drank a few glasses of beer. Oh, right. Xiao Xie looked at Jiang Yu. I have actually been observing you for a long time. I have always been curious about what your special ability is. You are much stronger than ordinary evolvers, but your strength and speed are not much different. You are stronger, but I can't say where. If it is not convenient to say, forget it. Nothing, physical ability. Jiang Yu did not hide it. Seriously. Until she met Lin Bei, she felt that she was lucky because she had awakened her superpowers and they were S-level. Many people did not have superpowers, and even if they did, the level of their superpowers was very low. But he met Lin Bei and Xiao Xie. Only then did she realize the difference between the superpowers. Lin Bei didn't even move a finger, and killed Gao Jian and several others without anyone noticing. And Xiao Xie, with the cooperation of her pet, killed such a ferocious giant tiger. Although the monster was robbed, her performance was really exaggerated. Physique? No wonder. Xiao Xie glanced at Lin Bei and wanted to ask him where the gun came from, but after thinking about it, she gave up. There was no point in asking this, and it would be bad if it aroused the other party's disgust. Think about it. She asked another question, Lin Bei, what level is your spatial ability? 3s. What a coincidence. My lightning ability is also level 3s. Do you think my lightning ability is better or your space ability is better? Each has its merits. He has not yet fully developed his spatial abilities, and currently only has one god-level auxiliary skill, the space wormhole. However, he feels that this one skill alone is enough to deal with her. Gotta try it. He was curious about one thing. Snapped his fingers. A space wormhole appeared beside the few people, just like a frameless mirror appeared in midair, and the picture in the mirror was several wandering zombies downstairs. Fairy Xiao, Xiao Xie, send some lightning and see if it can pass through my wormhole. The muscles in Xiao Xie's temples were throbbing wildly. I resisted the urge to curse and smiled naturally. Okay, I'll try. To be honest. She was also very curious. An arc of electricity appeared at the fingertips, and with a flick of his finger, he passed through the wormhole at an extremely fast speed and killed a zombie in an instant. Xiao Xie narrowed her eyes. This skill is very dangerous. If you are not prepared in advance, you can easily kill yourself. Try it with your strongest attack. My strongest attack. Xiao Xie made a small calculation. The strongest attack will use up all my special abilities, and I will enter a period of weakness. It's not that I don't trust you too. If a powerful creature attacks at this moment and you can't resist, maybe we will all die. It would be great if there was a drug that could restore energy instantly. Speaking of. His eyes kept glancing towards Lin Bei. Hint. Crazy hint. She knew that Lin Bei might have guessed that she knew he had this drug through surveillance. He would be more certain after she said this. She believed he also knew that she was saying this for him. Lin Bei raised the corner of his mouth. Following her words, he continued, "It's okay. I have a medicine that can relieve your worries." He took out a few rejuvenation pills. "This is my ancestral secret medicine. According to my current level, one pill can restore all my physical strength and energy. However, my ability level is only level 1. If my ability level is higher, I will probably need several pills. Put it on the table. If you are not afraid of me drugging you, you can try one first. We are all friends, of course I won't doubt you. Let me try your ancestral secret medicine." Xiao Xie pinched one of the pills with 2 jade fingers, released several lightning bolts towards the space wormhole, and then sent it into her mouth. Moment. All consumed energy is replenished. Amazing. Even the energy I consumed earlier has been restored. Xiao Xie's eyes widened. This medicine was indeed magical, but she didn't believe Lin Bei's nonsense about the secret recipe passed down from ancestors. However, since he said it was, then it must be. Everyone has some little secrets. It's true. Such a magical medicine. Jiang Yu stared at the medicine on the table. With this, the efficiency of killing zombies would be very high. He didn't know how much he had. If he asked him for it, would he give it to him? She wants it. She wants it very much. It can be said that there is no one who does not want it. Even Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai, who were grilling meat, were staring at the pills on the table with eager eyes. Anyone with a little bit of brains would know the value of this medicine. Xiao Xie took the remaining 2, and then a thick arc of electricity that was visible to the naked eye appeared from her fingertips. "Lin Bei, get ready, I'm going to use my ultimate move." Accompanied by the injection of special energy. The lightning at Xiao Xie's fingertips gradually formed into a long spear, which contained extremely terrifying energy and destructive power. The entire rooftop was as bright as day under the illumination of the spear. So strong. Jiang Yu frowned. Even if she was a person with physical abilities, if she used her body to withstand such an attack, she would probably be reduced to ashes on the spot. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. He really wanted to know the limit of the space wormhole. Was there an upper limit, or was it just a bug-level skill? Throw out the rebound pill. Of course it's fishing. Fishing. You have to make a nest and use good bait to catch big fish. I just killed the tiger with this move. Let's see if your space wormhole can handle it. Get ready, it's coming. Electricity surged in Xiao Xie's palm, and the spear transformed from lightning rushed towards the space wormhole at a high speed. The speed was so fast that even Lin Bei, who had just entered the first level and 9 stars, could only see its afterimage. It's worthy of being called thunder and lightning. So fast. Boom. A loud noise came from downstairs. The lightning spear passed through the space wormhole and blasted a very exaggerated big hole in the hard concrete ground. Xiao Xie narrowed his eyes slightly. The space system was indeed terrifying. Even a full-strength attack could not break his small wormhole. It's comfortable, it's comfortable. Lin Bei's mouth curled up wildly. The LV-1 space wormhole could withstand the full-force attack of LV-3 lightning, which was enough to illustrate the abnormality of space power. It really proved the saying that time is supreme and space is king. If there is space, there must be time. I don't know who it is. Your skill is too bad. My lightning attack is the most powerful one with the highest damage. If I can't break it, who else can? You are invincible. Am I invincible? Lin Bei was very happy. Not only did he successfully rescue teacher Jiang today, he also happened to meet a person with level 3's lightning power, and he even determined the upper limit of the space wormhole. He seems to be really invincible. Suddenly, he glanced at Xiao Xie putting the remaining 2 Huili pills into her pocket and couldn't help but tease, "Why don't you take one?" Didn't you just say you were afraid of consuming too much? We haven't encountered any danger yet. I can eat it when we encounter danger. After saying that, Xiao Xie was afraid that Lin Bei would ask for one of the Huili pills back, so she took the initiative to fill his glass with beer. Come on, drink it, you can't be more drunk than a girl like me, right? Lin Bei smiled and drank it all in one gulp. Beer. To them now, it was no different from Bai Shui. They knew that she intended to change the subject, but they did not bring it up. Eat 1 bottle of beer and get 3 bottles back. Eat 1 large skewer of tiger meat and get 3 back. New snacks were also unlocked today. Should I say it or not? Xiao Xie's 2 subordinates were good at cooking. The meat was a little tough at first, maybe it was their first time roasting this kind of meat, but it tasted better and better as it roasted. Half an hour later, the tiger's meat was completely consumed by them, leaving only a leg. You too, I will take this leg back to let my sisters taste it. That's all for today. Tomorrow, I will visit you with supplies. Don't rush to refuse my invitation. Joining us for development will definitely bring more benefits than disadvantages. I can't guarantee anything else, but I promise that you and your people will have enough meat for every meal after joining us. The words fell. Xiao Xie took her people away. Lin Bei stood on the rooftop and watched them drive away. Do you want to join? Jiang Yu came to his side and asked. To be honest, she didn't want to join at first, but after learning that the other team was composed entirely of female members and had sufficient supplies, she wanted to join immediately. She was tired of the days of eating 1 meal and going hungry. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go back to frugality from extravagance. Before the end of the world. As the inheritor of the family business, she did not spend money lavishly, but she always had her favorite food for 3 meals a day. It was not like now, when even white rice was almost out of stock. No. Lin Bei stared into the darkness. Those girls still needed Xiao Xie to train them further. The 2 girls who had just followed her were ordinary office workers before the end of the world. Although they were gourmets, they were not bodybuilders. They had been eating more and more food, so increasing the return multiplier was not very meaningful. What they needed was an increase in strength. What a pity. Jiang Yu felt very regretful. Lin Bei saved her. He provided her with so much food, and his image and temperament were so good. In addition, he was so strong and so polite, it was hard not to have a good impression of him. In the end times, after this separation, she didn't know when they would meet again, and she hadn't repaid him for saving her life yet. Do you want to go? Lin Bei turned his head and looked at her. A little bit. Jiang Yu sat down, her 2 round long legs swaying, and she leaned on the rooftop with both hands and looked up at the night sky. I'm too tired during this period. I don't want to be a big sister anymore. It's good to join a team composed of women. I only need to kill zombies every day to improve myself. I don't have to worry about anything else. I don't have to worry about what to eat next, whether the sisters will be hungry following me, or whether the people around me have bad intentions. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. 2. For women, a team made up entirely of women is simply heaven. But she can't go. What will happen to my buddy's health after she leaves? Lin Bei didn't say anything to keep her. He didn't have to do these things, there were others to do them. I quietly sent a message to Xiaoyun, your teacher is planning to join another team. When we go back tomorrow morning, we will find a way to keep her. He-yun, brother is so greedy. Sister Shiyu and I are not satisfied with having a good sister. He actually misses the teacher. Could it be that good brother wants to be a traitorous disciple? Be good and listen to me. He-yun, I am a good sister, of course I will listen to my good brother, but, if I succeed in keeping the teacher, will I get a reward? Of course, but keep it a secret for now. He good brothers are the best. Don't worry, I won't let teacher Jiang join another team. I want her to become my sister. No, first come first served. I will become her sister, ha 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 ha. In the room. He-yun lay on the bed, her 2 white and tender feet paddling in the air, her little face filled with a happy smile. She had already imagined the scene of Sister Xiaoyu calling her sister. be reasonable. Although it was only one night, she had already realized the torture that Sister Shiyu had suffered. It was really a love-hate relationship. She needed reinforcements, really needed reinforcements. The two of them were not enough. Done. Lin Bei put away his phone. Property. Master, Lin Bei. Level, first level, 9 stars. System space, 100 cubic meters. Superpower, space, SSS-level, LV1, passive ability, space backpack. Capacity, 1000 cubic meters, strength, S-level, LV1, double. Speed, 100. Strength, 100, times 3, times 2. Spirit, 100. Constitution, 100. Items, Rebound Pills X 1500, SSS Grade Steaks X 600, Top Grade Honey Glazed Sausages X 100. Members included in the illustrations, Jiang Shiyu, First Level 6 star, Space Level 1, Yun, First Level 6 star, Strength Level 2, 3 times increase. Bonding benefits, Temperament times 2, Strength times 3, Edible materials return 3 times. Yo. Shiyu and Xiaoyun both got a star upgrade. It seemed that they were not idle either. He was very satisfied. First level, 9 stars. His physical fitness in all aspects is 10 times that of an ordinary person, but his strength is 60 times that of an ordinary person. He looked towards the school gate in the dark. Because of the huge noise before, the place was full of zombies. It was only 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, and he had to rush to the second level in one go. The improvement of strength is addictive. Teacher, do you want to do some exercise to help digestion? Lin Bei invited her. It would be so boring to just kill monsters. Following his gaze, she realized that she had been thinking in the wrong direction and couldn't help but curse herself. Okay. Jiang Yu was also very eager for power, especially after seeing the strength of 2 top-level psychics. She felt more and more that her own first-level 9-star level was not good enough, and her psychic ability was not good enough, so she had to work hard to make up for it. Brush. 2 people jumped from a tall building. The figure disappeared into the night. After evolving to this level, ordinary zombies were like ants. Only pitiful amounts of energy could be obtained after killing them. After trying the energy of the big boss, Lin Bei became more and more disgusted. After half an hour, he was too lazy to even kill them. He almost vomited from staring at the zombies. His knife. It's as cold as the one at the fish market. After clearing the area, stop. Take a Huili pill to restore your strength. Here. He threw one to teacher Jiang as well. Jiang Yu took it and looked at it in her palm. After hesitating for a long time, she decided to put it in her pocket. When necessary, this could be a life-saving medicine. Moreover, she didn't consume much physical energy. With her super strong physique, she recovered quickly. Eat it, teacher. Don't save it. I have plenty of it. Seeing this, Lin Bei threw 2 more to her. 3 waves of mantra, one of which is a waste. Sufficient capital. In order to better attract girls, really, no girl would not like a capable man. Is this true or false? Jiang Yu caught it steadily, his face full of disbelief. He actually had so many of these magical medicines. But is this medicine really as effective as he said? To this, she was a little skeptical. You have to know that they are already superhumans at this moment. How much can the ancestral secret recipe restore? Put it into your mouth and swallow. Moment. Jiang Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. The energy he had just consumed was not only replenished, but also became excessive. He felt full of strength in his body. This medicine is really magical. Squeak. Squeak. Just at this moment, a black rat the size of an ordinary adult cat ran out from a sewer nearby. The sewer cover had long disappeared. It ran to the zombie's body and bit his flesh with big mouthfuls. After a while, the zombie's entire arm was eaten clean, and the rat's belly was bulging. Lin Bei frowned slightly. Mouse. My ears moved. A strange sound was heard, and his face changed slightly. He looked down at his feet in disbelief. If tigers can evolve, then these mice that have eaten zombie meat can naturally evolve as well. But this number seems to be a little over 100 million. Schwa. Lin Bei chopped off the head of the big black rat with one knife. Although its body had evolved to such a large size, the energy obtained after killing it was much less than that of an ordinary zombie. Rats are just rats after all. Not good. It can't be, a rat tied. Jiang Yu also heard the noise coming from the sewer. He tightened the spear in his hand with a complicated expression. Good news, lots of mutant beasts. The bad news, it's rats. Should we retreat? Jiang Yu looked at Lin Bei. Being surrounded by a tide of rats was much more troublesome than being surrounded by zombies. Why do we need to retreat? Lin Bei took out a bottle and handed it to Jiang Yu, narrowing his eyes and saying, if we leave it alone, it will cause trouble for us sooner or later. Besides, these are all energy, aren't they? 2. Jiang Yu took the bottle. I was shocked. This full bottle was filled with the pills just now. Roughly estimated, there were at least several hundred pills. If this amount of pills were to be traded, countless people would scramble for them, but he just gave away so many at once. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Next second. Countless rat heads poked out from the sewer, their dark little noses sniffed the air, and pairs of black eyes stared at the two of them. Then, hundreds after hundreds of them rushed over. The scene was very creepy. The kind that makes people with trypophobia fall to the ground and convulse after seeing it. Lin Bei exhaled. Then he took a deep breath and slashed with his sword, using the space wormhole to instantly kill dozens of rats. Because they were too dense, the number he killed was just a drop in the bucket compared to the total number of rats. Interesting. With this cut, the energy gained could be comparable to that of several zombies. This made him excited. He felt that killing the zombies was vomiting, but he found killing these rats quite interesting, as he could gain energy and eliminate potential dangers. Rat tide. We can't just leave it alone. Otherwise, there will only be more and more of them in the future, and he doesn't want to be surrounded by dense swarms of rats while he is sleeping soundly. Snakes, insects, rats and ants. They are inconspicuous in normal days, but now, they have sufficient food supplies and no one is deliberately targeting them for elimination. They will only grow stronger and stronger until they become a serious threat to humans. It's not like he's preparing for a rainy day. Mainly because I have watched a lot of movies of this kind. 1 knife. $10. 100 knives. Lin Bei didn't remember how many times he swung his sword, he only knew that the dead rats on the ground had piled up into a small hill. He was responsible for long-range attack to clean up the large area, while the teacher was responsible for cleaning up the rats that had escaped the net. The spear was very flexible in her hands. The power is there. The damage has happened. There is assistance. The only thing is that it doesn't have a group skill. If Xiao Xie were to come, she could kill everyone with a single electric shock. It's necessary to develop a space-based area damage skill. Lin Bei, this is not how you use cold weapons. While he was thinking, Jiang Yu's voice came. Lin Bei was stunned. What's the meaning? Since you are still willing to call me teacher, then as a teacher, I have to teach you something. The words fell. Lin Bei only felt that Jiang Yu's aura changed. He couldn't tell what the change was, but he just felt different. Before the end of the world, I wonder if you have heard that there were martial arts masters who could use knife and sword energy. Now in the end of the world, our physical fitness has far surpassed those masters. Cold weapons are not just cold weapons to us. Don't think of it as a knife, but a part of your body, just like this. Speaking of. Jiang Yu sprayed something on the tip of the gun. Then the spear danced in her hand, the tip of the spear swept across the ground, sparks ignited the tip of the spear, and it stabbed forward, a fire dragon roared forward and devoured a large number of mutant rats. This move can kill at least several hundred people. Lin Bei's eyes widened. No. How can I learn from you? Seeing Lin Bei dumbfounded, Jiang Yu felt very proud. He wanted to let you experience how I felt just now. However, in addition to wanting to show off, he mainly wanted to repay him. Remember. The knife is a part of your body. Use it to release the power in your body instead of just chopping and slashing. It's like this. Jiang Yu swept across. A flaming slash swept out, killing thousands of rats on the surface, and then took a Huili pill. At present, I have not yet grasped the true essence. This consumes a lot of physical strength, but it is okay for you. You have this medicine, so you don't have to worry at all. That's it, you haven't mastered it yet. Imagine that there is a stream of energy in your body, and use the motion of swinging a knife to cut this energy out. Jiang Yu continued to impart his experience. One shot after another was fired. With every shot, a flaming slash swept out, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. The few shots Jiang Yu threw were as many as the number of kills he had swung with hundreds of swords. Turn out to be. This is the charm of a top martial artist. Catharsis. Lin Bei tried according to what Jiang Yu said. With his talent, it was just a matter of sword energy. 1 sword, 10 swords, 100 swords, very good, but none of them were successful, so he gave up decisively. Please. Others have been practicing martial arts since childhood, but have not yet mastered it completely. How can a novice like him master it? Don't be discouraged. Once you feel the energy in your body, it will be much easier. It took me half a day to sense it. I estimate that it will take you about 10 days or half a month. After all, your physical fitness is there. It's actually very simple. Just do this. Listening to your words is like listening to a conversation. Actually, I'm not good at using a knife. Although I'm not very talented, I do know a little bit about spearmanship. Oh. Jiang Yu became interested. She had been practicing martial arts since she was young, and was best at the spear. She didn't know whether Lin Bei really knew it or was just pretending to know it. No problem, she could tell at a glance. Give. Jiang Yu handed him the flaming spear. No, I have a gun. Lin Bei refused, then took out his Desert Eagle from the system space and pointed the black muzzle at the rats. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The single-shot fully automatic pistol started again. Ah. Jiang Yu had a dull expression and her mouth opened wide as she stared at the gun in his hand in shock. Wow, she exclaimed. Wow. It turned out that the gun he was talking about was this gun. Okay. Lin Bei was very fast. He fired 20 bullets in 0.1 second and reloaded in 0.1 second. In 1 second, he could fire 50 bullets. These 50 bullets killed at least 30 mice. MD. The efficiency is too slow. Not good enough at all. Rats continued to pour out of the sewer. Jiang Yu couldn't help but tease, Lin Bei, your gun isn't very good. Lean to the north. Being ridiculed. Lin Bei was a little annoyed, and suddenly remembered something and smiled, Teacher, this is an appetizer, and I'm going to go big next. What's big? Jiang Yu wondered. What else can you do with a pistol? Facing a swarm of rats, a hot weapon must be at least a Gatling gun to be useful, and it must be a cross. A mere pistol. Next second. Jiang Yu's pupils trembled. You, are you crazy, brother, do you want to blow up this place? Lin Bei at this moment. Holding a gun in one hand. Holding a gas tank in one hand, a space wormhole appeared in front of him. He threw 7 or 8 gas tanks in succession, and all of them fell into the sewer. He opened the valve of each one. When he threw the 10th one, he smiled. Art is. He threw it into the sewer and fired a shot at the same time. Patrick. At the same time. Lin Bei hugged Jiang Yu's slender waist, who was still in shock. A space wormhole appeared behind him. He stepped back and appeared 50 meters away. Then, horrible explosions spread one after another. Bang. 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 Boom. Just as Lin Bei was about to close the space wormhole, a terrifying shock wave swept in from the wormhole that had not yet been completely closed, directly blowing the two of them another 50 meters away. Rocks were flying everywhere. The ground collapsed. The ground of the entire city was shaking. Countless manhole covers shot up into the sky, accompanied by dazzling pillars of fire and thick cracks that spread everywhere at a speed visible to the naked eye. A surge of energy rushed into the body. Upgraded. Property. Master, Lin Bei. Level 2, 1 star. System space, 100 cubic meters. Superpower, space, SSS-level, LV2, passive ability, space backpack. Capacity, 10,000 cubic meters, strength, S-level, LV1, double. Speed, 150. Strength, 150, times 3, times 2. Spirit, 150. Physique, 150. Items, Rebound Pills X 1400, SSS Grade Steaks X 600, Top Grade Honey Glazed Sausages X 100. Members included in the illustrations, Jiang Shiyu, First Level 6 star, Space Level 1, Yun, First Level 6 star, Strength Level 2, 3 times increase. Bonding benefits, Temperament times 2, Strength times 3, Edible materials return 3 times. Strength. This time, it can be said that the price has really skyrocketed. What a powerful force. Ha 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 ha. What gun? So weak. It has to be an explosion. What a pity. The distance was too far, otherwise the energy from the rats killed by this explosion would at least allow him to upgrade by 2 more stars. You lunatic. Jiang Yu, who was lying on the ground, felt dizzy. When he came to his senses, he couldn't help but complain. Lin Bei touched his nose. Huh. Soft. Look down. Good job. I know how to position my hands, right? I pinched it and stood up. Jiang Yu didn't notice it. It was because his body hadn't reacted yet after the fall. After standing up, Lin Bei's pupils shrank slightly. Everyone knows. Black clothes. If there is any dust on the hands, a white mark will be left when touched. On Jiang Yu's clothes, there are 2 huge white handprints, one on the left and one on the right, which are very symmetrical. Lin Bei pretended not to see and asked, "Teacher, how is my gun shooting?" "You did a good job. Don't do it again next time." Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. This kid, isn't he afraid of blowing himself up? Not only did he blow up so many gas tanks at once, he also blew them up in the sewer. The risk factor is extremely high. I got up and moved around. Fine. They were only slightly affected by the shock wave. With their current physical fitness, falling 50 meters away was like a piece of cake for them. Alas. Lin Bei sighed and said to himself, "These days, there are not many good people like me who quietly solved such a big problem for the city." Really? Jiang Yu agreed with this point. It will be troublesome if left alone. You have made a breakthrough. Jiang Yu suddenly felt that Lin Bei in front of him was even more unfathomable. How much improvement will it have when it reaches the second stage? From 10 times to 15 times. Lin Bei moved his body, adapting to the new strength. The breakthrough on this day was too fast. From the first level 6 stars to the second level, it was no exaggeration to say that it was a surge. He was almost unable to control the strength of his body. But this is the speed at which a cheater should evolve. It takes some practice. Suddenly, Lin Bei narrowed his eyes slightly. The corner of his mouth curled up into an extremely sarcastic smile. Jiang Yu was confused by his sudden sneer. He stepped forward and punched her head, on the left side. Bang. There was a loud bang. Immediately following, there was the dull sound of a corpse falling to the ground. Jiang Yu turned his head in disbelief and looked at the ground behind him. There lay quietly a zombie with only half a head left. How did it get to me? Jiang Yu was confused. Over the past few days, she has become very alert, looking behind her from time to time for fear of a zombie attack. She clearly just took a quick look, how could she not have noticed it? Lin Bei looked at him with sarcasm. A zombie that has gained intelligence and can turn invisible is slowly walking behind you. It has no special ability. Invisibility. What's the use? Jiang Yu was shocked. please. She was almost bitten just now. How did you find out? This kind of zombie is so scary that people will subconsciously believe what they see with their eyes. She was like that just now. If it approaches you and suddenly bites you on the neck, who can withstand it? And this zombie is very smart. His entire body was cleaned thoroughly, and he didn't have the stench of other zombies, so he wasn't noticed when he got close. I have spatial abilities. I can sense spatial fluctuations within a certain range. Within this range, even if an ant crawls by, I know it clearly. In fact, if you pay a little attention, you can hear it by listening. Sometimes, don't trust your eyes too much. Jiang Yu understood. Then he sighed, his expression somewhat gloomy. I really envy brother Lin Bei for having the ability of space, unlike me. Why does your word smell like tea? To be honest. She was really envious. Physical ability. Apart from the ability to recover faster and resist attacks a little more, other aspects are useless. If her martial arts talent is combined with better superpowers, even her strength can be increased several times. Here, I'll give it back to you. The rat tide dissipated. Jiang Yu returned the bottle to Lin Bei. It was still almost full. She only ate a few pills. If it were an ordinary woman, she might have kept them for herself. The value of this bottle is difficult to estimate. It is no exaggeration to say that it can be exchanged for 10,000 beauties, but she does not like to owe favors to others. I give it to you. Lin Bei waved his hand, and then, regardless of Jiang Yu's expression, he held the knife and began to practice his sword energy. By the way, he also had to think about his new spatial ability. Without turning his head, he said, "Teacher, I'm going to start practicing. Don't disturb me." Okay. Jiang Yu wanted to refuse, but gave up when she saw Lin Bei practicing with the sword. She really wanted the bottle and was very happy after getting it, but she felt more and more guilty. She is self-aware. This is not what she deserves. He gave too much. All kinds of things. So much that she felt embarrassed. She felt like she was repaying a favor by teaching him something just now, but he saved her life again and gave her a whole bottle of such a magical medicine. She really didn't know how to repay such a favor. It's not enough. It's not enough at all. Or. Bye. Bang. Just as she was thinking. A loud noise attracted her attention. She saw Lin Bei swinging his knife, and a deep hole appeared on the wall about 10 meters in front of him. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. He had mastered it so quickly. Immediately relieved. After all, he is at level 2. The physical strength has been improved to a new level. The energy in the body has become more powerful and it is much easier to sense it. Lin Bei is still practicing. He has touched the threshold. I'm not afraid of geniuses, I'm just afraid that geniuses work harder than you. Looking at the time, it's only midnight, and she has to start working hard. He looked down at the spear in his hand. Etc. It was not until then that she noticed the 2 large white handprints on her chest. She was slightly stunned. Were they hers? Her first thought was that they must have been pressed by her when she was not paying attention just now. Lin Bei was so upright that he could not do such a thing. Stick the spear into the ground. The 2 jade hands compared. Good. It was a circle bigger than her hand. Her little face darkened instantly and she glanced at Lin Bei with great resentment. As a girl, how could she not have any emotional fluctuations when seeing 2 men's handprints in such an important place? Even so. She didn't think much about it. It could be a coincidence. If Lin Bei had any bad intentions towards her, he would have put it into action in the office building long ago. There was no need for him to take advantage of her like this. It was the end of the world now, and with his strength and capital, he would never be short of women. Kill monsters. Upgrade. Early in the morning, 5 o'clock. It's dawn. Jiang Yu came back with her 2 sisters refreshed. After a night of hard work, she finally reached the 2nd level as she wished. Lin Bei also gained something. Not only did he master the slashing shock wave, but his strength talent also reached LV2. 150 basic times 3, fitness bond, times 3, strength ability, equals 1350. Level 2, 1 star. The power of an ordinary evolver is 15 times that of an ordinary person, but his power has reached a terrifying 135 times. This is the horror of exponential amplification, and it will only get more abnormal as time goes by. So handsome. Yes, he is really handsome. I just heard Sister Xiaoyu say that he is very handsome. I didn't expect him to be so handsome. I wish he was my boyfriend. He is so strong and so handsome. I can wake up laughing in my dreams. Two girls who were 1 year younger than Jiang Yu were whispering to each other, their eyes filled with undisguised admiration. Who wouldn't be a beauty lover? Moreover, Lin Bei saved them, not only that, but also left a lot of delicious food for them. So much food. Jiang Yu naturally wouldn't keep it all to himself. Lin Bei smiled slightly. Being discussed like this by girls. Let me ask all of you Yanzu Yen, who would be unhappy? The early morning sun shone on him, making him look even more handsome. Both women were staring at him with stars in their eyes. Jiang Yu was also stunned. He was so handsome that her little heart couldn't help but beat faster. Let's go. The four-member team rushed back to the martial arts hall. Along the way, many zombies rushed towards them. Lin Bei swung his knife casually, and the terrifying shock wave instantly cut off the heads of dozens of zombies. That night, no new superpowers were developed. But this sword energy. Master it all. Who cares? All he had to do was to release the energy in his body without reservation, and then take a few rejuvenating pills to replenish his energy instantly. One rejuvenating pill was not enough to replenish his strength, so since one wasn't enough, he'd take two. Anyway, the more you eat, the more you pay back. Jiang Yu exclaimed. In just a few hours, he had improved to such a level that his power was comparable to hers. Jiang Yu felt very unhappy. Putting aside her supernatural powers, the only thing she was better than Lin Bei was this, but now Lin Bei was on par with her. The strength that we were so proud of suffered a setback once again. She is very strong-willed. In her dictionary. Why are women inferior to men? The facts prove that it is indeed not as good. Wrong. She is not inferior to men, she is just inferior to Lin Bei. Her former student has grown into an invincible, super-perverted and evil monster in this doomsday that no one can reach. Minor changes, sorry. Morning, 8 o'clock. The few of them returned to the martial arts hall. On the way, he visited dozens of stores and made purchases for free, including clothes, shoes, underwear, stockings, toilet paper, and other consumables. He had to stock up on more. The second floor of the martial arts hall. Sister, your space wormhole is too abnormal. It can't fight at all. If you have the ability, don't use it. We women should fight head-on. Hyun was very angry. They had agreed to have a competition, but ended up being played one-sidedly. Facing the person with spatial ability, it was like hitting cotton with all his strength. He couldn't perform at all. Why? Sure, you said as if it was a matter of course, who dares to fight you head-on? In addition to the 3 times increase in power that Bei gave you, your own power has also increased by 3 times. With this power, who dares to take a punch from you? But I can't hit it. Hyun tried various methods, but there is really no solution to the space wormhole. Oh, it's all my fault. It's all because I'm too strong. It's all because I awakened my spatial ability, so my good sister can't hit me anymore. Versailles. I'm so angry. Hyun's mouth puffed out even more. Can't break it. She was so busy thinking that she couldn't think of a solution. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of Lin Bei and others coming back from the door. A sly smile flashed across her lips, and she bit her lower lip with a wronged expression and said, Sister, please don't bully me anymore. I won't dare to do that anymore. I will know my place. From now on, I will let you be my good brother every night. I just ask you not to bully me anymore. Jiang Shiyu was stunned. What the hell? Why do this for such a good reason? Next second. Several people appeared within the range of her spatial perception and she understood. It turned out that Lin Bei was back. This damn girl, who wouldn't be so angry, fell flat on the ground. Sister, what did I do wrong? Why did you beat me? It hurts so much. If you want Bei, I will give Bei to you in the future. I only beg you not to bully me anymore. I'm weak, you will beat me to death. My feet hurt so much, whoa. Look. Tone. State. It is so vivid that I feel pity for it. Hyun was dumbfounded. Better at acting than her. Still crying. Okay. When she can't cry, right? This second. She thought about all the sad things in her life, and it was good, not a single one. If the sausage she bought was eaten by her father in one gulp, then that counted. So angry. I can't cry. What is happening? Jiang Yu, who had just returned, was confused when he saw this scene and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lin Bei. Lin Bei curled his lips. They are just bored and joking around. Hyun ran up to them with a smile, took Jiang Yu's hand, and said with a sad expression, Sister Yu, you have suffered a lot during this period of time. You have lost weight. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief when he found out it was just a joke. She was just worried that Xiaoyun was being bullied, so she looked her up and down with a strange look in her eyes. Have you gained weight? No. Is it still possible to grow flesh in the end times? Hyun blushed. Hey, Sister Xiaoyu, why did you say that? I've been eating a lot better these past 2 days, and I've gained a few pounds, hee. Yeah. Lin Bei took a few glances but didn't notice anything. Her figure was still perfect. He couldn't take his eyes off her lower body. This girl really put on hips. Tightly wrapped around her pair of long, slender and graceful legs. Her little feet were wrapped in white socks and matched with a pair of black leather shoes. Black and white. Black and white. This kind of combination, coupled with a beautiful woman like Hyun, if they were on the street, which man could resist taking a few glances at her? What's more, she had activated the bond of the holy body, and the effect of this combination on her was increased threefold. Lin Bei thought he had some self-control, but he still couldn't control himself in front of her. Okay. Is this really how you dress? You will be in trouble later. Hyun was secretly delighted. She really liked the look in her good brother's eyes, and she was very happy in her heart. A woman dresses up to please herself, and she dressed just for him to see. She glanced at Sister Shiyu with some pride. Bei, this must be your former teacher. Hello, my name is Jiang Shiyu. Shiyu slowly came to his side, and a faint fragrance filled his nose. Today's poetry rain. She was wearing a long dress as white as snow. Through the gauze-like fabric, her slender legs could be vaguely seen. Her calves under the skirt were wrapped in a layer of light silk, emitting a faint luster. She was wearing a pair of exquisite high heels, her feet were beautifully shaped, her lines were smooth, her skin was as white as jade, and there was no flaw at all, just like a work of art. It seems like a treasure given by God. Damn. How can it be so beautiful? Be reasonable. If there were no outsiders present, he would have discussed the mysteries of life with these two charming little fairies. They were already very charming in themselves, and with the blessing of the holy body bond, few people could remain calm. Shiyu looked back at Hyun, unwilling to be outdone. Stand tall with pride. The eyes seemed to say. Comparing your outfit with mine, you're still a little young, and my sister's is bigger than yours. When I woke up early in the morning, I found that Xiaoyun not only put on makeup but also wore this outfit. I immediately understood her little thoughts and changed my clothes quickly. Hyun pouted. Wait until she grows up. This temperament. This temptation. Even Jiang Yu was slightly stunned. If she were a man, he probably wouldn't be able to help but pounce on her. She looked so beautiful in this outfit. Hello, my name is Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu thought she was very beautiful, but compared to the woman in front of her, she was somewhat inferior. Sister Yu, what level are you now? I'm at level 1, 6 stars hee. Have I surpassed you? The little face was full of anticipation, looking forward to Sister Yu's surprised expression, and by the way, letting her good brother know that they were not idle after he left. However, Jiang Yu smiled slightly and patted her shoulder. Xiao Yunyun, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Your sister, just broke through to the second level this morning. What? He-yun was shocked. Second order. His little face instantly turned bitter. He thought that he had made up for the gap from the previous days by killing zombies desperately these days, but he didn't expect that the gap between him and others was still so big. Shiyu also frowned. Second order. It seems that they are not working hard enough. Even a woman like Jiang Yu can reach the second level, so one can imagine how many men out there have also reached the second level. During the first 5 or 6 days after the apocalypse broke out, they were idle. Although they worked very hard these days, they were still far behind. Although he has awakened a perverted spatial ability. But she still had a slight sense of crisis. As a woman, she wanted to be the best woman in Lin Bei's eyes. After all, she was his first woman in the apocalypse. She knows how to get bored with the old and love the new. So she always finds different ways to please him. Not only that, she also wants to improve her own charm. She has beauty and figure, as well as supernatural powers. She also wants to surpass other beauties in level. Only this way. Lin Bei will always have her in his eyes. Seeing Shiyu and He-yun's shocked eyes, Jiang Yu did not feel proud. The supernatural power competition between Lin Bei and Xiao Xie last night deeply stimulated her. What's the use of having a high level? Supernatural power is what really determines the upper limit. To be honest, she feels that He-yun's strength supernatural power is far better than her physical supernatural power. He glanced at the women standing beside him. Call them over. Everyone is here, I have something to tell you. Jiang Yu informed her team members of Xiao Xie's invitation, conveyed her conditions without reservation, and fully described her strength and team. Whether to go or leave is entirely up to everyone's willingness. I personally suggest that everyone go there. There, you don't have to worry about food or safety. It's tens of thousands of times better than what I have here. She is still hesitating whether to go or not. But we have to persuade these girls to go over. She is tired. She no longer wanted to manage people. Xiao Xie was a very good place. Otherwise, these young and beautiful girls would be left there and would sooner or later become toys of others and be constantly resold. Sister Yu, are you going? Asked a younger one of the women. The rest of the women stared at her with concern. They really wanted to go, and they wanted to go with her. These days, everyone has long regarded her as the backbone. Jiang Yu hesitated. She actually wanted to go, but she owed Lin Bei too much of a favor. After this separation, they might never meet again in this life. No one knew where they would go next. She felt really bad about just leaving. Good sister, don't go. I came here specifically to find you. He-yun, who was on a mission, hurried forward, hugged one of her arms, pouted and acted coquettishly. Good sister, don't go to that Xiao Yu's place, I can't bear to leave you, come with us, okay. This. Among these people. Apart from the two sisters who grew up together, she is closest to He-yun. She really wants to stay as she has a lot of favors to repay, but, is Lin Bei willing to provide her with food? Think of this. She glanced at Lin Bei and said quietly, good sister, it's not that I don't want to stay, it's just what? He-yun became excited when he heard there was a play. Jiang Yu bit her lip lightly. It's just that if I stay, I'm afraid it will increase your food burden. Now there is a total power outage and the weather is hot. The fruits, vegetables, and meat stored in the refrigerator will soon rot. I'm at the second level and my demand for food is great. I don't want to cause trouble to you. I don't want to leave you, but I have to leave because of you. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows. Pua. Not really. It should be said to those women. Clever. Jiang Yu was not saying this to He-yun, but to the other women and Lin Bei. She didn't want them to stay if she stayed, and she also wanted to remind Lin Bei in advance that if she stayed, it would mean one more mouth to feed. The current situation. It can be said to be an era of evolution for all the people. The power outages caused by the zombie crisis will make edible supplies less and less, and their appetites will become more and more terrifying. From the videos on the internet, we can see that various crops, fruits, and vegetables have withered due to the outbreak of the apocalypse, as if they are not adapted to this environment. One gains while the other loses. One day they will starve to death because food runs out, unless someone develops new crops that are adapted to the current environment. It's okay, sister. Although we don't have much food, having you is just right, good brother. Hyun held her arms and stared at Lin Bei with expectation and pleading on his face. Lin Bei frowned and pondered. A long time. He reached out and touched Hyun's little head, and slowly said, "That's right, whatever you say is what it is. Let's perform a little." He has no interest in any woman other than Jiang Yu at the moment. There isn't even one who has activated the bodybuilder bond. However, all of them have gourmet bonds, and it seems that they traveled a lot before the end of the world. Moreover, 2 of them are only at the first level and 1 star, which is shockingly low in strength. Instead of keeping them by his side as vases, it is better to let Xiao Xie take them away and train them well. Hyun smiled happily. I know that good brothers are the best. Sister you can stay with us. Don't worry, if I have a bite to eat, you will have a bite to eat. Let's work together to destroy the zombie army and break through the darkness. Is it really okay for me to stay? Jiang Yu asked Lin Bei. To be honest, Lin Bei was very generous. He gave her so much food at once last night, but it was limited after all. Teacher, it's okay. Don't force it. It's no problem. That's fine. After getting a positive answer, Jiang Yu felt relieved. With Xiao Hyun accompanying her, she wasn't lonely at all. It's just that she had to separate from her 2 good sisters, which made her feel reluctant. Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai, Xiao Xie will be here later, then you can go with her. It's all my fault for being so careless that you almost got into danger last night. Sister, let's not talk about that. How about, you come with us? We sisters can take care of each other. We can't bear to leave you here alone. Yes, sister, we can't bear to leave you, come with us. The 2 sisters were very reluctant to leave. Jiang Yu was in a dilemma. On one side were her good sisters who grew up together, and on the other side were the adults and good sisters she owed a favor to. Which side should she choose? Bad. Hyun raised her eyebrows. She knew that Sister Xiaoyu was sentimental and might leave after hearing what the 2 sisters said. Sister Xiaoqing, Sister Xiaobai, why do you act like we'll never see each other again? We'll live here from now on. If you miss her, why don't you just come back and visit her? Ah. Live here. You should have said it earlier. In this way, the few people no longer had any psychological burden. In the end times, they no longer had a fixed home. They thought that Lin Bei and his friends came here and would leave soon. Xiaoqing, Xiaobai and the others also know Jiang Yu very well. They know. The reason why Sister Yu stayed, not only because of Hyun's retention, but more importantly, she wanted to repay him. It was because she was too kind that she was plotted against by those cunning villains. They also underestimated the ugliness of human nature. Fortunately, Lin Bei appeared in time, otherwise they dared not imagine what would happen to them. Why didn't you say it earlier? Jiang Yu tapped Hyun's little head. Would she be so conflicted if he had told her earlier? You didn't ask. No matter what. Her mission was completed. The next step was to trick Sister Xiaoyu into joining her and Sister Shiyu's team. By then, Sister Xiaoyu would have to call her sister. She had already begun to fantasize. In the fantasy scene, she patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder. Sister Xiaoyu, from today on, we will talk about our own affairs. I call you sister, and you have to call me sister, he. Gurgle. Without any warning. Jiang Yu's stomach growled and her face turned red with embarrassment. There was nothing she could do about it. After all, she had a physical ability. The strength of her muscles and bones was 4 times that of people at the same level. This meant that her demand for food was also 3 to 4 times that of people at the same level. Her appetite was really scary. There's still some food at home. I'll go prepare some and we can all get together for a meal. Xiaoqing and Xiaobai went to prepare and took out all the edibles. Fine. I looted a lot of refrigerators on the way back. The power went out the evening before yesterday, so the things in the freezers were not yet spoiled. After a while, plate after plate of food was brought over. Braised pork, braised chicken legs, braised beef, braised lamb, sweet and sour spare ribs, pig's trotter soup. Cut the spicy strips into thin strips. Shredded pickled mustard tuber. Fried instant noodles. It looked okay at first glance. The spicy noodles and rice were actually quite delicious. Lin Bei had eaten it before. The only flaw was that there were no vegetables at all. The apocalypse had lasted for more than a week, and the fresh vegetables had long been consumed. Lin Bei, sit down and eat. Shiyu, Xiaoyun, come and eat. Jiang Yu called the three of them. No, I ate on the way back. You guys take your time eating, Lin Bei refused. The portions of the dishes were so small that they were not enough for 2 or 3 people. Good sister, you guys eat. I've gained weight these days and I need to lose weight. It would be bad if someone dislikes me. Hyun also refused. His thoughts were similar to Lin Bei's. Teacher Jiang, you guys just eat and don't worry about us. Sure, you also refused. She didn't know these people. Lin Bei and Hyun didn't want to eat, so how could she go over? At this moment, she only thought of one thing. Minor changes, sorry. That is to get close to Lin Bei. She hasn't been intimate with him for 2 days. She gave him up to Hyun the night before yesterday and he didn't come back last night. Although she was a little scared, she also missed him very much. Bei. Thinking about. Shiyu came to Lin Bei, who was standing by the window, leaned against him and whispered, standing on tiptoe, Bei, I'm not used to wearing high heels. I think I twisted my foot just now. It hurts a little. Can you rub it for me? Twisted. Lin Bei looked down and saw that the delicate ankle was slightly red and swollen. Not used to wearing high heels. Stewardess not used to wearing high heels. Okay. I believe it. You twisted it, right? Come, let me rub it for you. Helped her to the small room. I let her sit on the table and I sat on a small chair. I took off her high heels and rubbed them gently with my hands. Shiyu smiled happily and gently. Very nice. I feel so sweet in my heart. Good brother, it hurts a little for me too, can you help me too? Hyun followed her into the room, sat down next to Shiyu, and looked at her unwillingly. Lin Bei smiled and shook his head. What a little girl. I helped her out as well. Hee, what a nice brother. Hyun smiled happily with his eyes half closed. Please. We can't let Sister Shiyu get the care of her good brother alone. Which girl doesn't want her boyfriend to take care of her? Sister Yu, yours aren't as pretty as mine. Hyun shook her cute little feet. Bullshit, mine is much prettier than yours. Shiyu was unconvinced. Good brother, who do you think is prettier among us? Hyun stretched out his legs. He knew that he was slightly inferior to Sister Shiyu in terms of appearance and figure, so he could only compare them in other aspects. Bei, whose do you think is prettier? Shiyu also stretched out her legs. She doesn't want to be outdone. Do you know that you two are causing trouble? Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Making trouble, what trouble? We are not causing any trouble, good brother, why do you say that? Hyun looked confused. Yeah, what happened to us? Shiyu was equally puzzled. Okay. Lin Bei stood up and tried to take off his glasses but found that he wasn't wearing them. The corners of his mouth curled up. I really can't do anything with you two. I have to teach you two a lesson. He stuffed a handful of Huili Dan into his mouth. I don't know how many. It doesn't matter. Outside. Jiang Yu picked up a piece of braised pork and shoveled a bowl of rice. Today's dishes could be said to be extremely rich, but it always felt like something was missing. Without any vegetarian dishes, the meat alone was a bit bland. It was still as good as what I ate last night. The food that Lin Bei gave was a combination of meat and vegetables, and it was truly satisfying to eat. The girls ate and talked at the same time, not noticing the passage of time at all. A few hours later. 12 o'clock noon. Lin Bei pushed open the door and walked out. Jiang Yu and the others had finished eating long ago and were chatting at the table. Beep. Beep. At this time, a series of horn sounds came from downstairs. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows. Couldn't Xiao Xie be more low-key? He went to the window and looked out. There was a modified large pickup truck parked at the door of the first floor. Several large steel pipes were welded in front of the car, forming a triangle. The car was not afraid of the zombies blocking the road at all. Ha! Ha! Because of the shrill horn sound, many zombies came running from a distance. Xiao Xie gave a look, and Wang Qi and Xiao Bai got out from the back seat and rushed forward with long knives in their hands. Ordinary zombies were just toys to them. Stop looking, come down and open the door. Xiao Xie looked up and shouted at them at the second-floor window, while patting the supplies towed behind the pickup truck. Lin Bei, how about it, are you satisfied with my apology? Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. This girl had stored a lot of supplies. She actually sent 3 pigs, 5 pig heads, 2 cows, a sheep, 10 50-gene bags of rice, plus a lot of miscellaneous and slightly wilted vegetables, as well as various seasonings such as oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, etc. Xiao Xie leaned against the pickup truck and smiled smugly. See it? That's my strength. Why don't you join my camp? If you follow me, I will make sure you will have a good life. Wow, that's a lot of food. As an apology, she actually gave me so much food. How much food did Xiao Xie store? Xiao Xie's move. It attracted everyone's attention. Here, everyone was worrying about the next meal. Now that real food was in front of them, they couldn't wait to join in. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. A space wormhole appeared next to the pickup truck. Xiao Xie was stunned for a moment and went directly to the second floor. The space system is the space system, it's so convenient. His eyes swept over everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Xie, she means tide, you means moon, I won't say more, I'm sure Sister Jiang Yu has introduced me to you. So, should I leave the supplies behind, or should you all follow me? Hey, why are there 2 people missing? Where are your Shiyu and Hiyun? We just took a nap. Hiyun and Shiyu walked out of the small room together. Xiao Xie narrowed her eyes slightly. The real people are much prettier than the ones in the surveillance video. The looks of these 2 people are almost threatening her, who has been the most popular policewoman for several years. Jiang Yu spoke as a representative. Xiao Xie, we just discussed it. They will all go with you. I, Lin Bei, Jiang Shiyu and Hiyun will stay behind. Xiao Xie frowned slightly. The 4 who stayed were the most valuable, but her original intention of establishing a women's team was to protect women. Even if the 4 of them didn't come, she would take these girls away, but she still has to fight for it. Everyone, come with us. In my place, everyone is equal and we are all friends. My place is also equipped with generators, air conditioning, shower water, and everything else. It will be more lively with more people, right? Lin Bei refused. I'm sorry, I don't really like lively environments. Is that so? What a pity. Xiao Xie felt very sorry and then asked, what are your plans next? Where are you going? I will live here in the short term. There is electricity and it is convenient. With his current strength, it is still not enough to travel thousands of kilometers to find his girlfriend. He needs to at least upgrade to the 3rd level to better deal with emergencies. Xiao Xie's eyes lit up. Very good. This way, she could find more excuses to come here more often. There would be only benefits and no harm in getting to know him. Okay. Xiao Xie nodded. In that case, I will move the things from the car down and leave them for you. It will be enough for the 4 of you to eat for a while. We still have to do favors. She believed that Lin Bei knew that the reason she paid so much was not for apology. Speaking of, Lin Bei did not refuse to move the things through the space wormhole. There was plenty of space in the space backpack anyway. After the space ability was upgraded, the capacity of the space backpack increased tenfold. Immediately following, She sent the girls to the pickup truck one by one and asked Wang Qi and Xiao Bai to take them away first. Her police station was indeed not far away, only a few kilometers away. Now, there were only 5 people left in the huge martial arts hall. Lin Bei. There are no outsiders here. Can you give me some more of your ancestral secret medicine? Of course, I don't want it for free. You can ask for any conditions you want. She tried it again after she left last night. It's amazing. 1. Just 1. She was completely exhausted and recovered instantly, killing a mutant beast smoothly and easily to break through to the 2nd level. Only those who have really tried it know how magical and important it is. Master, I want her. You can name any conditions. I want her. I want her directly. She has the lightning ability of 3 seconds. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. Slurp. Silly bird. Lin Bei complained in his heart, after all, you have followed me for such a long time, how come you haven't learned anything at all? You don't even consider her level and personality. A woman like this puts forward such conditions. Don't you just want this ability? Fishing requires patience, don't you understand? Patience is a virtue. She said just mention it casually. You believe what a woman says. You idiot. My mind returned to the outside. Lin Bei took out 5 Huili pills and said, it's fate that we met. I admire you very much. Let me give you a few. Seriously. I really admire her. Her original intention and direction of establishing the women's army are good. In the end times, how many people have this heart and take action? It's just that there may be many setbacks in the future. Thanks. Xiao Xie was overjoyed. She had already prepared herself to bleed heavily, but she didn't expect to be given 5 pills for free. Only 5. A bit less. Brother Lin Bei, can you give me a little more? I have broken through to the 2nd level, and I need 2 at a time to restore my full strength. I will send some more supplies later to show my gratitude. Okay. Lin Bei took out 5 more and placed them in her palm. I have supplies here, these 10 are for you. Brother Bei, thank you. Xiao Xie smiled. 10. Enough for her to use 5 times. She couldn't wait to improve her strength. With these 5 chances, she wouldn't need to reserve any energy to deal with emergencies. I'm leaving now. I'll bring some things to see you later. After saying that, he jumped down from the 2nd floor window, kicked his feet, and disappeared on the spot. He pouted. Very unhappy. Another 2nd level. It's fine that my sister is at the 2nd level, but an outsider is also at the 2nd level. She said sourly, good brother, we don't know each other very well, why did you give her so much? You can just take it and leave. She may not remember your kindness. Addiction, dependence. What do you mean? He-yun didn't understand, Shiryu was also confused, and Jiangyu next to him didn't understand what he was talking about. My drug is just like that. It's okay to use it once or twice, but if you use it more often, you'll become addicted. When you don't have it, you'll feel uncomfortable all over, as if ants are crawling on your body. Is this true or false? I don't believe it. Few people didn't believe it. Words are not enough. Xiaoyun, come on, give me back all the medicines in your hands. Can't we go and verify it? Give. He-yun didn't have a space backpack and only had a dozen or so pills on him. The number that Shiryu carried was a bit terrifying. There were probably 1,000 pills in total, including big and small bottles. Jiangyu's eyebrows twitched when he saw it. This number is too terrifying. 1. It's enough to drive people crazy. Etc. Shiyu, where did you get these bottles from? Could it be that you also have spatial abilities? Yes, my Bebe and I both have the same ability, both are 3 space. Didn't Xiaoyun tell you? Oh my god. 2 space-related abilities. 1 is abnormal enough, and 2 would cause an uproar if the news got out. People with superpowers are rare, and S-level superpowers are even rarer. 3 S-level superpowers are simply a gift from heaven. Physical ability, the worst of the worst. Jiang Yu felt inferior. As the leader of the team, it was really hard for her not to feel inferior when she was with Lin Bei. Let's go. Lin Bei didn't know what Jiang Yu was thinking. He also wanted to see what the sudden withdrawal reaction of the Huili pills would be like, to see if it was the same as he imagined. So he took the lead and jumped down from the second floor. Shi Yun followed closely behind. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment and followed. Good brother, you don't feel anything. Yun waved the long knife and chopped off the heads of zombies one after another. He felt nothing, no feeling at all, just like cutting tofu. Bei, don't feel any pressure. Shi felt the same way. She intentionally controlled the size of the space wormhole, and the consumption of her special abilities was very low. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. 20 minutes. In a blink of an eye. Half an hour passed. Shi and Yun kept gasping for breath, their smooth and white cheeks slightly flushed. No, take a pill. Yun couldn't stand it anymore and subconsciously touched his pocket. It was empty. Suddenly he remembered something and his brows frowned instantly. He really had withdrawal symptoms. Wow. Very annoying. It feels so uncomfortable. It feels like ants are crawling on my body. I really want one. Because Lin Bei was by her side, she was not afraid even though there were many zombies ahead, but she knew that if Lin Bei was not there, she would have no choice but to run away. Good brother, I believe it, I believe it. It's so uncomfortable. Please give me one quickly. My dear sister, I'm almost dying of discomfort. Yun hugged Lin Bei, her little face flushed and very uncomfortable, with her tender little mouth open. Didn't you just say you didn't believe it? Oh, I believed it. Who knew it would be so uncomfortable? I'm so tired. I don't have any strength in my body. Good brother, please hurry up. Yun was acting coquettishly and trying to endure the hardship. Isn't this just making things uncomfortable? Give. Lin Bei fed one. And stuffed a dozen pills into her pocket. Hee, Mua, love you. Omega. As expected, women who act coquettishly have the best life. Ah. Cool. After taking a pill of rejuvenation pill, Yun came back to life, and the power in his body was surging continuously. Aside. Shi was still gritting her teeth and holding on. After a few minutes, she ran back exhausted, her hands on her knees, gasping for breath, without any of the noble feeling she had just had when she killed zombies from a distance. Bei, hurry up, I can't take it anymore. No, it's only been over half an hour, and both of you can't hold on any longer. Xiao Pa Kai, I thought you could hold on for a long time, but I didn't believe it just now. Oh, I was wrong. Shi was out of breath. In the past, she had the rejuvenation pill, which allowed her to use her spatial abilities freely. After she lost them, she has been very frugal, but the consumption is still too high. Even if she only opens a slightly larger spatial wormhole, it will consume about 1/10 of her ability. If she opens a larger one, the consumption will be even more terrifying. Lin Bei was very satisfied. Suddenly I felt that I had given Xiaoxia too little. I should have given her more and let her know that I had a lot of stock, so that she would use it without restraint. One bite at a time. Slowly. Firmly. Take the bait. Sister Xiaoyu, can you let me see your second-level strength? Yun, who was in full condition after taking the rejuvenation pill, jumped to Jiang Yu, who seemed a little lonely. Okay. Jiang Yu pulled out the 60-centimeter pistol from behind, and with both hands, it extended to 1.8 meters. The spear handshake. A little confidence returned. Take a deep breath. A shot was fired. Sure you didn't care at first. No matter how powerful the cold weapon was, it was of no use. But the moment she threw the gun, her brows suddenly frowned. She could feel a very strong energy surging out. Ahead. Dozens of zombies' heads fell to the ground one after another, and the small zombie group was cleared out in an instant, leaving the two women stunned. Wow. My sisters are so powerful. One is a space-related sister, and the other is a Qigong sister. Ha 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 ha. I am also a relative now. He smiled happily. What about me? Lin Bei pointed at himself. You are my invincible good brother. So fierce. Sure, you came back to her senses and swallowed. She could only say that he was worthy of running a martial arts gym and he really had some skills. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Seeing Shiyu's shocked look, Jiang Yu smiled and said that teaching Lin Bei's women was her reward, and it was the only thing she could offer. Is that so? No, this is it. Jiang Yu guided the two girls. As they got to know each other better, she became familiar with Shiyu. Lin Bei was very happy to see this harmonious scene. That was great. He didn't have to worry about a fire in the backyard. Jealousy is allowed. Anyway, he enjoys his life. Chase. Chase after them. Don't let it get away. Bang. Bang. Shouts and gunshots came closer and closer. Several people frowned and looked towards the corner of the street ahead. Next second, a thin dog with pure white fur came into the sight of several people. Isn't this Inoue from Xiao Xia's family? 3 men followed behind it. The leading man held a rifle in his hand. Woo woo. Inu ran to Lin Bei and stopped, rubbing his pants affectionately. The 3 men chasing it also slowly stopped. What a beautiful woman. When the 3 saw Shiyu, Hiyun, and Jiang Yu, their breathing held involuntarily. They were so beautiful that it was too sinful. They immediately forgot about Inu. The leading man's eyes were full of greed and desire, and he didn't even think about it. Raise your gun. He pointed the gun at Lin Bei's brow and pulled the trigger without hesitation. He wanted the other party to die before he could react. The remaining 3 top beauties would all be his. He wanted to possess them all. His heart began to beat faster. Such a beauty. If I can have some fun, my life will be enough. A distance of more than 10 meters. With his current marksmanship, he could kill them with one shot. He had already begun to imagine the scene of 3 beauties fleeing in panic under his gun. He would chase them, and they would run, but none of them could escape. None of them could escape. Bang. Ah. The gunfire ended. This was accompanied by a scream, and the person who screamed was none other than the men who fired the gun. The rifle in his hand fell to the ground, and there were big holes on his 2 shoulders, blood was constantly oozing out. The part where his arms connected to his torso was broken, and his 2 arms hung down limply. What's going on? He was clearly aiming at the other person. Why was he the one who got injured after the shooting? My heart is filled with confusion. The 2 brothers beside him were also confused when they saw this strange scene. One of them suddenly remembered something and shouted in fear, I know, boss, I know, there is a person with space ability among these people. What? The man's face changed drastically. A space mutant. Pick up the gun and run. Just as the 2 younger brothers were about to pick up the gun, a hand appeared out of nowhere and picked up the gun before them. Look up. The gun was already in the hands of a man more than 10 meters away. Lin Bei had his index finger on the trigger and the black muzzle was pointed at them. The 3 of them felt their scalps tingling. I got goosebumps all over my body. Run. As fast as it comes, it goes away. Yes. Next second. Along with the sound of gunfire, a peanut pierced through the eyebrows of the 3 of them while traveling through the space wormhole. Lin Bei's expression did not change from beginning to end. They were just a few clowns, not worth his excitement. Even though he is now at the 2nd level, he doesn't dare to use his body to withstand bullets unless he obtains Jiang Yu's physical ability. But it should be said. That man was quite decisive. I shot him the first time I saw him, but unfortunately, it was him that I encountered. Is this resolved? Jiang Yu blinked, somewhat incredulous. The moment she saw the other party open fire, she thought Lin Bei was in danger. What should they do? But before she could think about it, the bodies of the 3 people were already lying quietly on the ground, motionless. No. This was resolved a bit too quickly. Appeared. It was killed in seconds. It was so fast that her brain went idle for a moment. In the past, whenever she encountered danger, she would always find a way to solve it. But now, the enemy was lying on the ground before she could react. Wow, where did this dog come from? It's so cute. Ian squatted down and stroked Inu's soft hair. Inu smelled a strong scent of Lin Bei on her and immediately understood their relationship. She squinted her eyes and enjoyed it. Dog. Oh no. As a wolf, only by knowing the times can you go further. She is so well behaved, good brother. Why did she come to you? Was she your dog before? Ian held her in his arms. She was soft, small, and so adorable. Lin Bei glanced at her. No, she was raised by Xiaoxia. She probably ran out to play secretly. Don't look at her small size. This guy is also a second level one. What? Ian widened his eyes. Good job. Even the dog has reached the second level. I'm hungry. I want to eat something. Inu acted coquettishly in Ian's arms. She didn't look like a second level beast at all. She opened her little mouth and uttered a few words. Oh, you can talk now. Ian lifted her up and looked her in the eye. Come on, call me Mom. If you call me Mom, I will give you something delicious as a reward. Mom, Mom. Inu didn't think twice. She opened her little mouth, her eyes full of anticipation. She also smelled the remaining fragrance of delicious food on Ian's body, and just the smell was unbearable for her. Sister Yu, give me some big sausage. Give. Yu took out a big sausage with honey juice and handed it to Ian, then came to her and stroked Inu. No one could resist the cute appearance of a puppy, let alone a woman. Bei, she is so well behaved. Is she really at the second level? Yu couldn't believe that such a cute and adorable little puppy actually had a level far beyond theirs. Real. Lin Bei recalled the scene from last night. After reaching the second level, she already possesses intelligence that is no less than that of humans. This little girl is very cunning. And don't look at her small size now. She can grow big, almost as big as a small car. The teacher can testify to this. That's right. Jiang Yu nodded. The reason why I'm short of food is because she has come to patronize several times. Ian got angry when he heard this. He held the sausage away from Inu's drooling mouth and said, Little thing, hurry up and apologize to my sister, or I won't let you eat it. Woo woo. The moment the big sausage appeared, Inu was deeply attracted by the aroma, and her tail was almost shaking like an electric fan. She could have snatched it away and eaten it directly, but she knew the difference between eating one meal and being full every time. A claw kick. Jumping into Jiang Yu's arms, Jiang Yu subconsciously hugged her, rolling her small body in her arms, rubbing her cute little head against her body, and uttering a very stuttering and weak voice, I'm I'm sorry, don't be angry, it's all Mommy Sia's fault, she didn't feed me enough. Jiang Yu didn't want to forgive her, but she was so cute that he couldn't help but touch her again and again. Eat meat. Ian playfully dangled the big sausage in front of her nose, so cute, eat it. Slurp. Silver Moon took a bite. The little blue eyes suddenly lit up. This was too delicious. I had eaten a lot of delicious food, but never anything so delicious. I finished the whole big sausage in just a few bites. Not satisfied at all after eating. Mom, more. Xiaoyaya, look here, do you want to eat? Lin Bei held 8 large sausages between his fingers, which made Inu's eyes glow green and she nodded her head desperately. Think. Come. Lin Bei first gave her 3, and when she was about to eat the 4th, he took a step back. Meat. Inu stuck out her little head and chased after it to bite it, but the distance was too far, and she cried out in grievance. It was just a few, she was not satisfied at all, she wanted to eat 100, no, 10,000. Xiaoyaya. Lin Bei showed a wicked smile, you can't eat enough following Xiaoxia, right? I have as many big sausages as you want, but you are not raised by me, so I have no obligation to feed you for free, unless you give up your contract. Once you become my pet, I will show off this thing to you every day. The words are full of temptation. Kidnapping, kidnapping. Xiao Xie had a lot of food reserves, but Inu was a second-level beast after all, and her appetite was much bigger than that of a second-level human. If she were to let it have a full meal, it would consume who knows how many days' worth of supplies. But he is different. Once Inu becomes his pet, no matter how much she eats, it will all be returned to her without consuming a single grain of rice. It would be a waste if you don't kidnap. No way, you want to kidnap Xiao Xie's Inu. Aren't you afraid that she will be furious? Jiang Yu was shocked. He stole her monster last night and wanted to kidnap her wolf today. The other party is a 3S-level lightning power owner. Doesn't he really take her seriously at all? Inu narrowed her eyes in a humane way. She is greedy. But not stupid. Once she signs the contract, she will be his pet from now on. What if he restricts her freedom? What if he tricks her into not giving her food? Even Xie's mother didn't mention this. Why should she give him the contract? If she has to give him something, it must be for Xie. I knock. Smells so good. A large plate appeared in Lin Bei's hand, with 20 pieces of premium steaks piled high on the plate. Each piece was as big as an adult male's palm, and each piece was 5 or 6 centimeters thick. The rich aroma made her tail shake unconsciously. Xiaoyun, teacher, you have consumed a lot of energy just now. Bring us something to eat to replenish your energy. I'm so hungry. Hiyun and Shiyu each picked up a piece and ate it with relish. They had eaten no less than 1,000 pieces of this kind of steak. No matter how delicious something is, you will get tired of it if you eat too much, but they often switch between them. Wouldn't it be nice to have some rice? Jiang Yu stood aside, feeling a little embarrassed to start eating. She swallowed involuntarily as she smelled the aroma. She had eaten it before, so she knew how delicious it was. But it would be a bit too extravagant to just eat steak like this. Good brother, give me something else. Sister, you and I haven't had lunch yet. Yeah. Lin Bei brought 3 people and 1 wolf to a roadside coffee shop. A thought came to mind. With a wave of his hand, 4 large rice cooker cores appeared first, each filled with fragrant rice. Seriously. No matter how much steak you eat, it would be meaningless if you don't have a few mouthfuls of rice. Jiang Yu then picked up a piece of steak, took a small bite, and was about to eat 10 mouthfuls of rice when she was stunned. Several large plates appeared on the table. Braised pork, 10-pound pork belly deluxe edition. Sweet and sour spare ribs, 10-pound deluxe edition. Chives and eggs. Cucumber salad. Fried prawns. Dry pot cauliflower. Spicy stir-fried pork belly. Fried fish with essence. Braised lamb. Cold beef. Pork ribs and corn soup. The originally spacious table suddenly seemed a little small. There were 2 large plates on the side, with dozens of steaks and sausages. She, holding the chopsticks, was suddenly at a loss. It doesn't matter if there are too many dishes. The key point is the portion of each dish. Some of them are really too much and exceed the standard. This. New Year's Day. Looking at Shiyu and Hiyun again, they were not surprised at all. They were holding chopsticks and hesitating which one to eat first. I didn't eat lunch. I'm starving. Little Hiyun started to eat as fast as she could, not forgetting to put food into Jiang Yu's rice cooker. Sister, eat quickly. Eat more of whatever you like. If you don't have enough rice, just ask brother for more. Jiang Yu's hands were shaking a little. Even the voice was, Xiaoyun, do you have this configuration for every meal? Yes, dear sister, just eat as much as you want. You don't have to worry about supplies if you follow us. How can you have the energy to kill zombies if you don't eat enough? Hiyun understood Jiang Yu's feelings. When she first joined that day, she had the same expression as her. Just get used to it. The silver moon on the side. The wolf was stunned. This food. Better than what her mother Xie eats. This guy. How much food is there? Woo, little Inu jumped into Shiyu's arms, rolling around in a coquettish and cute manner. Ro, Yaya wants to eat Ro. This. Shiyu glanced at Lin Bei. Give it 2 pieces of steak to satisfy its craving. Satisfy your craving. No. The more I eat, the more I crave. Hiyun eats 1 portion of rice from a rice cooker and gets 3 portions back. The host, Shiyu, and Hiyun eat 1 serving of sweet and sour spare ribs, 10 Gene Deluxe version, together, and 3 servings are returned. 90% of this was completed by Hiyun Xuan. I finished it all for you, but you didn't even leave some for the teacher. Lin Bei smiled and took out another plate. Jiang Yu's eyebrows twitched wildly when he saw this. More food after finishing it. Wu, after Xiao Yingyue finished eating 2 pieces of premium steaks, her appetite was completely aroused. Seeing the people eating so happily, she really wanted to take all the food without caring about anything. But if she did so, she would never have the next meal. And she may not be able to beat Lin Bei. Baby is so hungry. Baby wants to eat. Or just give it to him. Give it or not. Possessing wisdom no less than that of humans, she knew that every meal of Lin Bei and others was so luxurious. If she followed him, she would be able to eat to her heart's content in the future, and she would pick out the delicious food. Smells so good. So tender. It's delicious. Jiang Yu ate a piece of pork ribs prepared by Hiyun. It was so delicious that her soul trembled. The harmonious, rich and warm meal gave her the illusion of being in the last days. Eating was just eating. There was no need to worry about anything, no need to worry about whether there would be food for the next meal or what to do if she couldn't find food. Soon, Jiang Yu also started eating. She had eaten in the morning, but actually she didn't eat much, just a few bowls of rice. There were so many people that there wasn't enough food to share, so everyone just had to fill their stomachs. No one pays attention to me, no one pays attention to me, no one pays attention to me. While everyone was eating, Yinyu stretched out her little paws and slowly, gently, and silently picked up a piece of steak. Almost there, almost there, almost there. When it was about to reach his mouth, Lin Bei picked it up. Xiao Yeye, eating secretly is a bad habit. If you want to eat, you can eat openly, but bad men want me. You think you can tempt me with just food? Ridiculous. Even if I starve to death. But it smells really good. I want to eat it. Because the ribs were stewed so soft, Shiyu held the bones and the meat on them accidentally slipped off. Yingyue was quick-eyed and quick-mouthed, and rolled it into her mouth to enjoy it. Oh my god. So delicious. The little claws scratched Shiyu's thighs, revealing a pitiful expression. You mommy, I'm hungry, 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 hungry. Xiao Yeye, give it to him. Follow us and all of these will be yours. Shiyu waved her jade hand, and a pile of plates appeared on the table next to her. There were not many steaks and sausages, less than 1,000 in total. I knock. Yinyu and Jiang Yu stared with wide eyes. No wonder Hiyun gained a little weight. Meat. So much meat. Never mind. Ah. The rich fragrance stimulated Yinyu. She kicked her little hind legs and pounced forward. She wanted to swim like a dragon in these pieces of flesh. However, the food disappeared in the next second, and the excited Yinyu wilted instantly, staring at Shiyu with resentment in her little eyes. Little darling, give it to him. If you give it to him, all those things will be yours. Shiyu's voice was full of temptation. Cut. It's just a piece of meat, I surrender. Woo-woo. The hexagram formation emerged from Yinyu's little head, and Lin Bei had an epiphany. As long as he put his hand on it, it would be successful. Press it decisively. The pet has been successfully included. From now on, all the materials consumed by Yinyu will be returned. Good. Daddy, give me some meat, please. I want to eat some meat. I want to eat lots of meat. The moment the contract was successful, the sweet and sticky voice of the little girl appeared in his ears. Lin Bei grinned. Hee hee, you've been fooled, you can't run away, I lied to you, meat, I won't give it to you. Bad dad, stinky dad. Yinyu was lying on the table next to her and rolling around. Her little body was so adorable. Come, eat. With a wave of hand. Hundreds of steaks and sausages appeared on the table. Thank you, good daddy. Good daddy is so nice. Inu immediately entered the eating mode, eating one big steak at a time. Tears flowed down her face as she ate. See ya, mommy, I'm sorry for you. It's all because of this man who has too many delicious foods. Ah, it smells so good. Werewolves will never be favored unless they provide food and shelter. This. Jiang Yu opened his mouth wide. She was once again shocked by Lin Bei's food reserves. Inu ate so much in one meal. Lin Bei was not a fool. It only meant that all this food was just a drop in the bucket in his eyes. She suddenly felt. It seemed like a good thing to stay. Although Xiao Xie had a lot of food, it was impossible for them to eat until they were full every meal. Soon. She finished all the rice in the rice cooker, and the dishes on the table were so delicious that she felt she wanted more. Eat, Sister Xiaoyu. Shiyu waved her hand. Another new pot of rice appeared. Jiang Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You guys are living such a good life. No wonder you didn't eat at noon. It turns out you gave it to us. What do you mean by you? From today on, Sister Xiaoyu, you are one of us. Don't be so formal. Just tell us what you want to eat. I can't guarantee anything else for you if you follow us, but we will provide you with enough food. Bei gave me a lot of food and put it in my space backpack. Space. The power of Xiaoyun. I really envy my two good sisters for having such great abilities, unlike me. Jiang Yu spoke with emotion. They became more familiar with each other. After teaching them how to control their qi, she was really useless except for eating more. It's okay. Just let your good brother increase your strength several times. He said without holding back, waving his white and tender arms, and continued, I am now at the first level, 6 stars, and my strength is 7 times that of an ordinary person. If my strength ability is increased 3 times, it will be 21 times. My good brother has increased it 3 times again, and now it is 63 times. Can you also give strength to others? Is this true or false? Oh, it seems that this cannot be said, Sister Xiaoyu, just pretend you didn't hear it. I didn't say anything just now, and you didn't hear anything. He realized something and waved his hands, but there was a hint of cunning in his eyes. Hee. My dear sister, you think your physical condition and supernatural powers are not good enough, right? I don't believe you can resist this temptation. Slurp. Get ready to call me sister. Hee. Thinking about. Under the table, one foot took off its shoes, revealing a white and tender jade foot that rubbed against Lin Bei's leg, and looked into his eyes, as if to say, good brother, how about your help? Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. What a seductive little devil. Be good, I'll reward you well tonight. Jiang Yu opened his mouth wide. Carry. Increase strength 3 times, no, how could she pretend not to hear such words? Please. If her strength could be increased 3 times, her strength would increase many times over. With a strong enough physique, she could perfectly exert this power without worrying about her body not being able to bear it. 3 times. It's equivalent to having extra powers. Ayawa. I want it so bad. She had always been dissatisfied with her own inadequate supernatural powers, and now her heart was completely aroused by Yun's words. She didn't even have the heart to eat. Her little eyes kept glancing at Lin Bei, as if there were ants crawling on her body. She felt itchy in her heart. She wanted to improve so much. Sister, eat quickly. Don't you have a poor appetite? Are you full with just 1 pot of rice? Hyun ate the second pot of rice with relish. Their current appetite required at least 2 pots of rice for each meal. Eat. Jiang Yu said perfunctorily. Now. Her mind was completely occupied by Lin Bei's ability to increase their strength, so she couldn't eat. Strength. She wants power. She craved power. Seeing Jiang Yu eating slowly, Hyun's eyes flashed with a look of success. She was also bewitched by Sister Shiyu in the first place. Really, no one could refuse. And Following my good brother is such a blessing. Handsome, strong, and considerate. Please. This was a rare and excellent man before the end of the world. Run. Wan En, run. Eating. There were shouts from outside again. The cafe has no walls, only floor-to-ceiling tempered glass. From there, you can see a middle-aged man dragging a very beautiful woman and running wildly, her hair flying in the air, her delicate, fair face filled with fear. After a quick glance, Lin Bei felt a little restless. Name, Lin Wanan. Appearance score, 96. Occupation before the end of the world, doctor. Overall score, 90. Level, level 1, 2 stars. Power, none. Bond. Top doctor, 1, after the bond is activated, the effect of drug treatment for all players will be doubled. Innate silk stockings holy body, 1. Gourmet, 1. Fitness enthusiasts, 1. Unexperienced, 1. Tongzi, come out and speak. Damn, why are there so many people with top-level bonds? Did the master save the earth in his previous life? However, the other party does not have supernatural powers. Really? Although he is the owner of the best bond, he has no special abilities. The ability of the best bond is very good, but unfortunately, his resilience pills are endless, so it is meaningless to double the effect of taking them. Overall, it's pretty average. She is very attractive. But he already had 3 beautiful women around him, and there was also a reserved one, Xiao Xie, whom he did not go out to chase. However, the middle-aged man holding Lin Wanan outside the window caught a glimpse of several people in the cafe and was attracted by the full amount of food on the table. He braked suddenly, stopped, and walked into the cafe holding his daughter's hand. Oh. Lin Bei became interested. Don't chase. But if it's given for free, there's no reason to refuse it. After all, he has the bond of a bodybuilder, which can double his strength, and he's a doctor, so he'll be of some use in the future. Little brother, I will give you my daughter, can you give me something to eat? I haven't eaten for several days and I'm starving to death. The middle-aged man dragged his daughter in front of Lin Bei, looked at the food on the table greedily, and spoke straight to the point. Ah. Lin Bei was stunned. Is it so direct? Shiyu, Hiyun, and Jiangyu all had deep disgust and disdain in their eyes. It would be too unfortunate to follow a father who sold his daughter just for a little food. Dad, what are you talking about? Are you running so hard that you're dizzy? Lin Wanan, his daughter, was even more dumbfounded. She never expected that such words would come from the mouth of her biological father. Pa. A slap was heard. Lin Wanan covered her face in disbelief. Her good father actually slapped her. The father who had held her in the palm of his hand since she was a child actually wanted to sell her and beat her for a little food. I've had enough of this. I have to take care of you and find you food all day long. If it weren't for you, would I have stolen other people's food and been caught and hunted? I worked hard to raise you, put you through college, and trained you to be a doctor. Now it's time for you to repay me. The man looked at Lin Bei. With a flattering smile, he said in a low voice, Little brother, my daughter is beautiful, isn't she? I take good care of her, and she is still a virgin. I don't want much, just give me 2 steaks and a few sausages. You feed your pet dog that much, so this is not a big deal, right? Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Good. He took out a bag from his space backpack, put 10 steaks and 10 sausages in it and handed it to him. The middle-aged man smiled even happier when he saw this. He almost knelt on the ground and kowtowed to thank him. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. From now on, my daughter is yours. You can do whatever you want with her. Dad, why did you become like this? Lin Wanan stood there stupidly with her face covered. The father who would heat up meals for her every time she came home from get off work late at night, the father who would pick her up from the hospital every time it rained, the father who was always afraid that she would be abducted by bad boys, actually sold her like this, and sold her so cheaply and so happily. Ha 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 ha. The middle-aged man didn't care what Lin Wanan was thinking at all, and shouted excitedly, finally there is food, this is so delicious, my dear daughter, I have raised you to this age, you are still of some use. The man stuffed a piece of steak into his mouth. Delicious food. He was so excited that his eyes turned red, and like a hungry dog, he finished a large piece of steak in just a few bites. Dad, give it back to him quickly and stop eating. I will support you. I will become stronger and find food to feed you. Lin Bei stepped forward to stop him. She could not accept the reality that she was being sold by her biological father. Get lost. The middle-aged man pushed Lin Bei away with such force that she fell heavily to the ground. His eyes were full of mockery as he said coldly, You still want to support me. I'm over 50 years old and already a first-level 5-star, and you're only 25 or 26, in your prime, and only a first-level 2-star. You support me. Why? Because you stay at home all day long, afraid of the zombies outside. I can live a more comfortable life without a burden like you. Really, if I wasn't afraid of letting my wife down, I would have slept with you a long time ago. You're useless except for your looks and figure. Your mother and I are true love. As for you, you're just an accident. Lin Bei collapsed on the ground, stunned. This kind of words. How could such words come out of his mouth? 2 lines of tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes, and she hugged her knees and cried helplessly. You've got the food, why don't you get out of here? Sure you couldn't stand it anymore, a father treating his daughter like this, and urged him to leave. Okay, I'll get out of here right now. Facing them, the middle-aged man immediately changed his face and said, Boss, I won't disturb you from eating. Don't be polite to my daughter. Play with her however you want. She's still a virgin. I promise you, boss. Why don't you get out of here? Okay. Seeing the unhappy faces of the female bosses, the middle-aged man left happily with his bag. He stopped at the door of the cafe for half a second, then left without looking back. Dad. Seeing her father leave, Lin Bei chased after him with red eyes. The middle-aged man pleaded with her face when he saw her chasing after him. Miss, I beg you, please be kind, for the sake of me raising you for more than 20 years, please stop following me and dragging me down, okay? I'm really tired, I don't want to take care of you anymore, you're a burden. From the outbreak of the apocalypse to now, you're only able to reach the first-level 2-star level because of me. I really don't know what use you are. Do you have to make me kneel down before you leave and let me live? Dad, am I really so useless in your eyes? Don't you know what's going on? What, do you think I don't want you anymore and now you want to die? I know you better than you do. You are just a cowardly waste. I won't waste my time talking to you. My enemies are coming after me soon. I have to run away quickly. Don't follow me anymore. I have already sold you. The one inside is your master. If you still have the slightest intention of repaying me, go back inside and serve him well. Don't let others accuse me of being a liar and come after me. I have made enough enemies because of you, Wan. You don't want to see me being hacked to death, do you? The words fell. The middle-aged man disappeared. This time, Lin Bei did not chase after him. Her heart was completely broken by her father. It turned out that she was so despicable in his eyes. Her mother was bitten by zombies on the first day of the apocalypse. Now her father abandoned her. She was heartbroken and really wanted to die. But her father's words just now stimulated her. If she tried to commit suicide, it would be just as terrible as her father said. But she really had no motivation to live. Maybe I'm really as bad as you say. At least let your daughter repay you one last time. Stood at the door for a long time. Then he slowly returned to the cafe and came to Lin Bei and the others, do whatever you want to me. From now on, I am yours. It was the only thing she could do. Previously, in order to let her have food, her father stole a lot of food. She couldn't let her father have another enemy. In the end times, anyone who dared to sit in a cafe and eat so openly was definitely not someone her father could afford to offend. Lin Bei glanced at her. The look of having no desire to live. Real. 10 steaks and 10 sausages were used to exchange for the owner of the best bond. He began to doubt whether the father and daughter were acting. It was no different from picking it up for free. Could it be that this is the luck of a cheater? Or in other words, "Girl, don't be afraid, we won't do anything to you. Have you eaten? Sit down and eat together." Several people felt very distressed about her experience. The slap just now was real. Until now, there were 5 bright red fingerprints on her fair face. No. Gurgle. Lin Bei, who had lost all hope in life, wanted to refuse, but the aroma of delicious food made her stomach rumble. She glanced at the dishes on the table and swallowed reluctantly. She was not in the mood to eat, really not in the mood, and did not want to eat, but her body was very honest and she could not control it. She had not eaten much for 3 consecutive days. Is that man just now really your biological father? Why is he like that? He is so disgusting. Hyun complained bluntly. Really, she almost couldn't help but kill him. Not only did he sell her daughter, but he also said such words to insult her. Scumbag. The worst scum among scum. Yes, he is my biological son, that's for sure. Maybe he was starving, or maybe my weakness made him extremely disappointed. Lin Bei defended him with red eyes. Even though he had just said those words and even hit her, he was still her father whom she had depended on since she was a child. Don't speak for him. Some people are not fit to be fathers. People like that are not worth your tears. He comforted. But, he was so good to me before, woo-woo. Thinking of the past, Lin Bei burst into tears again. How could it become like this? Woo-woo. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. If it was an act, the acting was a little too good. He stuffed a few Hoily pills into their mouths to block their voices and opened a space wormhole. Through the wormhole, they saw the scene outside the cafe. Dad. Lin Bei saw her father shouting subconsciously, and Lin Bei's mouth curled up slightly. Fortunately, he had the foresight to block the sound. Whether it was acting or something else, he would soon find out. The men carried a bag of food. He trotted to an empty shop, closed the door, and sat down on the ground. When he was alone, he thought about what he had just said and done to his daughter, and his eyes instantly became moist. Xiaoen. I'm sorry for you. I'm a loser. I don't have the ability to protect you, you must be well by yourself. While speaking, the middle-aged man rolled up his trouser legs, revealing a very clear tooth mark on his calf, with grayish-white color spreading outward from the wound. He leaned against the wall with a look of despair. Everyone was stunned. Lin Bei raised the corner of his mouth slightly. It was exactly as he guessed. Such a beautiful girl only sold this little food, and she even asked for so little on her own initiative. It was a bit abnormal. Xiaoen. To be mad at me. Hate me. To live well. Those people will take good care of you when they see how pitiful you are. This is the last thing I can do for you as your father. From now on, you really can't be cowardly anymore. You really can't be afraid. You have to learn to be brave. I'm only 52. I don't want to die yet. I'm so reluctant. I haven't seen her get married and have children yet, I haven't held my grandchildren yet, I really don't want to die. Why? Why did the zombie virus suddenly break out? Why did it destroy our peaceful lives? Why did it break our families apart? Alone. The middle-aged man vented his emotions without any scruples, his clear eyes were gradually covered with a layer of white film, tears flowed unstoppably, his eyes were full of reluctance, extreme reluctance. Who can face death calmly? He still has concerns. After a brief moment of daze, Lin Bei rushed towards the space wormhole frantically. Lin Bei moved his mind, lifted the space blockade and expanded the wormhole. Lin Bei crossed the space and knelt beside her father. With trembling hands, she touched the wound on his leg. Tears could not stop flowing. When were you bitten by a zombie just now to save me? I'm sorry, I hurt you. The middle-aged man was stunned. He opened his closed eyes again, and in the blur, he saw the figure of his daughter. How could that be? Why would she come and follow? Didn't you confirm it yourself? Roll. Get out of here. Didn't I tell you not to come over? Don't you think you're not a burden to me enough? Can you? Shouting and shouting. The man couldn't shout anymore and started crying while hugging his daughter. What followed was a cliché plot. Lin Bei withdrew his gaze and continued eating. He unbit his lower lip lightly. I didn't expect that he would be bitten. I thought he really sold his daughter. What a good father. Shiyu nodded. I also thought he did it for food, but I didn't expect it was for the good of his daughter. In the end times, we can't overestimate human nature, but we can't underestimate it either. Several people ate and watched at the same time. This scene. I don't know how many times this has happened on this planet filled with zombies. If I were to empathize with everyone, I wouldn't know how many tears I would have shed. I can only sigh that the man is a good father. 1N. Take these and follow them carefully. Those who dare to eat so arrogantly and dress so arrogantly in the apocalypse are definitely the bosses among the bosses. When Dad is not around, put away your temper and do whatever they say. Don't be willful and don't resist. You are still young and have a long way to go. Maybe the world will return to normal soon. You must live until that time. The middle-aged man handed a bag of food to his daughter. Apart from eating a piece of steak in front of the others, he didn't touch the rest. Dad, you'll be fine, you'll definitely be fine. It's just a small bite. Just hold on, you'll definitely be able to stay conscious. Lin Wanen knelt on the ground and cried. Silly child, be obedient. You must stay with others after Dad dies. Those girls are nice people. They should take good care of you. Take these with you. Dad won't last long. Be good and be obedient. You have never let Dad down, and you will definitely not let him down this time. Go quickly. No, I won't leave. I won't listen. If you and Mom leave, I don't want to live anymore. The middle-aged man frowned. He knew this would happen. That's why it happened just now. But who knows? These people were stronger than he had imagined. They actually opened the space door and saw his situation. Sighed. The only way is to change. 1N, I will die with regret if you do this. I'm counting on you to burn more money for me to spend on Qingming Festival in the future. You don't want your dad to be in the underworld and have no money to buy food with your mom, do you? Your dad didn't make much money when he was alive, so in the underworld, you have to let me become a billionaire and enjoy life. 1N, to be honest, you don't want your dad to become a poor ghost, do you? Dad, you. Lin Wanen never expected that at this point, he would still be in the mood to make a joke. What do you mean by I? Even zombies have appeared, so what else is impossible? What if there is a ghost world? What if your mother is waiting for me? The men said as if it was a matter of course. Lin Wanen was stunned. Yes. Zombies that only exist in novels and movies have appeared, and it is not impossible that one goes to the underworld after death. Okay, Dad can't take it anymore, and will go down to see your mom soon. Remember, burn some paper money, big ones, the more the better. Don't forget the luxury cars and mansions, and cell phones. You know I can't sleep without watching short videos at night. By the way, burn a few more servants, female, good-looking ones, with good figures, and long legs. Not too many, just 100 or 80 will be enough. Lin Wanen's father chuckled. Aren't you afraid that your mother will beat you? After her father's joke, Lin Wanen felt much better. Now that things have come to this, she can only say that she has accepted the unacceptable. At least there is hope. What if there really is a ghost world? I haven't been able to give them any happiness while they are alive, and I can't let them be left without money to spend in the afterlife. It doesn't matter. She can't bear it anyway, so she won't use much strength to hit me. Well, Dad can't stand it anymore, let's go quickly. Lin Wanen's father struggled to get up, and with the last bit of sanity he sent her to the entrance of the space wormhole. He said earnestly, Wanen, you are already an adult, you know all the principles you should know, live well, remember, you must remember, this is very important, you should have more children. Dad, you. Lin Wanen widened her eyes. She thought about what to say. Just go ahead. He pushed her hard. By the way, hire more models and celebrities. Remember, they have to be female with good figures, preferably just over 18 years old. After saying, the man gritted his teeth and left the room. The moment he rushed outside, his remaining sanity disappeared. He raised his head, his gray eyes filled with confusion. Lin Bei closes the space wormhole. This father-in-law. Quite interesting. You are disrespectful to your elders. Lin Wanen cursed softly, but her tears still flowed. Next, she would be alone. Silver Moon, go. A thought came to my mind. Xiao Yue swallowed the steak in her mouth, jumped up and threw herself into Lin Wanen's arms. Lin Wanen hugged her subconsciously. Xiao Yue began to act coquettishly and cutely in a way that no one, young or old, male or female, could resist. Lin Wanen's mood suddenly improved a lot. Sister, come and sit here. He stood up and walked to Lin Wanen and pulled her to sit at the table. Since Lin Bei agreed to exchange food, it meant that he had taken a fancy to this woman, and you must have pounced on him under Lin Bei's order. As the second child in the family, he naturally had to be more sensible. The main reason was that he had just said bad things about her father without knowing the facts, and he felt a little guilty. The eldest, Jiang Shiyu. Second brother, what does she say? The third one is naturally Sister Xiaoyu. The fourth child also has a daughter, Lin Wanen. In terms of age, she is the youngest, and all of them are her sisters. But in terms of seniority, except for Sister Shiyu, everyone else is her younger sister. In terms of seniority, two people have to call her sister, and since she is the youngest, everyone has to take care of her. Ha ha ha, she gets all the advantages. Sister, eat. He didn't know how to comfort anyone, so he could only take the bowl and chopsticks and put them in her hands. Don't. I didn't. It smells so good. Lin Wanen had just lost her father and was deeply saddened. She had no mood to eat at all, but she looked at the fragrant rice in front of her, which was covered with the dishes that Hyun had picked. Spare ribs, meat, corn, cauliflower, prawns. Everything was her favorite, and she hadn't had a full meal for a week. She swallowed unconsciously and subconsciously. Somehow chopsticks appeared in her hand, and a piece of meat and a mouthful of rice went into her mouth. Smells good. Woo woo woo. She may be an unfilial daughter, having just lost her last relative, but now she really wants to eat. Woo woo woo, Dad, I'm sorry for you, woo woo woo, this meat smells so good, woo woo woo, these ribs are so tender. Lin Bei looked at Lin Wanen carefully. Very beautiful. I can only say that she is worthy of being a doctor. Her skin is slightly whiter than Shiyu and the others. There is not a single blemish on her delicate face. Her neck is as white as her face. The clothes she wears are very ordinary, a loose sportswear like Jiang Yu's. Be reasonable. In the end times. In broad daylight. How many girls have the capital to put on skirts and JK suits like Shiyu and Hyun? The hem of the skirt can easily get caught on something and cause them to fall while running, but they don't need to run. They will run away if they can't win. Is there anything they can't defeat? Because I'm not familiar with it. Lin Wanen ate very cautiously. The dead are gone, and she believes that her father and mother must be watching her from below. Only by believing this will she feel better and have the motivation to live. He glanced at the people around him. Only then did she notice that these were all handsome men and beautiful women. The women were too pretty and the men were too handsome. She thought she was quite pretty, but she was a little ordinary here. Swallow what's in your mouth. It is necessary to introduce myself. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Wanen, I am 26 years old, first level, second star, no special abilities. I've seen everything on the operating table. But she seemed very immature and shy in front of these people. According to the rules of the apocalypse, her father sold her to these people, and with her ability, she could only follow these people. Going out on your own. He didn't even know how he died. She didn't know what these people would do to her, but from what she saw so far, they were taking good care of her. She is not stupid. She knew it clearly. If these people had not taken action just now, she would have probably misunderstood her father for the rest of her life. She was very grateful in her heart, so she said that her father could not be that kind of person. He said those words and did those things just because he wanted to entrust her to a strong man before he died. Sister, my name is Hee-yun, I'm 19 years old, level 1, 6 stars, and have S-level power. Hee-yun did not hide it. Since she could sit here to eat, she must be one of her sisters in the future. Lin Wanan was dumbfounded. Oh my god. 19 years old. So young. And she even has S-level supernatural powers. You can't tell from her appearance. She is obviously a cute and sweet girl, but she hides terrifying power inside her body. Jiang Shiyu, a person with space-related abilities, 2 years younger than you, first level 6 star. Jiang Shiyu thought similarly to Hee-yun. Why should she resist what Lin Bei left behind? She might as well accept it openly. In the future, they would be sisters, so the closer their relationship was, the better. Space boss. She seldom read novels before the apocalypse, but after the apocalypse, her father let her read a lot of novels of this type. Space power is definitely the king of all superpowers. Just like just now. Space wormhole. It's amazing. Jiang Yu, level 2, 1 star, S-level physical ability, 1 year younger than you. Jiang Yu didn't think so much. She thought that everyone was just feeling sorry for her and had no idea that she and Lin Wanan were both sisters destined to be together. Even with Lin Wanan's academic qualifications and knowledge reserves, at this point, she could only say these 2 words. Not only is she an S-level supernatural power possessor, but her strength has reached the terrifying 2nd level. You have to know that she is only the 1st level and 2 stars. This young lady might be able to kill her in seconds with just 1 finger. Look at Lin Bei. Lin Bei, 2nd level, 1 star, space system. Lin Wanan swore again. Another 2nd level 1. Is the 2nd level 1 really so worthless? Moreover, this man actually has spatial ability. What kind of team is this? Pick any one of them and put them outside, and they are all big bosses among big bosses, but now they are all gathered in a small team. Fear. So terrifying. Hee-yun and Shiryu couldn't help but swear. They stared at Lin Bei in shock. They thought they had caught up with him after their hard work yesterday afternoon, but in the end, they fell behind by such a big margin all of a sudden. Bei, no, when did you reach the 2nd level? Weren't you at the 1st level, 6 stars, yesterday afternoon? Yes, yes. Hee-yun nodded his head with a bitter face. You were out for just 1 night, and now you are 4 stars ahead of us. Good brother, how can we catch up with you? I thought it was just Sister Xiaoyu who was at the 2nd level. I didn't expect that my good brother was also at level 2. Didn't I tell you guys? Lin Bei thought for a moment, then continued, it seems like I didn't tell you. Yesterday afternoon on the way to school, I killed some zombies and upgraded to 7 stars. Then I robbed a monster from Shaoxia and upgraded to 2 stars. Later, I killed a nest of rats in the sewer and upgraded to the 2nd level. Hear this. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. Thinking of his crazy behavior last night, she couldn't help but shudder. What a little lunatic. However, she still felt itchy in her heart, very itchy, wondering how he managed to increase other people's strength. Lin Wanan was stunned. It had been more than a week since the apocalypse broke out, and her father had worked very hard to reach the 1st level, 5 stars. However, the man in front of her had risen 4 stars to the 2nd level in just half a day, and he spoke so nonchalantly, as if it was a trivial matter. I really envy my sisters. They have great abilities and are great people. Unlike me. I can't do anything. She has low self-esteem. Among these people, she was like a waste among wastes. The only thing she could do for them seemed to be washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, and warming the bed. Before the end of the world. She is a doctor who saves lives on the operating table, but in this apocalyptic world, she is just a little mouse trying to survive in the cracks, and a timid one at that. Jiang Yu was stunned. It sounds familiar. Sister, don't be envious. As long as you follow my brother, you will have unexpected benefits. Don't ask what they are. I will keep it secret for now. You will know afterwards. It will definitely be beyond your imagination. It will make you very strong. Hyun said very ambiguously in her ear. At the same time, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Sister Jiangyu. Say it like this. She didn't believe that her good sister didn't understand that those who desire power will engage in self-conquest. Hearing this, Lin Wanen glanced at Lin Bei, her fair cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After all, she had entered the society and was working, so how could she not understand what Hyun was talking about? Everyone is obsessed with looks, and she was no exception. Not only did she not dislike Lin Bei's appearance, she liked it very much. Which girl could resist a boy with a good figure, temperament, strength, capital, and attitude? Only. What are the benefits? She is very curious. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. Benefit? Could it be an increase in strength? Could it be that, as long as I follow Lin Bei, I can get an increase in strength? She was delighted. She thought about marrying him. Because he could not repay Lin Bei for his help to her, he treated her like his woman and was as generous as he could be. Now is the end of the world. The concept of monogamy no longer exists. She was almost defiled last night and had even thought about dying with her sisters. Now, not only is she alive and well, she has also broken through to the second level. She also has a large bottle of 3S-level medicine that the second-level evolvers with lightning abilities extremely desire. Why would she care about Lin Bei having more women? In addition, she has been single for a long time and has actually longed for a male companion. She is very familiar with Hyun. Shiyu is also a very easygoing person. If possible, she really wanted to repay Lin Bei with herself tonight. The most important point was that the grown-up Lin Bei was so charming no matter from which angle you looked at him. She had already been deeply attracted to him. Women all admire strong men. Promise yourself to me. Not only can you repay a favor, but you can also gain a power bonus. The other party is a handsome guy you like, and you can also be a real woman again. Come on, no matter which angle you look at it, it's a huge profit, okay? The more I think about it, the more excited I get. The more I thought about it, the tighter I squeezed my legs together. Teacher, why don't you eat? With your physical strength, will you be full with just one pot of rice? Lin Bei asked. Shiyu and Hyun's second pots of rice were almost empty, but Jiang Yu's second pot was not touched at all. Old, teacher. Jiang Yu was stunned when she heard this word, and cursed herself in her heart for being dissolute. Lin Bei respected her as a teacher, but she, as a teacher, was thinking of becoming a disobedient disciple. Jiang Yu, are you old enough to be thinking about love? Lin Bei respects you as a teacher. As a teacher, you must not let him down. The more Jiang Yu thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. Force a smile. No, I was just thinking about something. Speaking of. Jiang Yu started eating without any taste. If only Lin Bei didn't treat her as a teacher, if only Lin Bei treated her as an ordinary woman, if only Lin Bei had some feelings for her, she really wanted to get the power boost. Lin Bei squinted and smiled. Hyun's hint was a bit too obvious. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he would become a traitor to his master. Even if I have to search every house today, I have to find that old guy. He has stolen my things so many times. If I catch him, I will make his daughter compensate us well. Who knows where he's hiding? Big brother, why don't we go back? We don't know how many people are eyeing our supermarket. It would be bad if they found us and took advantage of the opportunity to rob us. I'm afraid that the third brother and his men can't handle it. No, I must find that father and daughter today and torture them to show others what happens when they dare to steal my things. At this time, there was a conversation outside the door. Lin Bei smiled. This meal was quite lively. He glanced at Lin Wanen. Father and daughter, no surprise, they were referring to her. Hear this conversation. Lin Wanen clenched her two delicate fists tightly. The supermarket was not owned by his family, so even if they stole something, they didn't steal his things. They just occupied the supermarket by relying on their strong strength and numbers. It was these people who followed her father all the way to their hiding place, and they had no choice but to flee. On the way, her father was bitten by a zombie while trying to save her. "Boss, do you smell anything? It seems to be the aroma of meat, braised pork and spare ribs." "I smelled it too. It's nearby." The sound came from far away. Soon, several figures followed the aroma and came to the entrance of the cafe, where they saw 5 people and 1 wolf sitting by the window. What beautiful women! The 3 men stood at the door with their eyes wide open. Lin Wanen was considered a beauty, but she had not dressed up carefully and was much inferior to Shiyu and Hiyun. The clothes they had carefully prepared for Lin Bei were especially stunning. Immediately following, they saw the sumptuous food on the table and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. It had been more than a week since the apocalypse, and even if they occupied a large supermarket, their meals would not be up to this standard. No. What are the conditions? 10 dishes and 1 soup for 5 people. Even before the end of the world, there were very few families eating like this, let alone the end of the world. What's even more exaggerated is the size of each dish. Let's see how a few people react. Except for the daughter of the old man who stole his food, the rest of the people were calm and had almost no reaction to the arrival of the 3 of them. They ate, drank and chatted as usual, as if they were transparent. Glancing at the large number of bodies on the street outside, it became clear in an instant. These people are not people they can afford to offend. It's not that these people didn't see them, but they didn't take them seriously. He couldn't help feeling a little aggrieved. Before the end of the world, those bosses often had this attitude. In order to survive, he could only be a bootlicker and bow down to please them. Now that he has become the boss of a place in the end of the world, he still has to bow down to them in order to survive. No matter what era. The strong are respected. "Hey guys." Just when he was about to say, "Boss, I'm sorry to disturb you while you're having your meal," he was interrupted by the younger brother behind him before he could finish his words. "Boss, these bitches are so pretty, and their bodies are amazing. Let's tie them up and take them back. We are almost tired of playing with the girls in the supermarket." "Slut. How dare you say these 2 words? I don't even dare to think about it. You have already received your death." The leading man frowned instantly. "Live." Just wanted to scold. Another younger brother patted his shoulder excitedly and interrupted him, shouting, "Boss, we've made a fortune. 1, 2, 3, 4 top-notch women, 1 for each of us and 1 more. Quickly take care of that man. I can't bear it anymore. He's such a jerk, with such top-notch women around him. He dares to eat out instead of hiding at home. He really hasn't experienced the beatings of society." While speaking, as he pulled out the cold machete from his waist, his eyes were filled with greed and desire for those women. The leading man was stunned. "Smelly. Stinky pen. You stinky head. You are the stinking idiot. No. Who hasn't experienced the beatings of society? You have also already received the means to die. Don't they know that these women are beautiful? Don't they know that it's safe to hide at home? If they don't have the strength, would they dare to eat outside? Didn't they see how they didn't react when they saw us? Didn't they see the food they were eating? Didn't they see the corpses of zombies all over the ground outside? Big brother. Can I call you 2 big brothers? Real. The zombies will spit after they knock your heads open before leaving. If you are out there, use your brain." He made his decision. "Go back and set up some rules immediately. Don't talk nonsense." The man wanted to cry but had no tears. He said nothing and did nothing. The little brother next to him had already offended the man. If he was a man, who would be able to bear it when hearing an outsider teasing his woman? You know, this is the end of the world. If you say kill, you really mean kill. He saw that the faces of several women who were eating darkened, and the man with his back to him also put down his chopsticks. I was suddenly shocked. This reaction. The boss is really angry. 2 super invincible ultimate dead pits. Brother, I don't know these 2 people well. I just happened to meet them on my way. I'm sorry to disturb your meal. I'll leave now. Take a gamble. Bet they are rookies. Are you betting that none of them are as strong as him? Please. You only have one life. He hasn't enjoyed enough, and those women in the supermarket haven't gotten tired of playing with him. Isn't it nice for him to live a good life? Isn't it great for him to be a boss quietly? But why bother with his life if he doesn't get paid? The man holding the watermelon machete saw the boss leaving and grabbed his arm. Boss, what are you doing? Don't you want these little sluts? Didn't you just say you would grab a few beauties on the way to change the taste? And don't you want to kill the chicken to scare the monkey? Isn't that woman the daughter of the old man who stole our food? Do you want me to die? Cold sweat wet my back. Sir, what are you talking about? The man's strong desire to survive made him break free from his grasping arm. He stared at the machete man with a suspicious look on his face and quickly drew a line. No, do we know each other? Why do you call me boss? We were just walking together and talking a few words just now. Don't call me boss when you see me. We are not familiar with each other. Besides, it is the end of the world and the living environment of human beings is very difficult. We should help each other. Although there are no laws to restrict us, we should use morality to restrain ourselves. The girls are born beautiful and pretty, but you are tempted by their beauty and say such vulgar words and want to take action. I never thought you would be this kind of people. Thinking of the time I walked with you for a while really makes me feel sick. I will say goodbye now and hope that we will never see each other again in this life. In one breath. Chun Chun finished speaking in one breath, fearing that if he spoke a little slower, the other party would kill them all. His desire to survive is very strong, super strong. Lin Bei smiled. This strong desire to survive made him laugh. He was another smart man. The man he met in the morning who shot him as soon as they met was also a smart man. Lin Wanan's father was also a smart man. It was the end of the world. Anyone with a little social experience would not be too stupid. There will always be people better than you. I am new to the field and therefore fearless. Young and frivolous, he died ostentatiously. After saying that, the men turned and left. Brother Lin, they were the ones who indirectly killed my father, especially that man. He was their boss. They occupied an entire supermarket, and the citizens trapped inside became their slaves and playthings. Don't believe his lies. I know I'm nothing, I know I can't do anything, but as long as you can avenge me, I swear, from now on, I will do whatever you say, without any complaints and without hesitation for a moment. I am willing to use my life to repay your kindness. Seeing that the leading man was about to leave, Lin Wanan quickly stood up. Lin Bei. Dead? The man at the door stopped instantly. I'm in trouble. This was a big trouble, the thing he least wanted to see happened. He didn't understand why her father would go to their supermarket to steal things when that woman could eat at such a table. Could it be that she just joined? Run. Without even a thought. Apply force suddenly with your feet. This time he brought only 2 younger brothers with him, so he was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. With his strength at the peak of the first level 9 stars, no one could stop him if he wanted to run away. His level was one of the best in Yanqing City, and there were definitely only a handful of people stronger than him. But it is better to be safe than sorry. What if someone inside was stronger than him? Silver Moon. Ah. After eating and drinking his fill, Inu stretched his body and his body grew in size at a speed visible to the naked eye, from a wolf cub to the size of an adult wolf. He turned into a flash of white lightning and rushed out the door. So fast. Hyun was shocked. Now she really believed that Inu was at the 2nd level. Its speed was so fast that even she couldn't catch it at all. Lin Bei looked at Lin Wanan with a serious expression. There is something very important that I need to remind you of. Please go ahead. Lin Wanan didn't dare to slack off at all. Was her request too much for them? This is not a difficult task, it just comes naturally. Don't call me Big Brother. I've only graduated for a year. You just called me Big Brother Lin, which made me sound like a 30-year-old uncle. I'm still very young, okay? You can imitate anyone. Call me Lin Bei, good brother, or Bei Bei. Please. He is also super tender. Lin Wanan. Why did she think Do men care so much about age? Okay, Bei, Lin Bei. Lin Wanen was going to imitate Jiang Shiyu and call him Bei Bei to seem more intimate, but after all, they were not familiar with each other and couldn't call him that. The term good brother was not appropriate for her age, so she could only imitate Jiang Yu. At the door, the two men holding the machete stood there in a daze. After seeing the speed of the white wolf, they understood why the boss was so abnormal. Even a pet was so powerful, let alone the people sitting at the table. They seemed to have hit a wall. No. It is a titanium alloy plate, and it is a brand new upgraded model. The two looked at each other. What to do? Run. Run. The two men ran away, which made Lin Wanen a little anxious. What if they ran away? The next second, the two people at the door stepped into the space wormhole and lost their balance and fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, the blades of the machetes in their hands appeared below their necks. This fall, half of their necks were broken. The two men were terrified and covered the wounds tightly with their hands, but the wounds were too big. Even if they had joined the ranks of evolvers, they would not escape bleeding to death without timely treatment. Regret. Unwilling. With all kinds of emotions in their hearts, they were puzzled as to where these people came from and why they stood still without moving, yet they were severely injured by their strange abilities. Fear. It's really horrible. They opened their mouths and wanted to say something, but only warm blood came out. The vitality continued to drain from their bodies. At this second, they felt unprecedented fear. Fear. Very scared. Their lives now are so much better than before the apocalypse. The beautiful women who were once out of their reach have become their slaves, and the elite white-collar managers who can only be admired from afar have to please them. They haven't enjoyed this beautiful new world enough. Sisterin, sit down and eat. From now on you are our sister. Don't worry, that man won't run away. What you need to do is fill your stomach and think carefully about how to torture him later. He pulled Lin Wanen to sit down. She didn't even look at the two people at the door. There were many smart people in the apocalypse, but there were even more clowns. It's the space ability. Jiang Yu was shocked. It was so weird and unpredictable that she didn't even know whether it was Lin Bei or Jiang Shiyu who did it. Both of them continued to eat without pausing for a moment. Who could have prevented this? Lin Wanen was also dumbfounded. I knew that the space power was terrifying, but I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. It was solved without me even moving a muscle. She wanted to laugh, but couldn't. She and her father were running away frantically, trying to avoid the person who was around, but now she was like an ant being stepped on to death. After a while, Silver Moon transformed into a tiger-sized man and came back with a wounded man in his mouth. His body was covered with shocking claw marks, blood was constantly gushing out of his mouth, and his eyes were full of fear. This wolf. Why are you so fierce? You have to know that he is at the peak of the first level and 9 stars. In front of him, there is no power to fight back at all. Ouch. Let go of the man. Inu instantly shrank down to the cute appearance of a puppy, jumped into Lin Bei's arms and rolled around, rubbing her cute little head against his chest. Good daddy, Yu is awesome, hurry up and reward little Yu. Here. Lin Bei took out 10 large sausages for her to enjoy. This little Inu was definitely suspected of being cute on purpose. She knew that humans could not resist her cute appearance. The man on the ground looked up and saw Lin Wanen standing up. Her cold and angry eyes made him aware of the impending fate. The two younger brothers at the door had died due to excessive blood loss. He was very unwilling to accept this, as he was the boss of a small base. Elder brother. Look at Lin Bei. He knows. This man who had never looked at him and never said a word to him from beginning to end was the boss of these people. Brother, listen to me, I really didn't mean to kill her father. My brothers and I worked hard to build a supermarket, and her father came to steal our food and we chased him. This is reasonable, right? That makes sense. Lin Bei agreed. The man was overjoyed to hear him speak. Elder brother. I'm very sorry about her father's death. We didn't expect this result. We originally wanted to give her a good lecture. I am willing to compensate you with 10 bags of rice, oh no, 100 bags of rice, 100 barrels of oil, 20 kilograms of meat, and 100 boxes of instant noodles. I only hope you are willing to let me go. I'll have someone deliver the supplies right now. If it's not enough, just ask for it. I'll give you whatever you want. The man knelt on the ground with a very sincere attitude. He wants to live. Materials are important. But compared with life, what does it matter? As long as he is alive, there are infinite possibilities. Even if the entire supermarket is given to him, it doesn't matter. With his strength, he can still climb up again. He is also a rare possessor of supernatural powers. Otherwise, how could he sit in the position of the boss? There were many beautiful women in the supermarket, but he did not mention them. As a smart man, he knew that he would definitely die faster if he mentioned them. Not to mention what happened to those women. Among the women around this man, which one is not of higher quality than those in the supermarket? Such a big boss has no shortage of women. He also looks down on ordinary women. Lin Bei touched his chin. Supermarket. Is there anything you want? The backpack has all the necessary space. He visited many small supermarkets and stores along the way. He didn't take much, just one of each category. There was no shortage of food or meat, but he had to cook fresh meat and rice himself, which was very troublesome. He didn't know how many years the supplies that Xiao Xie sent would lie in the space backpack. Glancing at Lin Wanan, she was a little nervous. Perhaps she was afraid that she would fall in love with this man and thus let him go. In the end times, food was so precious that it was beyond description. Countless people would sacrifice themselves for a bowl of rice. And she was just a newcomer to this team. She had no special abilities and her strength was pitifully low, so she had no say at all. The conditions are good. Lin Bei said slowly. Lin Wanan clenched her teeth. The man was overjoyed. He quickly took out his cell phone and flipped through the address book while saying, "Brother, I'll have someone deliver it right now. If you need anything else or want to eat anything, just tell me and I'll have them deliver it." Lin Bei crossed one leg over the other, looked at his surviving smile and said jokingly, "I just said that you have good conditions, but I didn't say that I agreed." The man's smile froze. "Brother, what do you mean?" "It's nothing. I'm just teasing you out of boredom. I don't like your stuff. Let me ask them. If they are willing, I will use the supplies in exchange for your life." The man's heart tightened. Ask a woman. What are you doing? Isn't it obvious that you want him dead? Based on what those two little brothers said just now, these women really hope he dies, not to mention there is also Lin Wanan. You, how is it? Shake your head. Yun, how is it? Shake your head. Teacher, how is it? Shake your head. Yeah, how is it? The little wolf shook his head. You ask about dogs too? Still shaking his head. Lin Wanan, what do you think? Shaking his head wildly. Lin Bei spread his hands. Brother, see, my babies don't want to, there's nothing I can do, I can't go against a woman's wishes. Man. His face was very ugly, and he said in a low voice, Brother, do you never want to let me go? Congratulations, you guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no prize. The man was still kneeling on the ground. Brother, I didn't provoke you. The ones who spoke rudely were my two younger brothers. They had nothing to do with me. I didn't say a word. As for, you want to kill me. Give me a way out. More friends mean more ways. I will remember your kindness today. If you need me in the future, I will do my best to help you. Please consider that we are all human beings. If you can, try to get it. Who is willing to sit and wait for death? Lin Bei laughed, and his laugh was so mocking that he didn't know what to say. He turned to this person for help. I really don't know where he gets his confidence from. Even though he is only at the 2nd level and 1 star now, you have to know that he has a blank period of 4 or 5 days. Human. Lin Wanan smiled, isn't my dad a human being? For the sake of humanity, why don't you give some of your food to my dad? And aren't the citizens trapped in the supermarket human beings? Do you dare to tell me what those women have been tortured into? Don't they have families, children, or husbands? Don't you feel disgusted when you say this now? There was a flash of murderous intent in the man's eyes. Everyone should have gone out together earlier to capture this woman. She has hooked up with a big boss. This woman has a grudge against me. If this man wants to conquer her body and mind, she will kill herself. I'm afraid she won't be able to find a way out by just talking. I can only take a gamble. Take a deep breath. Bang. The already tattered clothes on the upper body suddenly burst open, and countless black hairs grew wildly all over the body. The body size increased from 1.7 meters to 2 meters in the blink of an eye. The human appearance disappeared, and was replaced by a tall and burly long-armed gorilla. The transformation takes only a second. The moment the transformation was completed, he took a big step forward and stretched out his hand like lightning, trying to grab the neck of Jiang Yu, who was closest to him. Although threatening him with his woman would result in death, it could buy him a glimmer of hope. Lin Wanen was frightened by this sudden change. The other party was too fast, so fast that she couldn't catch him at all. She only knew that his target was Jiang Yu's sister. Seeing this, the expression on Lin Bei's face became even more playful. If he had chosen He Yun, he might have opened a wormhole, but to attack Jiang Yu, this kid was really crazy. Jiang Yu was speechless. Do I look like an easy target? She clenched her jade hand into a fist and punched out. The energy in her body poured out along her fist and landed on the chest of the beast-like man who was half a meter away from her. She took a step forward very quickly and flew out even faster. It knocked over a dozen tables fixed to the ground and smashed a big hole in the thick, hard concrete wall. It smashed through 3 walls in succession before falling to the ground. My dear sister, you are so cool. He Yun's eyes widened. When she learned it, she would also have long-range attacks. Jiang Yu took out 2 Huili pills and swallowed them. Handsome, right? A full-strength attack. If she didn't have a large bottle of rejuvenation pills to back her up, she wouldn't have dared to do so in the apocalypse. Ahem. The beast-like man coughed up a large mouthful of blood and stared at Jiang Yu in horror and shock. Are you the boss of this team? You know, he is at the peak of the first level and 9 stars. 1 punch. Just 1 punch was enough to beat him into this state after he transformed into a beast. With such strength, he must have broken through to the 2nd level. He thought that except for the wolf, only the man was at the 2nd level, but he didn't expect that the woman was too. Miscalculated. Big miscalculation. These days, every woman he saw was toyed with by him. Plus, women are naturally weaker than men. To be honest, he didn't think these women were that strong at all. They were just accessories of that man. Unexpectedly. I didn't expect it to be a 2nd level. This punch. So heavy. He felt that the bones in his chest were broken, and he knew that he could not escape death today. He regretted it. He did not regret chasing after Lin Wanen and her daughter, but he regretted why he did not leave earlier. He should have realized that these people were not easy to deal with, and he should have run away the moment the first younger brother opened his mouth. I hit him with all my strength, but he didn't die. Jiang Yu was very disappointed with himself. If her strength was improved, she wouldn't need to use her chi, and a solid hit on the chest would definitely kill him. Her thoughts became active again. In terms of appearance and figure, she was not much worse than Shiyu and He Yun. As for what the men said, Jiang Yu was too lazy to respond to him. Cooked rice. If you don't eat it now, the food will get cold. The beast-like man struggled to get up. The pain in his chest tortured him. It was just death, what was there to be afraid of? 18 years later, he was a brave man again. He stared at Lin Wanen with aggressive eyes. Tue. You bitch, you are so lucky. First, the high-level zombies helped you hold us back, and now you met this group of people. Otherwise, we would have stripped you naked and played with you. And you guys, you think you are so strong that you can do whatever you want and don't take others seriously, right? I tell you, sooner or later you will meet stronger people, and you will be defeated. It's a pity that I won't see you bitches being trampled on and ravaged by others. There is only one way to go, no need to endure it any longer. At this moment, he wanted to die. Lin Wanan looked unhappy. Lin Bei smiled and said, "No, buddy, you are not as aggressive as a dog in Kong Bar. You want to die, right? Hey, buddy, I really won't help you." Men. Yama. Living king of hell. A few minutes later. Lin Wanan couldn't help swallowing when she saw the scene in front of her. Really, she would never have thought of this method even if she was beaten to death. She was simply a living devil. The man at this moment. His neck was tied with a thick iron chain and the joints of his limbs were forcibly broken. In front of him were plates of exquisite small dishes, such as sweet and sour spare ribs, soft and rotten pig's trotters, and fried prawns. There were a total of 30 different kinds of dishes arranged in a row, and each bowl of dish exuded a mouth-watering aroma. Give him something to eat. No, no, no. The food was placed in a very strange position, 1 centimeter away from him, which was the maximum distance. This distance allowed him to fully smell the aroma of the food, but he could not reach it or eat it. They digest food very quickly. The body's basic metabolism is here. A man who owns a large supermarket has no shortage of food, but it's basically all packaged fast food. There are a lot of vegetables and fresh meat in the supermarket, but can their cooking skills compare to that of a master chef who has run a store for more than 10 years? Bei, open your mouth and eat shrimp. Shiyu peeled a big shrimp with her jade hands, dipped it in some soup and put it into his mouth. He pouted. Good brother, open your mouth and eat my feet. Ah. Chicken feet, that's okay. He picked up a spicy boneless lemon chicken claw and put it into his mouth. Good brother, how is it? Is it better than what we had on the rooftop that day? Speaking of. He nudged Lin Wanan beside him with his arm. Lin Wanan blushed and picked up a piece of pork ribs and removed the bones. Lin Bei, open your mouth and eat meat. He understands. All things are difficult at the beginning, but you will become more proficient after the first time. Delicious. This is life. Food tastes delicious when it is brought to your mouth by a woman. Lin Bei, open your mouth. Jiang Yu's voice came from the side, and she picked up a small piece of cauliflower. Lin Bei was stunned. Good. Very good. Very good. Look. Wasn't this nest attacked successfully? The fish is hooked. Real. He has been coveting Jiang Yu's physical ability for a long time. It may be a very bad ability for her, but it is simply invincible when combined with strength. He resisted the urge to get it now. As a high-quality man, impatience is not advisable. Although he was stunned for a moment, he still ate it. Jiang Yu was a little excited. She tucked her scattered hair behind her ears and said shyly, Lin Bei, don't call me teacher in the future. Call me Xiao Yu. In this era where there may be no tomorrow but today. She decided to take the initiative. She didn't believe that Lin Bei didn't understand her hint. He had 2 women, He Yun and Shi Yu. What did that mean? It meant that he was a playboy. Lin Wanan didn't refuse the food she gave him. What did that mean? It meant that he was ready to eat her. Since they were going to have 3 soon, 1 more wouldn't be too much. She was once the goddess that others dreamed of getting. No, I still like to call you teacher. The smile on Jiang Yu's face froze. The eyes are a bit bitter. Is this a rejection? Why? Am I ugly in his eyes? Next second. She lowered her head because Lin Bei beside her put his hand on her thigh. She was stunned for a moment, and when she saw that she didn't move, the hand became restless. Teacher. Take advantage. Let your brain idle for a moment. Good. Good. She understood. No wonder he emphasized from the beginning to the end that he liked to call her teacher, and it was not that he had no interest in her. I thought he respected his teachers and was a gentleman, but it turned out that this kid had wanted to be a traitor from the very beginning. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. No response. Good. Tonight, hunt for fun. Aside. The men tied up with chains stared at them with pain and viciousness. At this moment, he not only had to endure physical pain, but also psychological torture. Damn it. Which bastard cooked these dishes? How can it smell so good? Chasing Lin Wanan and her daughter all the way was very exhausting. Lin Wanan's father was only at the first level and 5 stars, and Lin Wanan was at the first level and 2 stars, which could be ignored. They could have been caught quickly, but who would have thought that a high-level zombie would appear halfway and let them escape? I spent a lot of money escaping not long ago. The transformation just now consumed a lot of energy. He wasn't starving but was a little hungry. The aroma of the food completely whetted his appetite. The most annoying thing was that in front of him, the wolf that brought him back was eating piece of steak and sausage after piece with relish. Ridiculous. Assume he is a greedy person. When there is no possibility of survival. Die. He was desperate. His limbs were broken but his mouth could still move. Good brother, good brother. Hyun discovered something and quickly pointed at the men and shouted, bleeding keeps coming out of the corner of his mouth. Could it be that he bit his tongue to commit suicide? Lin Bei smiled. How could he not think of this? Before he spoke, Lin Wanan spoke first. Sister Yun, don't worry, biting your tongue won't kill you. The arteries in your tongue are relatively small, so not much blood will flow out. He will only increase his own pain by doing this. Oh, but in TV dramas, if you bite your tongue, you will die. The director said he had to die. Haven't you seen a man bite his tongue and die, and the next second, a mute appeared with his tongue cut out? The man lying on the ground was stunned when he heard this conversation, and 2 lines of tears flowed silently. Why didn't you tell me earlier? It hurt so much. Do you know how much effort I put in and how much pain I endured to bite it off? Stupid TV series, it harms people. Pain. It hurts so much. Burp, Lin Wanan burped quickly. Due to her low evolution level and poor physical strength, her appetite was far less than that of others, but this was definitely the best meal she had ever eaten since the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, the best meal must have been the one with her family. Dad. Don't worry. My daughter will definitely become stronger. He slowly came to the man lying on the ground like a dead dog. He felt no sympathy for the torture he was suffering. Compared with what he had done, it was nothing. Not enough. It is far from enough. She wasn't very good at torturing people, so she could only imitate what she saw on TV, picked up a pair of pliers that Lin Bei had placed on the ground, clamped the tip of his nail, and pulled hard. Ah! Lin Bei snapped his fingers. The area was blocked off, and the noise somewhat affected people's eating. He didn't think it was a big deal. You know, Lin Wanan's father had just died. Although she was eating very happily, she had a lot of bitterness and hatred in her heart. How could she not vent when her enemy was right in front of her? Not to mention, when he has no temper. Dare to say bad things about her woman. Very good. No one disturbed me during the rest of the meal. Half an hour later. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, they rested for a while and came outside. Lin Bei stretched himself and said, "My dears, it's time to kill zombies and level up again. The end of the world is so boring." Behind the store. The man lay motionless in a pool of blood, his entire body in a state of horrific condition. Hey, wait a minute. Lin Bei suddenly found a G-Class with its door open parked on the side of the street. The car key was right next to the car. He started the ignition and it worked. The tank was still full. Good. I took a photo and posted it on WeChat Moments. At the age of 23, I owned my first G-Class with my own hands, without relying on my family. Snapped his fingers. Put it in the space backpack. I will need it when I go to find you later. Please, it's thousands of kilometers away. I can't just run there. Drop. 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 Lin Bei came to the cars on the side of the road and kicked several of them in succession. The shrill alarm sounded instantly. Seeing this scene, the well-educated Lin Wanan was so shocked that she burst into swear words again. Sister Yun, are you really okay with making such a loud noise? We will be surrounded by zombies. although she is only at the first level and 2 stars. But he is not a newbie who knows nothing. In the apocalypse, zombies are not scary. What is scary is the endless zombies. It's okay. Have you seen this? If you're out of strength, take one. This is our good brother's secret medicine, and it's the only one of its kind. Just follow us and laugh secretly. He Yun asked Shiyu for a handful and put it in Wanen's pocket. Then Lin Bei threw a knife to Lin Wanen, which he had taken from Jiang Yu's house. No matter how good the quality of the knife was and how sharp it was, after chopping so many zombies, the blade would have been blunted long ago. He would replace it whenever it broke. But he no longer needs to chop at the face. Soon. Because of the loud noise, densely packed zombies on both sides of the road came like a tide, and some of them died on the spot. The scene was extremely horrifying, and Lin Wanen's legs were shaking when she saw it. Too many. There are really too many. Today's zombies are no longer the same as before. When there are obstacles in front of them, the zombies not only know how to take a detour but can even jump over them. After a while, the zombie tides on both sides are only 50 meters away from them. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. Let's do it. Jiang Yu stuffed 2 resilience pills into his mouth and swung out his spear violently. The resilience pills went into his stomach the instant the strength in his body was drained out, and a large space was cleared out from the dense group of corpses. Lin Wanen. Lin Bei swung his sword, and the same thing happened. Lin Wanen. Gas. Gas. He Yun and Jiang Shiyu were still practicing controlling their breath, and their efficiency in killing zombies was far inferior to that of Lin Bei and Jiang Yu. As for Lin Wanen, she felt numb from holding the knife. Could it be that zombies could be killed in this way? Just like. It's like stepping on an ant. 100. 300. 500. 700. 1000. In less than 10 minutes, these people had killed thousands of zombies. Really, whether in reality or on the internet, she had never seen such an efficient team. She was only responsible for cleaning up 1 or 2 scattered zombies. This moment. Only then did she feel more intuitively what kind of team she had joined. The other side. Die for me. Xiao Xie grabbed the spear transformed from thunder, leaped forward, and stabbed it fiercely into the head of a 3-meter-tall zombie. This attack exhausted all her special abilities and strength. Glanced around. As the high-level zombies fell, countless ordinary zombies appeared like a tide. Xiao Xie raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and calmly took out 2 resilience pills from her pocket and put them into her mouth. Plop. My heart was beating violently. Strength. They all rushed back again, and a long lightning whip appeared in the palm of his hand. He rotated 360 degrees and swung it. The whip instantly harvested all the zombies within a radius of 30 meters. Cool. It's so cool. Today this day. This was the most enjoyable day since the apocalypse. She didn't need to slowly recover her special abilities and physical strength after they were used up. Just take 2 pills and it would be fine. In the past, she would have to rest for a long time after killing for 20 or 30 minutes, because she only dared to use half of her special abilities and physical strength for fear of encountering unexpected situations. But it's not needed right now. Kill until exhaustion. Kill until all the special abilities are drained. Give me 2 more pills to continue killing. Upgraded. Level 2, 2 stars. Lin Bei. I love your medicine so much. Die for me. With a slash of the sword, all the strength in the body poured out, instantly killing hundreds of zombies. After taking a handful of resilience pills, the strength was instantly restored. Seriously. Who has the conditions like him? Use your ultimate to kill the minions and upgrade. To be honest, the power of this move that uses all their strength is not very good, because they have just gotten started, and it can be said that the disadvantages are extremely serious. But with the rejuvenation pill, this move is perfect for killing zombies. Bang. The heart beat violently, and the strength increased again at this moment. Master, Lin Bei. Level 2, 2 stars. System space, 100 cubic meters. Superpower, space, SSS-level, LV2, passive ability, space backpack. Capacity, 10,000 cubic meters, strength, S-level, LV2, 3 times. Speed, 170. Strength, 170, times 3, times 3. Spirit, 170 dot. Physique, 170 dot. Items, rebound pills times 5500, SSS grade steak times 3000, top grade honey glazed sausage times 3300. Members included in the illustrations: Jiang Shiyu, first level 6-star, space level 2, Hiyun, first level 6-star, strength level 2, 3 times increase. Bonding benefits, temperament times 2, strength times 3, edible materials return 3 times. Cool. 5,500. The number of Huili Dan is increasing. With the improvement of strength, and after unlocking Jiang Yu and Lin Wan tonight, the multiplier of food return will be 5 times, and the number of resilience pills will increase at a terrifying rate. Such powerful items really need to be put to good use. For example, women's team. It is not Xiao Xie's women's team, but a women's team that belongs exclusively to him. The few women around him do not count. They are regular troops who focus on quality rather than quantity. Seriously. Lin Wanen has seriously lowered the level of the team, but she is a doctor after all, so give her some small privileges. Ladies, I have to leave for something. If you are tired of killing, go back and rest. Lin Bei reminded them. Good. Good brother, do you want your good sister to go with you? I'm a very good kid. It's so hot in summer, and it's so sweet to have me with you. Upgrade well. If you haven't reached the first level and 8th star when I come back, I tell you, your little butt is going to bloom. This is difficult for others, but for them who have almost unlimited number of rejuvenation pills, it is just a matter of wanting or not. I know. Come back early. If you need any help, call us. Jiang Shiyu reminded. Good. Lin Bei said a few more words, kicked off, and his figure gradually disappeared from their sight. With Inu here, there is no need to worry about them. Inu is his pet now, and even if they are separated, they can still communicate with each other mentally. What's more, Inu and Jiang Yu are both second level, and Sure Yu has spatial abilities. If someone targets them, they will only be seeking their own death. Give it a try. See if it can be cultivated. Otherwise, so many resilience pills can only lie quietly in the system space, which is a waste. If they are cultivated well, the fitness enthusiast's bond will be very profitable, and the bond changes according to the changes of the person. Should I say it or not? It was a great idea for Xiao Xie to create a women's army. It was mainly inspired by her. Otherwise, I might not have thought of finding a group of women to train slowly. Sizzle. Sizzle. On the way. He heard a familiar sound of electricity coming from the street next door. No way, did he encounter it just after he had spoken. He stepped a little and changed direction. 30 meters ahead. Xiao Xie was swimming like a dragon among the corpses, the long lightning whip in her hand was like a holy object, she could kill gods and demons if they stood in her way. The zombies fell straight to the ground at the mere touch of her. My brain was electrocuted. Who is it? Come out. After clearing the zombies around, Xiao Xie held the lightning whip and stared at his position with cold eyes. Lin Bei was stunned. He thought he had hidden very well and didn't make any sound. Immediately relieved. He has spatial perception, and naturally he also has lightning perception, which is similar to Enel's skill. He can sense people and objects within a certain range through static electricity in the air. Lin Bei walked out of the corner. It's you. Seeing the appearance of the person hiding, the coldness on Xiao Xie's face disappeared, replaced by a bright smile. Why are you here? The lightning whip in Xiao Xie's hand disappeared, and she stepped lightly to his side. Just passing by. Then we are really destined to meet. It seems that this is arranged by God. Lin Bei, just join us. It's okay if you don't like the hustle and bustle. I will arrange a building for you separately and ensure that no one will disturb you. How about it? Xiao Xie didn't give up at all and continued to make invitations. Give up? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Seriously. If the women's army she founded didn't need her, she would have wanted to join Lin Bei's team immediately. I had this power pill once, and it was really cool. No. Lin Bei still refused. Lin Bei, let me introduce our team to you. Xiao Xie said a lot of things, introducing how there are so many beautiful women and how there are people specifically responsible for the clothes and food hygiene. How about it, are you a little moved? If you are moved, why not join us? We are all the same size, let's be the boss together, how about it? No. Lin Bei picked his ears. He knows. Xiao Xie was thinking about his Huili Dam. The fish had already come to the area where the bait was made. The next step was to wait for it to take the bait. He waved his hand and said, "Take your time to kill the zombies. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Etc. Just after taking 2 steps, Xiao Xie subconsciously called him. Lin Bei turned around and asked in confusion, "Miss Xiao, is there anything else?" Xiao Xie smiled a little embarrassedly, "Brother Lin Bei, I have used up most of the 10 pills you gave me. Name a price and sell me some. 10 pills are really not enough." It's not that she's not thrifty. But she knew very well that she needed to quickly improve her strength in the early stages of the apocalypse, so she just kept a few as a backup. Lin Bei smiled. "Oh, I thought it was something else." 3 waves mantra, waste, start. Lin Bei took out a 2L Pepsi bottle, which was filled with Huili pills. Xiao Xie's eyes widened when she saw it. If this full bottle was given to her, she would be able to reach the 3rd level in no time. Breathe. It got hot instantly. "Hey, this bottle is full." Lin Bei looked at it and put it away, then took out a 2L bottle of Kiki. "How come this bottle is also full? I remember there was one with more than half a bottle. The space backpack is too big." Ah. Xiao Xie was annoyed. "Nobody, is your family a pharmaceutical factory? I changed 4 or 5 bottles in a row." Finally, she found a bottle with only half a bottle left. She unscrewed the lid and about 10 pills came out. 3 of them rolled onto the ground. Xiao Xie was about to squat down to pick them up when Lin Bei crushed them with her foot. "Miss Xiao, the ground is dirty. We don't want the ones that fell." "I don't mind it being dirty." Xiao Xie was so heartbroken. 3 of them would allow her to fight continuously for half an hour. In this half hour, she didn't know how many zombies she could kill. "Miss Xiao, you treated me to barbecue last night. I don't like to owe favors to others, so these are my return gifts. Here, take them." Lin Bei placed all the 10 Huili pills in his hand on Xiao Xie's 2 jade hands. 10. A lot of. But rarely. Compared with the number that Lin Bei had, it was a drop in the bucket. She was already very grateful that someone gave her 20 for free. Not to mention treating him to a barbecue, even if she treated him to meals every day, cooked for him herself, and fed him with her own hands, it would be more than enough. She was greedy. She was greedy. She was not satisfied. No, who wouldn't be greedy if it were given to them? If this thing is very precious to Lin Bei, she should be satisfied, but it is a trivial thing to her. She can't understand if it falls on the dirty blood, but it fell on the clean cement floor. It will be fine if you pick it up within 3 seconds. If you are really worried, you can just wash it and eat it. He actually crushed it with 1 foot. What a sin. What? It's not enough. Seeing Xiao Xie still holding her hands, Lin Bei raised the corners of his mouth slightly and asked casually. "M." Xiao Xie nodded her head frantically, her eyes full of expectation and desire, just like a college girl who longed to swim in the ocean of knowledge. "I didn't want to give it to outsiders, but you and I have some fate, and I like you, so I'll give you some more." Lin Bei tilted the bottle and poured out another 7 or 8 pills. "Stop it. For levels below the 2nd level, excluding the 2nd level, and LV1 supernatural level, if your physical strength and supernatural power are drained, you only need 1 to fully recover them, but starting from the 2nd level 1 star, you need 2. The higher you rise, the more you need. 3, 4, 5. If you use these dozen pills freely, it will only take half a day at most. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You can kill them slowly. Lin Bei waved and left, leaving behind a very handsome back. What a rare good person in the end times. Xiao Xie issued a good guy card. Etc. She suddenly realized something. He doesn't like owing favors to people. Hee hee. If even a barbecue is considered a favor, then I'll bring a big meal to visit him tonight. Slurp, given his personality, he'll have to give me some rejuvenating pills as a return gift, right? That's how human nature is. You come and I go. Can't tell. Can't figure it out. Hee hee hee. Little brother, you are being controlled by your sister. Lin Bei walked away with a twisted mouth, revealing a Tang San smile. Hee 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 hee, eat it in big mouthfuls. This drug is addictive very quickly. I said this intentionally. Fairy Xiao, you must not fall into my trap, old Lin. Die. A knife chopped out. All the strength in the body poured out, instantly killing nearly 100 zombies blocking the road ahead. Several resilience pills went into the stomach. This was the charm of the resilience pill. You can use it every second without worrying about the consumption. Destination. The base of Lin Wanan's enemies. It was still quite some distance away. Half an hour later he arrived at a large shopping mall. The supermarket was located on the underground first floor of the mall. The door of the mall was closed. There were piles of zombie corpses outside, emitting a disgusting stench. Looking inside from the outside, there was no one there. He opened the space wormhole and stepped into the mall. It was quiet, eerily quiet. Various traces on the ground showed him the chaos and misery when the apocalypse broke out. Walk into a jewelry store. Small diamond ring. Small earrings. The price is 139998. This one is the most beautiful. Lin Bei picked up an exquisite diamond necklace, which sparkled with crystal light under the sunlight. He had exactly two, one for you and one for you. Pack and pack. Take them all away. Other women cannot be left behind. Rain and dew should be shared equally. They will be very happy and fall in love with the men when they receive the gifts. They will wear the gifts and dress up beautifully, and he will be happy too. Everyone is happy and it is a win-win situation. Who doesn't want their woman to be as beautiful as possible? The ears moved slightly. A faint and strange voice was heard. It seems like everyone is concentrating in the supermarket. He looked towards the entrance of the underground supermarket, opened the wormhole, and left the mall. He came here to prepare gifts for the women. 3 waves of truth, romance. Gifts need to be prepared in advance. No way. You don't think he would choose those women in the supermarket to train his own secret female army? He wouldn't disgust himself. You don't have to think about what those women in the supermarket have experienced. Gone. If you find that there is a top-notch bond or a person with top-notch talent, wouldn't that be purely disgusting to yourself? He is going. It's a hospital. When they were having dinner and chatting just now, Lin Wanan said that there are still many people who have not mustered up the courage to face the zombies. For example, a group of little girls she knows, including nurses and interns, are hiding in a room in the hospital and shivering. Little sisters, the big bad wolf is coming. Wrong. Little sisters. Your superhero is here. Lol. Multiple purposes. Purchasing experience refreshes the store and returns 2 pieces. Pooh. I am obsessed with playing chess. Going to the hospital can not only train a women's team of your own, but also allow you to take possession of a large amount of medicines in the hospital. You should prepare medicines whether you need them or not. Soon. Lin Bei arrived in front of a large public hospital in the city. There were many zombies wandering outside the 2-meter-high automatic iron gate, but there was not a single zombie in the huge and empty open-air parking lot. There were some, but they were all lying on the ground motionless. I won't be a step late. Little white rabbits. Keep it hidden. He jumped over the gate and came to the parking lot. While looking around, he walked towards the building. The tempered glass on the first floor was almost completely shattered. When he stepped into the building, the familiar cold breath hit him in the face. Quiet. It's so quiet. Because of the power outage, there was no light, and even the sunlight was a little dim. It was a standard scene in horror movies. Even if a terrifying creature on all fours appeared at a corner 30 meters ahead in the next second, it would not be surprising if it moved in front of him at a terrifying speed within 0.1 second. Put all the medicines in the pharmacy into the space backpack. Lin Bei walked towards the inpatient department. As a doctor here, Lin Wanan naturally has some nurses and interns as friends, who are hiding in the remote and quiet inpatient department. Anyone who has been to the hospital knows this. There are so many people. But there are very few people in the inpatient department, many of whom are older, and there is no shortage of food. The patients' families will bring a lot of fruits, milk, bread, and other items and put them in the lockers. Little sisters, hide well. I am your brother and I am here to find you. But please don't let me catch you, or you will be punished. Lin Bei, who was in the fire escape, was stunned. Look up. He wasn't the one who said that just now. Someone else had discovered his sisters hiding here before him. The space wormhole opens. Appeared on the 5th floor where the sound came from. Oops. A young nurse in a white uniform turned her head in horror and looked at the blindfolded man who was approaching her from behind. She ran forward without noticing a person in front of her and bumped into him head-on, falling to the ground as if she had hit an iron plate. You. The miserable and beautiful little nurse had a tragic look on her face. Didn't they agree that they would be let go as long as they could hide without being caught for an hour? Someone cheated and didn't cover their eyes. It turned out that the more handsome a person is, the more shameless he is. Forehead. Can play. Lin Bei looked in front of him in some astonishment at the man who was groping forward following the voice of the young nurse. His eyes were covered by the belt of the nurse's uniform. Don't come over here, don't come over here. What a pity, I almost caught you. Can be heard. There were more than just these two people on this floor. Looking ahead, there were several blindfolded men. The petite nurses fled in panic, but the door of the fire escape was locked, so they could only flee on this floor. She escaped. He chased. She can't fly away. Lin Bei smiled. A mini-game to promote friendship among wives is now available. Really? Everyone out there is a talented person, especially these guys who really know how to have fun. They are also very brave. They are not afraid of forcing the nurses into a corner and stabbing them with a knife. Don't come over here, don't come over here. The young nurse who was slumped on the ground in front of him saw the blindfolded man approaching. She was sandwiched between the two and screamed in panic. She huddled into a ball and trembled all over, tears of fear sliding down her pale face. With a thought, a wormhole appears in space. This place is connected to a clinic on the 1st floor. When I came, I saw a female nurse zombie inside. The blindfolded man was stimulated by the screams of the little nurse and became even more excited. Judge distance by sound. Little White Rabbit, the big bad wolf is coming, he. With a strange laugh, he leaped over. Before starting this cat and mouse game, they had already put away all the sharp weapons on this level. He had imagined that the fair-skinned young nurse in uniform was hugged tightly by him, and it turned out that he did. So soft. It smells so good, a little smelly. I understand. After all, it has been so many days since the apocalypse broke out, so it is normal to have a little smell on the body. The nurse is worthy of being a nurse, her skin is icy, smooth, and tender. Forehead. A cute little nurse zombie was wandering aimlessly in the outpatient clinic. She was so hungry, but she couldn't smell or see any food. However, the next second, a delicious food appeared in front of her. Just as she was about to rush over, the food actually came to her on its own initiative. Delicious. The big neck full of juice was just placed in front of her mouth. She was stunned for a moment, her eyes a little moist. It was a gift from nature. She opened her bloody mouth and took a big bite. Cool. Sweet. Juicy. Lin Bei closes the space wormhole. Ah! Although the hospital was silent, the sound was very weak here due to the layers of doors, and no one noticed it amid the screams of many young nurses. He Tao, who was sitting on the ground, was stunned for a moment. This handsome guy. It seems like he is not in the same group with those people. He just used his space ability to kill that man. Please, the reason she chose to be a nurse was because she was not a good student. If she was good at studying, she would have become a doctor. The reason for her poor academic performance was naturally because she read novels. How could she not know that the man in front of her had awakened his space ability? After a brief thought, He Tao wiped the tears from her face, raised her head, and blinked her big eyes with a pitiful expression. Husband, you finally came to save me. I was so scared, I missed you so much, husband. Hold on. This thigh must be hugged. No matter who tries to pull me today, it won't work. Lin Bei. Not sisters. You've got the wrong person. How can someone call you husband right away? That's not right. This sister has an innocent bond, where is her husband? Lin Bei thought of something and smiled. Okay, give it to me for free, right? Name, He Tao. Appearance score, 93. Occupation before the end of the world, nurse. Overall score, 90. Level, none. Superpower, charm, A, not awakened. Bond. Innate silk stockings holy body, 1. Gourmet, 1. Gentle body, 1. After the bond is activated, you and your fellow members in the illustrated book will have a higher chance of being knocked down, 1, 50%/3, 70%/5, 100%. Uninvolved, 1. After the bond is opened, you will receive a random small gift, and one more small gift for each additional person. But can't eat it right now. This delicate bond is a little dangerous. It doesn't matter if you and the others push her down, but it will be a big trouble if she is pushed down by the bad sisters. Hubby, hug me. I want a princess hug. He Tao opened her arms and pouted her lips. Both her expression and actions looked like a little girl who had just met her boyfriend after many days of separation. Especially in this nurse uniform, she looked even more charming and delicious. Hubby, hug me. Flying, hug. Spin around, hug. Seeing that he was unmoved, He Tao stood up and rushed towards him with a sweet smile on her face, and the big ball that was beginning to take shape was intended to hit his chest. Lin Bei threw it back. Bang. A loud slap made He Tao spin 1080 degrees on the spot and then fell to the ground. Hold on, let's get this thing out of here. He Tao fell to the ground and was stunned for a moment. The burning pain on her face made her cry, but in order to survive and not become a plaything of others, she had to continue. She raised her head and bit her lower lip, trying to show her good side even though tears kept flowing down. What's wrong, husband, don't you like it? She hasn't even reached the limits of the human body. In these last days, destined to rely on men to survive. 1. Becoming a plaything of a large group of people and being traded everywhere. 2. Become one of the women that only belongs to the handsome and strong men in front of you. Please. You should know which one to choose with your toes. Dislike. So what does my husband like? I can become whatever my husband likes. Get lost, you beast. Help. Shout, yell, curse, struggle, resist. The more you do this, the more excited I get. During the conversation, screams came one after another in the corridor, the excitement of men and the panic of women. He Tao clenched his fists. Those ones. Those were the sisters who came to the hospital for internship with her, as well as the older sister who cared for them. She hadn't even solved her own safety yet, so she didn't dare to beg the men in front of her for help. She knew he was very strong, but to him, she was just a powerless stranger. Bang. At this time, the door to the fire escape was kicked open. Stop right there, the enemy is coming, what's the point of playing around? The blindfolded man is back. He held a bunch of gauze in his hand and pressed it tightly against the wound on his neck, staring at Lin Bei with vicious eyes. His chest was heaving violently with anger, his body was shaking constantly with adrenaline, and his wide-open eyes seemed to be able to spew out raging flames. His brave new world had just begun. At once. It's over. AA. 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 It won't be long before he turns into a zombie, and at this moment he just wants to vent his anger and unwillingness. He smashes the wall with his other hand, and a big hole is smashed into the cement wall covered with tiles. Tao's eyebrows twitch wildly, and his small body takes a step back in fear and hides behind Lin Bei. At the same time, all the men on this floor tore off the cloth strips covering their eyes and walked over. Third brother, what's going on? An extremely burly man walked forward and looked Lin Bei up and down, his eyes filled with cold murderous intent. Boss, I was bitten by a zombie. I don't know what tricks this beast used to get me down there. I'm almost turning into a zombie. I'm so unwilling to accept this. I'm so unwilling to accept this. Boss, I want to kill him, I want to kill him. I haven't even played with these nurses yet. I'm so unwilling to accept this. Call out. The man roared, his words filled with a desire for life. As he was shouting, he suddenly felt a stream of warm liquid splashing on his face. No matter what, he was about to become a zombie. Boss. I'm about to turn into a zombie. I'm going to take this little nurse away for my last bit of fun. You must kill this man. As soon as the words fell. Boss. 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 Many brothers in the back shouted anxiously, and the man turned his head abruptly. No, brothers, we are brothers after all. I'm about to turn into a zombie. What's wrong with giving this pretty nurse to me? Are you so reluctant to let her go? No, the boss is dead. What? The man was stunned. What are you talking about? The boss was standing right next to him, but they were all under the spell. They actually said that the boss was dead. Turn your head and look. Damn, bro. The pupils shrank suddenly. A large hole appeared between the eyebrows of the boss, who was a head taller than him. His body was shaking slightly, with the amplitude getting bigger and bigger, and soon he fell straight to the ground and didn't move. You guy, you killed our jailer, the man was furious. Next second. He felt his chest warm up, looked down, and then raised his head again in a daze. What kind of ability do you have, man? Lin Bei put his hands behind his back. He tilted his head and smiled. Guess. I guess NMLGB, die. The man rushed up angrily, and the next second, he fell straight to the ground and followed his boss. Swish. 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 The remaining men saw this and fled in all directions without a second thought. Some rushed towards the fire escape, some rushed towards the windows. In this end of the 21st century, who cares about loyalty? Saving one's life is the most important thing. But the boss is so nice to them. No problem. After today, the eldest brother's son is their son. The eldest brother's mother is their mother. The boss wife is their wife. I will support your wife. Just go with peace of mind. Lin Bei held the gun behind his back and kept pulling the trigger. The fleeing men fell one after another. In less than 3 seconds, there was no living man on this floor except him. Behind him. Tao stared at the gun in his hand. The muzzle was clearly pointed at the ground, but the bullet still hit them. This is the gun shaking technique, bah, this is the charm of spatial power. It's hard to guard against. She became more resolute in her inner decision. No matter how this man beat her or how he humiliated her, she would hold on to this thigh tightly. She was fed up with living in fear every day and having to hang glucose. There is a lot of food in the ward cabinet. But there are zombies. How could they dare to go look for it without weapons in their hands? As time passed, it was useless as it had rotted and moldy. The 10 of them huddled in a small room, shivering and praying for troops to be sent to rescue them, but it was the group of beasts with lewd smiles who kicked open their door. Wah, what's going on? I don't know. Isn't that man in the same group with them? Please, it must not be like that. It seems like we are saved. These people are dead. We are saved. Be careful, there's a guy here. Compared to them, I wish this handsome guy would blindfold himself. Then I will be the first one to be caught by him. Don't ask why. He is really handsome. I really want to be choked by his strong arms. The young nurses were leaning against the door, blinking their cute eyes and peeking. These days, appearance is justice. Lin Bei was already very handsome, and with the improvement of his temperament, just by sitting there lazily, countless girls' hearts were moved. 10 seconds, everyone come here. Lin Bei sat on the sofa taken out from the space backpack, one leg crossed over the other and glanced at them. His not-so-loud voice echoed on this floor. Each of them looked hesitant. If you go over there, I'm afraid you'll get beaten. With his strength, it sounds like you can avoid it if you don't go over there. That's right. After a while, 10 young and beautiful nurses, who were about the age of a flower, stood in a row in front of him, each of them blinking their big eyes nervously or curiously, looking at him curiously. So handsome. So handsome. He's much more handsome than the stars on TV. How can there be such a handsome man? If it's him, I'd like him to hold my hair in his hands. Lin Bei leaned lazily on the sofa, his chin supported by the back of his hand, and scanned their messages one by one. Good luck. It can be said that I am extremely lucky. Each of the 10 women has an untold bond with him. It has to be said that his luck is against the will of heaven. In the materialistic era before the end of the world, it was hard to find them even with a lantern, but after the end of the world, he would meet a large number of them. But, except for He Tao, no one has superpowers, not even crappy ones, which is a bit of a pity. Kneel down. Light words came out. Brush. He Tao didn't even think about it. The moment she finished speaking, she knelt on the ground. There was no trace of grievance or anger on her pretty face. Instead, she looked at him with a watery look. Lin Bei was stunned. This woman. She is more sensible than he thought. Okay, then let her be the leader of this secret team. Brush. With He Tao taking the lead, the remaining women knelt down, some on their own initiative, and some were pulled to kneel by their companions. There was no humiliation on their faces. Would an ant feel wronged when kneeling down to a giant? No. I just feel it's natural. From now on, the 10 of you have a common master, and that's me. Those who are willing to recognize me as your master can continue to kneel, and those who are not willing can stand up and leave. Speaking of. Lin Bei raised his index finger slightly, and a plate appeared in front of everyone. There was a grilled sausage and steak on the plate. The aroma of both immediately spread, whetting everyone's appetite. Then he said, I am not a person who kills indiscriminately. You don't have to worry about anything. It's okay if you don't want to recognize me as your master. Just get up and leave. I won't make things difficult for you. Gurgle. No one got up and left. There was only the sound of frantic swallowing of saliva. 2 of the 10 people had planned to get up and leave, but chose to continue kneeling after the food appeared. It was not because they could not get up, but because they were too tired from standing and simply wanted to take a break. Everyone stared at the food on the plate. After taking glucose for a week, they were craving for food to the extreme. They are enduring. They are waiting for the men to let them eat. A full meal. Eat full every meal. They can still tell the difference. Lin Bei was very satisfied. As for your master, I lack everything, especially women. However, the thing I lack the least is food. Lin Bei moved his index finger slightly, and a big sausage appeared on everyone's plate. Hearing this, He Tao was extremely surprised. Several of them who were obsessed with appearance also looked happy. Lack of women. They are women. But you are not worthy of my attention right now. It's been almost 10 days since the apocalypse broke out, and no one has even reached the limit of the human body. You don't have the courage to face zombies, nor the courage to commit suicide. In this apocalypse, you can be regarded as the fighting garbage among the garbage among the garbage. If I hadn't passed by, you would have been a withered flower and a withered willow, so dirty that you couldn't be any dirtier. You wouldn't even make a splash if you were toyed to death. The 10 women lowered their heads in shame. If they dared to take the first step, the situation today would not have happened, but they didn't dare. They were afraid of zombies, they were afraid of being caught and bitten. If the men hadn't appeared in front of him, they have already been. Just thinking about it, I was shaking all over. But it doesn't matter. I, your master, have appeared. From now on, your future will be bright. Don't be too happy. I won't keep you by my side. I've said before that you are not even worthy of my attention now. Shwa. A pistol appeared out of nowhere in front of the women. I know you are afraid of zombies, but the fundamental reason for your fear is that you are not strong enough. You are girls, and your strength is inherently weak. But it doesn't matter. Later, I will let you step into the level of human body limit one by one. This is the first thing I, as your master, will do for you. The girls were surprised. He is right. The reason why they dare not face zombies is because they, as girls, are too weak. Nearly 10 days have passed. After being in close contact with zombies for a long time, their legs no longer go weak when they see zombies like they did in the beginning. The 10 of them had already discussed how to kill zombies to become stronger, but how could they kill them without weapons or strength? That's why they keep shrinking. The zombies are getting stronger. They are getting weaker and weaker. The more I dare not face it. If someone helps them take the first step, they will dare to take the second and third steps. As your master, the second thing I will do for you is to provide you with a stable source of food. You don't need to look for food or worry about it. The only thing you need to do is to keep getting stronger. Keep getting stronger until you are worthy of my attention, strong enough to upgrade from my subordinates to my women. As he spoke, he moved his index finger. A bowl of rice, a pair of chopsticks, a portion of braised pork ribs and a bowl of chicken soup appeared on the plates in front of them. Everyone was swallowing their saliva desperately. The aroma was so fragrant that some people could hardly control their hands. They wanted to eat. They really wanted to eat. Some people clenched their fists. To be his woman. Tao thought very firmly in her heart that there were many people who had the same idea as her. For such a strong man, even if she could be his maid, there would be countless women vying to be his, let alone being his woman. Subordinates, women. Tao. She must climb up from being his subordinate to being his woman step by step, climb to the top. She wants to be his woman. I have said so much, but there is a very important premise, that is, you are willing to become my subordinates. May I ask, are you willing to do so? Willing. Tao blurted out without thinking. Willing. Willing. After everyone had called out to him, Lin Bei continued, so how should you address me now? Owner. Tao frowned and glanced at her good friend beside her, who actually shouted before her. Damn it. Owner. No way. Tao, unwilling to fall behind, could only shout louder. The people in front were shouting so loudly that the people behind had no choice but to shout at the top of their lungs. Owner. Owner. Shame. Ridiculous. Who is the fool here? If they follow the men in front of them, they will move towards a bright future. If they don't, the only thing waiting for them is death. They are still young and have not experienced or seen many things. If they really have no choice, who would be willing to choose death at the age of a flower? What's more, this man is a handsome guy. What's more, this man is terribly strong. Very good. Next, I need you to show your loyalty to me. Take off all your clothes. I want to check if there are any signs of zombie bites on your bodies. Some girls are ashamed. Tao was stunned for a moment, and glanced at several of her friends who were unbuttoning their clothes. She anxiously grabbed the clothes with both hands and pulled them hard, causing the buttons to fly off. She was not qualified to be their woman yet, but at least, she had to be the first among these 10 women. Opportunities are something you have to fight for yourself. When the opportunity comes, seize it. Fuck. Tao you. Tisk. I can too. That's not a good idea. Someone said shyly. The shame of a young girl. What's wrong with that? The master is training us as his future wives. Isn't it normal for a husband to check on his wife? Do you want to get these foods and benefits for free? Don't you know yourself well? If the master hadn't appeared, you would have been killed by someone long ago. You are still being pretentious now. Do you have the capital to be pretentious? I tell you, if the master had taken a fancy to you, you would have been very successful right now. That's right, it's our honor to be favored by a master who is strong, handsome, and has capital. Please, do you think that with the master's strength, there will be no shortage of powerful girls around him? You don't even dare to kill zombies. I don't know why you are being so pretentious. Do you think your body is valuable? If it weren't for the master, do you think your clothes would still be intact? Also, you don't think the master really likes you, do you? Or do you miss the days of hiding in a small dark room with no sunlight, eating, drinking, defecating and urinating together, and hanging glucose for 24 hours? Do you know how luxurious it is to have a stable food source in the end times? Do you know how much the master has invested in us? With the food in front of you, do you know how many people out there can't even get a bite even if they break their heads? The reason why several people spoke. They were not attacking her intentionally, but subconsciously wanted to show themselves off and attract Lin Bei's attention. They knew that this was a thigh that could not be any thicker. No matter what, hold on tight. Lin Bei looked at them calmly without saying a word, his eyes fixed on them without any disturbance. He likes women. But I love power more. Master, look. He Tao spread his arms and turned around on the spot. There were no zombie bite marks on his body. Master, I don't have any either. Master, me too. Lin Bei waved his hand, put on your clothes and eat. I'll give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I'll start helping you improve. Yes, master. The 10 people devoured the food. Wow, the master's big sausage is so delicious. It's so solid. It's full of meat and almost no starch. Before the end of the world, this kind of sausage would cost more than 10 or 20 pieces. I can't bear to buy it. Woo woo woo, it's so delicious. The steak is so tender. My family, who knows? The food we eat in the apocalypse is better than what I ate before the apocalypse. The chicken soup is delicious, and the spare ribs are delicious. Because of hunger. Because the food is good. They finished a big bowl of rice in less than a minute. Lin Bei moved his fingers slightly, and another bowl of rice appeared next to each person. Only after eating enough would they have the strength to kill the zombies. 10 people. When everyone develops the bodybuilder's bond, it is time for him to reap the fruits of his labor. 10 times the power. A bit looking forward to it. 5 minutes later. Everyone knelt in front of him in an orderly manner. After eating and drinking, everyone looked at him with a bit of fanaticism in their eyes. This meal would make them remember it for the rest of their lives. They hadn't eaten for nearly 10 days, and suddenly they had a good meal. It would be hard not to remember it. He Tao, pick up the gun. Yes, master. He Tao picked up the Desert Eagle on the ground. It was a little heavy for her. She was stunned for a moment after picking it up. Why did the master know her name? They had never introduced themselves. No, the person next to her just called her name. The master paid attention to her. 2. She was the first person to call him hubby. Lin Bei raised his finger slightly, and a space wormhole appeared. 5 zombies roared and rushed over. The girls' hearts were in their throats. It had begun. Their journey to become stronger had begun. A thought came to mind. The space blocked the movements of the 5 zombies. They were like being immobilized, and everyone stared with their eyes wide open. Why isn't this zombie moving? It's the master. Is there any need to think? It must be the master who took action. The master is so kind to us that he simply feeds us with his own hands. The master's strength is too terrifying. He just sat there without moving. The zombies are just like toys in front of him. The fanaticism in his eyes grew stronger. There is no woman who doesn't like a strong man. Bang. A gunshot rang out. He Tao bid farewell to the past and embarked on a new journey. This doomsday is cruel, but it is also very kind to humans. One only needs to kill a zombie to reach the limit of the human body. Basically, anyone can start evolving. These women. Not as timid as a human. It doesn't matter. He is here. It won't be long before these 10 people become goddesses that others can only dream of. Master, I have awakened superpowers, A-level charm. He Tao reported immediately, his 2 big eyes filled with anticipation, hoping to be praised. Yes, very good. Thank you for the compliment, Master. He Tao was very happy. Although they had been trapped in the small dark room, they also learned a lot of information from the internet. Those who possess superpowers are 1 in 100, and those with advanced abilities are 1 in 10,000. Grade A, not low. I'm so envious. I wonder if I have it. The remaining women looked forward to it. Next. One after another, accompanied by the sound of gunshots, the 10 women started their evolutionary journey with surprise and disappointment. Except for He Tao, none of them had special abilities. The fingers moved slightly. A Tang dynasty sword appeared in front of each person. Don't ask where it came from. Just say it belongs to Jiangyu Jiashun. Immediately following, 3 large Coke bottles appeared in front of He Tao, filled with oily pills. Not many, only about 1,500. He Tao, from today on, you are the leader of this team of 10. Yes. He Tao, wearing a nurse uniform, held her head high, her little face filled with surprise and pride. She glanced at her companions and said, "See, I'm the one who receives the most attention from my master. It contains a special medicine. When you are exhausted, taking 1 pill can restore all your strength. You are responsible for distributing it. I have a lot of this medicine, so you don't need to save it." "Yes, master." Lin Bei stood up. The sofa behind him disappeared. "Next is your first test. Raise your level to level 1, 5 stars within 3 days. I will come to inspect after 3 days. Those who fail to reach the level will be kicked out of the team. This is my contact information. If the internet is disconnected within these 3 days, you will have to change your base and go to this address." "Yes, master." He Tao stepped forward and took the note. "Please rest assured, master, we will definitely not let you down." "What do you think?" Lin Bei continued, "Of course, you can also take these drugs and disappear. This is your freedom. Don't worry, I won't hunt you down just for this little thing. As I said before, you are not worthy of my attention right now. I will pretend that I have never seen you." Lin Bei waved his hand, turned around, stepped into the space wormhole and disappeared. At the same time, there were several boxes of packaged fast food and drinking water on the ground, enough for 3 days even if you ate as much as you wanted. "Master, we won't." He Tao shouted hurriedly before the master left. He tightened the knife in his hand. "Turn around." Looking at the 9 companions who were also holding knives, she said, "Sisters, everyone has heard what the master said. I don't know what you think, but to me, the master is the god who pulled me out of the abyss. Everything I have now was given by the master. Frankly speaking, I don't want to be the master's subordinate. I want to be the master's woman. Everyone knows it. We are far behind. We cannot survive in this apocalypse by ourselves. Without the master, we will encounter today's situation again sooner or later. If it weren't for the master today, we would be dirty, we couldn't be dirtier." The girls looked grateful. Real. Only those who have truly experienced it know the helplessness and despair. A strange man, an ugly one at that, pounces on you with a hideous grin and tears off your clothes. Your resistance and insults will only make him more excited. Fine. Luckily we met the master. It was the master who helped us reach the limits of the human body, it was the master who gave us weapons, it was the master who gave us food, it was the master who gave us medicine, the master just needed to hold our hands to help us kill zombies and level up. As a human being, we cannot let the master down. As a human being, we must know how to be grateful. As a human being, we cannot continue to live the life we once lived before as someone who was not human. He Tao was passionate. Raise the Tang sword in your hand. Sisters, let us use the knives in our hands to fight our way out of the future. Let us fight until others dare not provoke us, until others are afraid of us, until we become the master's woman. Kill the madman today, and become his wife tomorrow. The ignorant girls were so excited that their blood boiled and they raised their tang swords high. Kill the madman today, and become his wife tomorrow. Kill the madman today, and become his wife tomorrow. Kill the madman today, and become his wife tomorrow. Kill the madman today, and become his wife tomorrow. Kill the madman today, and become his wife tomorrow.